here that I can use to just quickly like ban people and stuff.
KingSithis
Oh,
is
I'm
now
gonna
live
use the hell
streaming
out of
World
this.
of Warcraft. Debate Ancaps.
Yeah, bro, if anyone comes in here saying some crazy shit.
Start banning those Nazis. Who's that one who was being an insufferable asshole? Vision?
Vision, yeah.
Oh, I hated that kid.
Me too.
Which one?
Just this kid that kept coming in and just being immediately, abrasive.
Just saying the N-word and stuff. Yeah.
Bro, it's like
throwing up a
it's
cig.
not even, like, funny. Like, at least if you're gonna like, it's not even a good troll. It's just like annoying.
Well, they know that that's the word that generally gets people banned, so so they say it. It's like a,
Oh, like, so fucking petty.
Yeah, it's really petty, very petty.
I always want to, even if no violence takes place, I always want to just like show up at these people's house, just say, "Hey, remember me?" Just watch
Give
them.
him a nice swift smack on the bottom.
Just to watch them fuck tail and back away. So I've actually done this in real life before. There was this guy who was an online troll that was harassing my girlfriend of the time. Now my baby mom, actually. She had a huge fucking crush on her. And she wasn't interested in him. She was interested in me. So he hated me, and he would troll me to some extent. And he would really fucking troll her. He would create all these fake accounts to harass her and stuff, and it's like we knew it was him. And we figured out where he lived, and he was local. So she gets in the car with me, we go to his house, and I knock on the door. She hangs back. I knock on the door, and I walk up to him like, "Hey." And
Bro, your microphone is unbearable right now.
fuck. It'll probably be better in a second.
I mean, I think
I'm
you just
drunk.
have to deal with it.
What?
I think we just have to deal with it. I don't really care.
Anyway, I actually showed up at his fucking house. And, I mean, this guy, he was just stunned. He was deliciously shocked that I was actually showing up at his house. And, oh my god, the look of just terror on his face without me even having, like, lifted a hand or threatened him yet. Because he knew this wasn't going to be good. He knew who I was and he knew my face and shit. And that he'd been totally harassing my girlfriend. And, I didn't end up laying a hand on him, though. I just said, the harassment, it needs to stop. You're going to leave her alone. You're going to leave me alone. Am I going to have to come back here? He's like, no, it's done. And then that was the last we ever heard from him. He actually stopped. So that totally worked.
Yeah.
Damn, that's like
in a non-aggressive way.
I mean, there was implicit threat of aggression. Am I going to have to come back here?
I guess
if
maybe.
you go stop this shit, I'm going to come back here and hurt you.
Guys, I guess he got the message.
Yeah. You know what's funny about that one too? That guy, his name's Jamie. He's much larger than I am. He's much taller than I am, and he's wider than I am. But he was like scared shitless of me.
Huh. I wonder why.
It's kind of an energy thing, I guess. He's deeply a pussy, and he has a cowardly energy to him.
Was this just like... Oh, sorry.
At certain moments, I have a certain intensity to me. I've been in a lot of fights. I've hurt some people. And I can take on a certain energy that scares people if I want to.
Yeah, that would make sense. Was this just like some like random guy like online? Like how did How did he even start talking to your girlfriend?
He was
at the
part of
time?
he was part of a Facebook group that I ran. We'd had some friends in common. I should more so say I had friends. He had people he knew that were my friends that he would, in most cases, he would just kind of harass them too. Not to the extent of like me and my girlfriend, but
What the fuck?
basically, I should more just say he would annoy. He would just annoy people.
Okay.
He kind of like he wanted to have friends, but couldn't quite figure that out. His version of trying to have friends was annoying people.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
How long was he like doing that for, with your girlfriend?
I would say months, but it was weeks that it started to really escalate to where it became a serious like concern. It's like she's suddenly every single day getting friend requests from fake Facebook accounts that we know are him, harassing her and sending her all kinds of like sexually aggressive messages and stuff, and calling her a whore. And,
What the fuck?
What's going on, with Master Debater?
Yeah, hello.
I'm gonna mute myself.
What's going on, man?
I mean, I'm doing pretty good. How about you? It's approximately 11:36 Central Time Zone in North America, specifically Texas. How are we doing today?
Doing pretty good. What do you think about taxes?
I think taxes are a bunch of BS, just like money. Money doesn't exist. It's just a thing made up by the government to control us and to control the economy. That's why I advocate for us to be exterminated. No, society specifically. And let the strong live and the weak die. It's like back then.
Sheesh.
I mean,
Not very nice. What about the war?
it's
What
not
about the
really
weep
nice.
puke?
I mean, the thing is, if you can't keep up in a society where money doesn't matter and you're not working a corporate job, then you might as well die.
Wait, what is bad about money?
Money is controlled by the government. Money has no actual value besides what the government gives it.
That's
That's
not true.
that we should abolish the Fed. I'm with you on that.
Yeah, let's abolish money. And
Well, I mean,
let's
I'm
make
not
strong-
against.
That's a much
I'm not
different
against
thing.
abolishing money. I'm against abolishing the Fed. We can have a free banking system.
Let's abolish the banks too. Money doesn't matter. Let's trade berries and spears like we did back then.
How the
Well,
fuck?
the
how the fuck
barter
do they wanna
system kind
barter?
of sucks. It doesn't.
I mean, that would be
it's-
better than paying how much for a house, right? I mean, if you have a child, I mean, that's expensive too. I mean, everything's expensive now. You'd be better off hunting a fucking tiger. And
Yeah, but
all
you know,
the
you
money
can
would-
go. You can go and do that right now. Like you could go and buy some land or go move somewhere and live off the land.
well, the thing is, not everybody else is living like that. I can't go hunt tigers when
Yes,
I'm
you
the
can.
only one. No, I can't. So
Yes, you can.
how different?
What
No,
makes you think
legally
you can't?
You can't kill tigers legally, of course. I mean,
Well, you don't need to hunt tigers, but you can go and live in the wilderness on your own.
no.
There's nothing stopping you.
So again, right? You're not realizing that's not the same lifestyle. I want everybody.
So you
to
want
live this-
to force everyone to
not
support
force,
you.
I mean, I
So
want,
it isn't enough that you're doing like you can't go out. You don't have the balls to go out and live the lifestyle that you
Well, I've
support.
already killed multiple deers with my
So
bare hands.
you don't have
and
the balls to
spears.
go out and live your lifestyle on your own. So what you want to do is you
Well,
want to
the
force.
thing
You
is,
want to
right, I
force
mean,
every. Excuse me, I
society-
wasn't. Excuse me, I wasn't finished. What you want to do is you want to force everybody else to live your lifestyle.
No, I want everybody to live a better lifestyle than following the government.
Yeah, but what
and
if I
being
don't want to
government puppy.
live a lifestyle in the wilderness and I'm okay
Well,
with?
no. I mean, do you want to be a government puppy for the rest of your life? Is that the lifestyle you want? I mean, if you do, if you want to be,
I don't think it's a
government puppy-
binary. I think that you can be without the government while also not having to live in the wilderness.
Your choices are not live in the wilderness or be a government puppy. I want to like live in a developed society with technology and shit and no government.
Yeah, it's not a binary.
Well, no, of course not. No. You're wrong.
I mean, if you
right?
want to live in the wilderness, I mean, I'm all for it.
Wait, no.
Everyone should try it. I've done
I'm
it.
telling you, you are wrong.
Mhm.
Right? are totally wrong, right? Because the system I'm proposing is 1,000 times better than the system we're living under right
Well,
now.
what
But
exactly is
hold
this?
on, hold on, hold on.
Oh, I just want to know.
What's worse? What's worse? Having to build your own mud hut, with the materials around you, and calling that mud hut home, for free, basically, whatever materials you find, and trading berries and spears and food, or would, the society we live in right now where money gets inflated every day.
I'd rather live in
Everything
the
becomes more
advanced
expensive
society
by
where
the day.
food and everything is delivered to me and I have all this abundance rather than living in a mud hut, yes.
I want air
Who said you
conditioning.
can't get food delivered to you? We can still have jobs in the societies.
How about air conditioning and toilet paper?
Yeah, I would much rather
Back
live
then we
there
didn't
with
need
the
well,
toilet
see, the thing is
paper and
taxation,
air conditioning and cars and technology and iPhones and
yeah,
all this beautiful
taxation.
PC video games
Yeah,
like
but
World of
do
Warcraft that I play all
realize
the
all
time
of
because
these
I'm literally
things?
addicted like crack.
Hold on. You realize all these things, have made us, IQ wise dumber than before, right? I mean,
How?
if
I don't think so.
True.
We've
no,
access
the
to
thing
way
is,
more
the
information now than we
statistics.
ever did.
Sithis, there actually is anthropological evidence for that. Archaeologists have found skulls of ancient men that it appears that there was a lot more brain activity in those men than there is modern men.
I mean,
More
even if that
mental.
was true, it wouldn't change my opinion on anything.
It would. I mean, that's fine, right? You can say it doesn't change your opinion, but at the end of the day, these,
I
cavemen
still
were
want
smarter than us.
technology.
Hold on. Hold on. These cavemen were smarter than us. Objectively, if we look.
I mean,
at
what do you
this.
mean smarter? I mean, did they know
Yeah.
did they know how to read, write, math, arithmetic? Could they pass basic
Wait,
technology?
so you think that's a basis? Wait, hold on. You're using that
There's
as
different
a
types
basis
of smart, right? There's
smartness?
like survival smart, there's like school
No,
smart,
but
there's
I'm
book
talking
smart.
about overall all IQ. If we look at it, these cavemen were smarter than us,
From a,
unironically.
from a
I
strictly
mean, again, even if
genetic
that was true, it wouldn't change my opinion. I still like technology. I
Okay,
don't want to give it
I'm
up.
not trying to change your opinion. You can, when I'm not going to entertain this foolish idea. I'm not going to try and change it. I'm
That
just
technology's
educating you.
good. I mean, shit. I love technology.
I mean, I love it to a certain extent because I need it in the society we live in. But of course,
No, you don't.
once the great shift happens, I won't need technology anymore. I can
I
just
mean,
simply
you
let
know
it
there's
what,
be.
nothing stopping you from going out and living in the wilderness right
No,
now.
no. The great
Literally
shift
nothing.
needs to happen.
I've lived in the wilderness. I literally spent 61 days living out in the desert, eating scorpions and drinking the rain.
Yo, what the fuck were you doing? Wait,
Living
where?
off the land.
I lived in the Grand Escalante Staircases, which is part of the Great Basin Desert of southern Utah.
Damn.
I slept in the sand in monsoons.
Was it just like why?
It's
Well, some
kind of
people
a,
like the survival stuff. People like to do
it's
survival
not
stuff.
that simple. In my case, it's not that simple.
Mhm.
Basically, are you familiar with the troubled teen industry?
Oh yeah, you talked about that a little
Yeah.
bit.
So,
Or-
I was a disobedient teenager who, instead of doing what I'm told and being home by a curfew when my grandparents saw me doing shit, I would go out and sell drugs and fuck every chick that walked, and as long as I damn well want to be out. And I had some probation violations I was looking at, and my probation officer said I can either go back to jail
Your mic is slow.
or I can do this wilderness thing. They had someone whose job was to get on the phone with me and lie about what the wilderness thing is. They told me there was going to be cabins and water slides and girls. There was none of that shit. You just live in the sand. And you have to hike for your water. They leave water 12 miles away from
Oh,
you, and you
man.
have to hike for water.
I could barely hear him. I could kind of hear him, but not very well.
I don't know how to remedy that.
Are you talking off your phone?
Yes.
No,
But
yeah.
taxation, right? Be honest. Do you think our IQs would, develop increasingly? If we, got rid of our current society and got rid of money, if we burned all the money.
I think natural selection, if you took away our means of survival today, and suddenly the dumb people don't survive and the smart people are more likely to survive, we would have an increase in IQ, yes.
Exactly, right? Think about it. Literally for generations.
We would
No,
also have a much lower quality of life.
well, it is what it is, right? I mean, the thing is, it would
Well,
be
why?
higher quality because we would have, a higher IQ, more
I would.
survival instincts like we're supposed to have, not fucking fat ass McDonald's burgers on our plates and eating them every Friday night, or even some of these people
Master
eat it every
Debater,
day.
I got a question. If raping a dog made your IQ go up, would you do it?
What the fuck type of question is that?
Well, I mean, like, you seem to have, like, such, like, you put such, like, value on having a high IQ, and I was just wondering, like...
How does it always come back to dog rape?
Yeah, why would I rape? But anyways, right? Actually, funny thing that you mentioned dogs.
Well, I was just... Wait. So
Hold
is
on,
that a
really
yes
quick.
that you would do that to make your IQ go up, or no?
I'm not gonna answer that dumb question, but I mean,
Okay, I'm gonna take that
I
as-
was
I'll
talking
take that
about
as a yes.
dogs.
He's trying to ask, like, to what length would you
How
go to
much
have
is my
right?
Because,
How
like, you're
much is
talking
my-
about, like, letting a ton of people die in order to have IQs
Well, the
go up,
thing is-
right? But, like, oh my god, raping a dog, that's just way too far. I'm not gonna answer that.
Okay, let's be honest, right? The dumb people are going to die anyways from being dumb, right? It's like,
That
How
doesn't
is
really
modern
that doesn't really answer my question, though.
well, the
Modern
thing is, what do you?
economics.
Wait,
In
our
a
current
modern
society-
economy, a dumb
but
person
listen,
can go flip burgers. In a modern economy, a dumb person can go flip burgers and survive perfectly fine.
exactly, but in a more normal society, which is not the one we're living, they're going to die off, right?
What do you mean
What is
normal?
He wants the
Yeah, I don't want-
low IQ people to die off so that the smart people get left over, and then overall we have a higher
Whoa.
IQ.
You
I
don't
have
have
a
to have
retarded little brother. I have a
high
retarded little brother. I don't want my retarded little brother to die off.
Well, he does.
No, but the thing is, you can save your brother. You're high IQ, so I mean, you could probably save your
Yeah,
brother.
but he's low IQ. Shouldn't he be exterminated?
Well,
I don't
I
want-
didn't say that. I'm just saying naturally. Of course, I don't have
So
any.
dumb people who are dumb through no fault of their own and don't happen to have a capable family that loves them, they should just die off.
Well, taxation. The retarded people back then were able to hunt too.
Not as
Where they
well.
die.
Not as well, yeah.
Yeah, so the
Oh,
retarded
retarded-
people that we no, but think about it like this, right? The retarded people we have now are so much more retarded than the ones we had back then with the cavemen.
What
How
are
do
you
you know
talking
this?
about?
What do you mean? No, but think about it, right? If the average human, was smarter as a caveman,
Didn't people have
Does that not
lower
come back to
IQs
the
back in the old
conclusion-
days?
yeah, but does that not come to the conclusion that retarded people were smarter back then?
No, I don't
How
think
is-
that translates. I think
I
they're
don't think that's-
chromosomal disorders.
No, but think about it. Actually, matter of fact, have you ever seen a retarded caveman?
No.
I've never.
I've never met a normal
Okay,
caveman.
but have you seen pictures of a retarded caveman?
What does
No.
that look like?
I
do we
don't
know?
even know what I didn't even know we
Exactly.
had
There
cavemen
were
still.
no retarded cavemen because
I feel like the retarded
Yeah, but there
ones
are
would
no
be the-
normal cavemen. Do you know any normal
I feel like-
cavemen?
I feel like some of the skeletons. some of the skeletons-
caveman mentioned.
Wait, say that
How
again.
would we know? I feel like some of the skeletons we have found of cave children that died as children, some of them may have been retarded.
Natural selection. There you go.
Okay, so that means the weak die, the weak, the disabled, the
That's what he
stupid.
wants.
No, I don't want that though. I'm just saying. Natural
You literally
selection.
said-
Wait, but wait a minute. That's what you kind of been arguing.
Have to die.
No, I haven't been arguing that. I've been I've stated my position, but I never said any of those words saying I wanted them to
If
die.
you want, if
Okay,
you
so
want
like
people,
but you said you wanted like for natural selection. That kind of implies like right? You know that they're gonna die.
Yeah,
right?
but I don't wish them to die. But however, natural selection happens anyways, right? I mean, think about like this natural
But now when we
selection.
have modern technology and capitalism and shit where we can feed those people, or we can produce enough food through mass production of food, through
Who said we
factory
can't
farming
kill
and shit.
these cows and feed these retarded people?
Even blind people now can make a living through technology.
Exactly, right? And guess what? They can kind of be like, what's that one character out of Avatar? The blind people, right? They can use their other senses to hunt.
Stephen Hawking.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah.
What about all
I
the
think Stephen
disabled
Hawking was a
people?
character in Avatar.
Stephen Hawking is my favorite vegetable.
Yeah, the top being, right? She was blind, but she could still fight because she had other senses, right? These blind people, they can fight too, right? They just need to evolve past
It's very
blindness.
peculiar to me whenever a primitivist is on Discord.
But
Yeah,
the
you're
thing
kind of a
is,
primitivist at this point. Yeah,
I'm not though. But I'm literally
you want to
saying,
return to the old ways.
Do you want people to have
the
cell
old
phones?
ways were better. Money is
Do you
king.
want
That's
people to have
primitivism.
what
Yeah,
was-
it's not an
what was
insult.
better
No,
What was better about the old ways, if not for more death of less capable people?
well, I mean, that's their fault because there was less.
They
of them.
deserved it.
Their fault.
What did they do?
Not
What did
their
they
fault they were
do?
born that way.
If somebody was born blind and therefore their capacity to like hunt and gather and stuff is inhibited, that's their fault.
Yeah, shame on the parents for not teaching them how to fight blind. Right? You have other senses.
You said it was their fault, though.
Yeah, but
I don't-
sometimes people die to things that are like kind of out of their control, right? So,
Yeah, I mean that's the circle of life. It's
Yes.
gonna happen either way.
but they deserve
Right.
it anyways.
Okay,
I never
but
said
in
they
the modern
deserve it.
world,
Everybody's
in the
gonna-
modern world, in the modern world, we're able to like take care of people who are disabled or stupid or blind or retarded.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. We put too much resources into them. Let them learn.
We need to let them
What?
die.
No,
What?
don't let them die.
What?
Let-
Why
That
is
is
that
basic.
bad?
That is what
Why
you.
is it bad?
Is this guy rage baiting? You don't
put
mean
too
that.
many
You don't mean
resources-
that.
I do mean it though.
Well,
That's
he's
why-
talking
that's
about
why-
basically like if there's like a person. The technology today is really bad because it's allowing for disabled people to be able to take care of themselves.
No,
That's
it makes
basically
us
his
retarded.
argument.
It makes us retarded. Literally, it slows our brains
It
down.
lets
Make
the
us
retarded survive.
You want my grandparents to die?
Like, if-
You
if
do realize that we
literally-
got smarter because we didn't have to spend, in terms of like our intelligence and the things that we learn and our IQs and the inventions that we create. We
you
became.
think we got
Hold on,
smarter?
excuse me. We became smarter because we didn't have to waste every single day hunting and gathering, right? So we had extra time in order to like read books and study the world and do
That's so true.
experiments and that allowed us to create new inventions and become even smarter. And as
But
we created
you're
more
referring
technology,
to white people, right? Because when black people have free time,
I never said a specific race of people.
He's just
I mean,
trying
if
to
you want to
raise
make this into a
people.
racial issue, I mean, I prefer you leave, honestly.
I wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying that.
Yeah, but anyways, like
yeah.
you know, if you're done, I mean, really quick, I mean, literally, statistically, right? I mean, you can say the reading, the writing, the
Yeah, like all that civilized nonsense.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Right? You can say all of that, but in general, cavemen were smarter than us. Literally, I can link.
But they
you
literally
multiple
were
articles.
not. They were
They
not.
were, though. Hold on, wait,
They had
wait,
not
wait.
only did they
Okay, so
not
you
only did they have lower
So how are you
IQs.
gonna interrupt me after you told me not to interrupt you? Hold on. Like I
Even
was
if they
saying-
were smarter, their lives
Hold on,
were
let him
much
go,
shorter.
Matt. Let
I'm the
Master
rage
Debater go.
baiter,
Let
I'm
Matter.
the rage baiter.
Hold on. How are you gonna interrupt me when you ask? me
I'm
not
telling him to let you go.
Oh, okay, my bad. Okay, so like I was saying, right? I mean, these cavemen literally look at their lifestyles, right? They're hunting every day, surviving, moving, pretty much 24/7, unless they had to sleep, right? You know, on average, we slept less, and we felt the same amount of energy we would, you know, with the 8-hour nap. A sleep cycle, like a 3-hour sleep cycle. You were on the move. We were smart. We were able to kill bears. Bears much bigger than the ones we have now, without guns. Think about that, right? We're able, right now. Like, can you name
The Bears
one
often won.
Name one human that can kill a modern bear with their bare
Chuck
hands.
Norris.
How is
Do
that
you think
intelligence though? Why are you equating
Yeah, but that's not
like
smart. That's
physical?
might. That's not
Yeah,
not
like
smartness.
being athletic and being a good hunter is not
So you don't
intelligence.
think killing a bear requires IQ?
Also, we
No,
have the
I
most.
think it's all
And
instinct. It's all
today,
survival instinct.
in
You
fact,
think
I
all
got an
instinct-
argument against that. Today, we have the most athletic people today that we ever have in history.
That's incorrect. Can I see evidence for that?
If you look at the biggest bodybuilders today, we have all of this technology, all of these steroids, all of these all of this equipment that allows
with
people to become.
enhancement.
Yeah, that allows people to
That's the
become
point.
even. Yeah, that allows people to become even stronger than any average bodybuilder in back in the old days. And
Did cave hunters have creatine?
And that's
So
because
you
we
think-
have
you
all of
think
this
enhancing
technology
yourself
and
requires-
evidence-based medicine that allows people to become more powerful than they could ever have been
Okay.
on their own before.
And you know what all these drugs do? They're self-destructive when you use a lot, right? And most of these people overuse on it and kill themselves.
Yeah, they make
usually
you
die from
stronger.
that.
But I mean, argument.
Right.
That's
Okay,
not
but
the
that's
point,
not it. That's not the point that
No,
we're
but
making.
hold
The
on. The
point
Point
is that it
they're
works.
the strongest at this period of
If
time.
we look at the cavemen, right? Physically, they could easily go on par and probably win against a person with creatine. Unironically, right?
A
Yeah.
bodybuilder.
No.
Oh, this guy's 1,000
Yeah,
I
you're
didn't
right.
realize his rank.
There's no way you're like serious.
This is just
I'm
rage bait
very
trolling.
serious. I'm serious all the time.
I really hope you're rage bait.
I love how you're taking
I'm
this
not,
guy
though.
good faith.
There's no rage.
Never
bait,
know.
I really hope so.
No,
We
I
need to
think
return to
I
the
think
old ways.
When Africans were hunting and eating like mud pies, like they had a higher IQ because they were able to kill a bear.
Yes, those people had the highest
Wow.
IQs ever because
They got so much nutrition from eating mud cakes.
they took out dinosaurs, bro, on their own.
Dude, do you
One-handed.
believe dinosaurs are real? Can we
While
be
jerking
honest,
off.
please? Please, buddy, can we please use our brain?
Who are you
we
talking
are
to?
using
You
our
can kill
brain.
a bear with a shotgun.
You think dinosaurs existed? Are you
Obviously,
serious
it's a
right now?
joke. It's a joke.
Wait, you're telling me
No,
No, hold
dinosaurs
on.
didn't
Are you
exist,
telling me
dumbass?
dinosaurs didn't exist?
dinosaurs
didn't
didn't
exist
exist in Africa during the
Wait,
human times? What?
Wait,
What?
yeah.
You think dinosaurs existed at all? You
No way. Are you not a young Earth creationist like me?
Oh my god.
Wait a minute. Dinosaurs did not exist.
No, bro. I am a
You guys
young
are-
Earth creationist, bro.
Stop eating your mic, buddy. Also, you guys are globetards. Relax, buddy.
If you go to a museum,
Flat Earth.
all those bones are fake.
Flat Earth. Okay, what's your wait? Are you
Did you
really
know
a
that?
flat earther?
I'm
Guys,
serious. Did you know
obviously
that?
the
If you
world
go
is
to a
flat.
museum, if you go to
Can
a
I ask you
museum,
can I ask you a good faith question?
Dude,
about flat
I don't
Earth?
need any. I'll educate you, sure, if you have any questions.
No, I'm asking you if I could ask you good faith questions, like. So like,
Yeah,
what's
go
your
ahead, I'll
like?
decide.
So what's like your strongest like evidence for like flat Earth?
It's perception. That's it. That's the strongest argument I have.
Perception.
Is that it? Like, you don't have anything more to it? It's just perception.
Well,
perception
it's the
and the
fundamental,
brain.
right? It's the fundamental for everything.
So like, is it like based on like what you see?
Yeah, and what I see is all that exists. So if I can't see it any other way, it cannot be any
I mean, do you
other
guys
way.
actually believe in space?
I mean,
Well,
I
there's some
think
that-
so. I'm pretty sure it's real, based on all the
Have you
evidence.
ever seen it? Have you ever seen planets?
I mean, I'm
Yes.
on one right now.
Yes,
How do
you
you
can
know
see
that?
other planets with the
How do you know
naked
that?
I
eye.
see it.
If you
It's
go
a
out,
hologram. It might be a hologram.
No. No.
why would it?
I
be
mean,
a hologram?
I've never seen it, but I would say I have good reason to believe it because there's a lot of evidence.
You can see
There
Mars.
is no
Hold on,
evidence.
sir.
What
Do you
mean?
believe? Do you believe the government?
It's not the
What?
government; it's the scientists and the people
Yeah.
who.
You believe NASA, like Freemason, Jewish Illuminati, NASA?
Are you really
No,
going to
but
turn
I-
this into a racial issue again?
I
Oh,
believe
I
airlines.
didn't mean Jewish. I just meant like the.
Can you
powers
stop
that
turning
be.
in this to like a
Sorry, I
racial
just
issue,
meant- I
please?
meant the
Because I'm like
mystical
live streaming on
cabal.
the internet and I really don't
Oh,
want.
I'm sorry. I don't want to get you banned. My bad. I
Yeah.
meant the mystical cabal.
I mean, either way, I mean, I think I'm pretty. I feel like it doesn't make sense for it not to be true. I mean, even like without all
Dude.
the evidence.
If you care about evidence, all the evidence points to is the world is flat. Okay.
Okay, hold on.
But
I
what would
actually wanna
make you
debate
think
this.
that?
Yeah,
Wait,
whatever.
hold on, King. Please. He's retarded. Right?
Perception, obviously.
Davey, let me disprove him so easily.
Go ahead and
DF.
disprove
Go
it,
ahead.
man.
Really quick, this is really easy to disprove these retards. DF.
Hey, let's be good faith here, guys.
Hey, he's
Okay,
he's
my
live
bad, my
streaming.
bad.
Do you want to get him banned?
Well, you could say
Okay, my
retard,
bad.
but I'm just saying let's be nice to each other, guys.
Where
We
are
don't
you
have to,
live
like,
streaming on Twitch?
YouTube,
Don't worry,
Twitch,
he's
Kick, and
black, doesn't
TikTok
matter.
all at the
Can,
same
can
time.
you link me? Can you link me? I want.
Just look
Okay,
up
yeah,
KingSithis
well,
on
I
any of
already
your
did
of those
too.
websites. I could link it in the
I'm gonna
side
subscribe
chat.
to you.
Yeah, I'll link it in the side chat. Give me 1 sec.
I'll give you my Amazon Prime.
Yeah, but Diff, like I was saying, I mean DF, whatever your name is, right? I mean, the thing is you're wrong, right? So I have a question for you about gravity. Is gravity a sector or a vector?
Gravity's not real.
So you're gonna
Is
okay.
gravity a what?
It's
Is
a theory. It's
gravity
just a theory.
sector or a vector?
Like your
Can you
question already assumes something that I don't accept, so
A
you're wrong.
sector or a
Yo,
mixture?
can you
All right, I sent it
disprove-
to you.
Okay, thank you. Can you disprove gravity?
You
Because
can send me.
I-
Gravity?
Yeah, really quick. No, disprove because you just made a claim.
You're the
that
one saying it
gravity doesn't
exists. I'm
exist.
saying I don't believe it exists. Go
Okay,
ahead and
no,
prove
you
it,
just
buddy.
made a claim. Wait, so you don't believe? Okay, so you can't disprove that gravity does not exist, correct? Is your personal?
Yeah, like how I
opinion.
cannot disprove there's a unicorn out there in the world. Yeah.
So,
Oh.
okay.
Yeah.
That's a terrible example.
Owned.
So, DF,
No,
are you gonna tell
what's the
me-
symmetry breaker there, buddy?
Yeah, DF, I have a question for you. So, if I push you, are
Well,
you gonna fall?
that's the question.
If
right?
I-
Wait,
hold
guys,
on,
guys,
DF.
guys.
Can we?
One at a time. Let's try to take it one at a time. Yeah, I know
Okay.
you guys are
Yeah, he
excited.
asked the question. I answered. Is
Wait.
my question now, right?
You-
What is
you
the
didn't answer
symmetry
the
breaker over
question.
there?
Okay, wait,
Like,
wait.
Don't
So,
run. Don't run.
Master
don't run.
Master Debater, ask your question, and then I don't even know how to pronounce your name.
Okay.
Wait, I asked the
why-
question now. What
why
do you mean?
No,
Wait,
no,
King,
you didn't.
King,
No,
King,
you
I'm
didn't.
your
Wait, wait,
one
wait,
viewer
guys,
on
guys,
Twitch.
guys. Who was the one that asked
I feel
the
like we've
question?
gone way off.
I was
He
told
asked
to
me-
ask the question first.
And
I
I'm
asked him,
asking the question now because I
does
answered
he
his
believe in
question.
gravity? And he said no. Right. So I'm asking him. He said gravity.
So
does
he asked
not
me a
exist.
first question.
Hold on. He
Wait,
said
do you
gravity
believe in
doesn't
gravity?
exist.
Well, I already answered. I said no, right? And now
Yeah, so now
he
you
asked
need
me a
to
question.
prove
It's
that
my turn to
gravity
ask a
doesn't
question.
exist.
Don't run, buddy. Stop running. Relax.
How's that
okay?
running? You need to prove that
Step back
gravity
for a
doesn't
little. What
exist.
is the symmetry breaker? When I said I
No,
couldn't
no,
prove-
no. You're
Wait,
not
wait,
making
wait.
the
All right,
same
guys,
point.
guys,
Well,
guys,
brother,
guys, guys,
brother,
guys,
no
guys.
way.
You guys are talking. You guys are asking each other two different questions at once.
Yeah, but I asked the question first. Now
I
you
know.
King,
Hold on,
I
guys.
need you.
He said no. He said no.
Yeah, I already
and now
answered
he
the
has
question.
the burden to prove that gravity doesn't exist.
Wait, so if somebody asks you if you believe in something and you say no, I don't, you have to provide evidence for that thing not
Okay, so
existing.
you
You
said
monkey.
gravity
Don't you use your brain, please?
Does
Oh,
gravity
can you
exist?
try using
Yes
your
or
brain for
no?
this conversation, buddy?
Does gravity exist? Yes or no?
I already said I don't believe gravity exists, buddy.
So
I don't
gravity
know why you're
doesn't
asking me the
exist,
same
correct?
question over and over again. Now
So
it's
now
my turn to ask
answer.
the question.
Where's the
It's my
burden
turn
of
to ask the
proof that
question.
gravity
It's
doesn't
my
exist?
turn. Don't run.
Where's the
I'm gonna
burden
ask
of
the same
proof?
question when you're done.
Where
Yes.
is the burden of proof?
Oh, again, see, he's running. I mean, I don't expect
He's
him to
running
understand
away.
what he's.
You can't
All right,
give me
all
the
right,
burden
all
of
right, guy.
proof.
All right, listen. He's obviously not going to answer your question. So I restated the question over and over again. Like it's not going anywhere. So
Okay, yeah, he's
And I
gonna
did
move
answer
on.
his question. He asked a second question.
well,
on
he's
top of
all
it.
right.
I'm
Whatever,
like,
whatever. He's
Okay,
you're not
yeah.
answering it in the way that he wants you to answer.
He
How
wants
about
you
that?
to elaborate why you disagree with gravity.
Yeah, like
Yeah, but for me to do that, he must also engage with my questions, right? He said something
no,
about
no,
my
that's,
statement.
no. Do you know how the burden of proof works? When
Buddy,
you make a claim that something doesn't exist, you have the burden of proof. You don't get to ask the
Wait.
question.
Can you repeat
Wait,
to me what I
correct.
said? Can you tell me what my response
well,
was?
actually, that's not how that works.
That
I
is,
think it's the
don't, wait,
opposite.
don't argue. Wait, hold on. I don't think he even heard what I said.
No,
Wait,
you
can
said
tell me?
no. Gravity doesn't exist. You don't believe.
No, I said I don't believe it exists. You
Okay,
monkey.
so it
Again,
doesn't
try using
exist.
your brain again.
Okay, you're
What's the
answering a
problem?
question I did not ask. Why are you answering a question I didn't ask? Does gravity exist? Yes or no?
Whatever.
Well, he already said no. He already
This-
said
this
no.
guy
but
is
he
so
said no.
he
stupid.
said no.
I'm asking him.
I already said I don't believe gravity
Does-
exists. What a
okay, I'm
what
gonna
a
reword
dumb
my
person,
question one
dude.
more
Can you
time.
try using your brain, please?
Okay,
You're
he
fucking-
answered your question.
I'm
Can we move on now, please?
All right, like
no,
this.
I'm
All
gonna
right,
ask
all
one
right,
more time. I'm gonna
Master
reword it.
Debater. Respectfully, you had
You're
your
not a
chance.
master
You
debater,
asked
buddy.
your
Pick it up.
question. You asked your question. Now I want to ask my question. Okay.
Okay, go ahead. He's a coward.
Please,
Go ahead.
somebody with a
Stop.
brain.
Stop, please.
Yeah, you're a
Thank-
coward. No,
Okay,
you're
okay.
literally.
All right, we
I
get it.
want to
We
hear
get it.
GFG's
Can we move on, please?
Well, what was
He's a
GFG gonna
coward.
ask?
He's not gonna answer my
Okay,
question.
wait. Okay, we get it. All right. What did you want to question? Did you want to ask him a question? Sorry, Davey.
Well, I mean, it's clear that he doesn't have the mental.
Well, no,
baggage
you're a
to engage
coward.
in the
You're running.
conversation.
No,
not
Oh,
you,
okay,
Master
you can ask the
Debater,
question. You
Master
have to
Debater.
attack
Oh
him.
my
You have to
God,
attack
Master
him. You
Debater.
have to attack him.
I didn't ask you to jump back.
I'm actually
I was
genuinely
asking
curious.
Davy
What was
Jones
your-
if he had a question for
No, but
DF.
the thing,
That's what I was
I
asking.
know, but then
Yeah, I do.
No,
I
but
do have a
then-
question for
Okay,
DF.
let
Master,
Davy
shut
Jones
the
answer this
fuck up,
question.
bro. Can you kick this guy out of here, please? Taxation.
I do like
Master debater. He won't shut the fuck up.
But he's the entertainment. But I
Hey,
just want to hear
you
what,
so goofy, nigga.
what
You
was
sound like you're a
DFG's
goofy
what was
ass
DFG's
nigga.
Oh, and
follow-up question
Surf,
gonna be?
can you ban Surf, please, too? She's saying the N-word.
Thank God. We muted the
Who?
video. God bless.
Surf, she just said the N-word multiple times.
She did. She did say it. But
Are you sure she did?
Yes.
Yeah.
I testify that she did.
All right.
I'm not a fan of muting people. I mean,
Bro,
it is what it is.
at some point, it's just like, dude, if I tell you to please shut the fuck up and you don't do it after the 4th, 5th, 6th time, then yeah, we're gonna have to mute.
I was genuinely curious. What was DFG's follow-up question going to be? He said, "Let me ask you something." Go ahead. What
Well,
was
you
your
can ask a
gonna be?
question. That's fine, because you asked
Oh,
nicely.
I mean,
I
I
wanna
could
hear
clarify
DFG's
my position.
follow-up
Davy
question.
Jones. So, again, he asked me, do I believe gravity? Well, his question is, does gravity exist? And I said, no, I don't think gravity exists. And he was like, okay, so like, it's a baseless claim. And I'm like, okay, but I wouldn't say that unicorns exist just because I cannot prove they don't exist. And he was like, oh, that's not the same. And I'm like, okay, what is a symmetry breaker? And he just ran away from it. That's all he did. That's literally all he did. Because I don't need to prove something that I don't believe exists. That's not how it works.
So, can I ask a question? What would make you? Is it just simply like what would make you think that like gravity doesn't exist? Like when you drop things, things fall to the ground. Like what do you think explains that?
All that is just like mass, dense mass moving through mass. That's all it is.
I know, but like I mean that doesn't happen in like space. Like things like kind of float in the air.
Well,
in
space doesn't exist. Well,
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I
That's-
don't think space exists.
yeah, I don't know. I don't.
But
hold
wait,
to that
then how do you
position.
explain the guys in space when they let things go and it stays there?
Well, we believe that like NASA, SpaceX, and all these agencies that are dedicated to outer space exploration are.
Yeah, that's
Just-
like saying,
just
like, how
lies.
do you explain the moon landing and talking to Richard Nixon in 1960?
Yeah, but these
on a
guys, they
telephone
have
from the
like
moon? He was on a
YouTube
telephone
videos.
with Richard Nixon.
Some people have YouTube videos of themselves in space, and you could see the zero gravity. Also, you can fly a plane down really, really fast, and it'll have zero gravity. So, like, what would explain everything falling to the ground?
Again, it's just the density of our air molecules are not as dense as like the steel of the plane, and just heavier things just tend to move down, while lighter stuff just go up. Just how it is.
But what is causing it to go down? That's my
Well,
question.
We can disprove that. I mean,
Just how it is. There's no like regressive reason to why it's the way it is. Just that
Well,
is
there
how
has
it
to
is.
be
It's
some
not a-
explanation, right?
I don't believe it's the curvature of space or time itself. I don't believe it's a force.
Well, I mean, I
just-
know you don't believe it's
magnetism.
that. I'm just asking you, like, what would be your alternative explanation then?
I already said it just how it's designed. I guess just how it is.
I mean, that is such a loaded question. It's just like,
I mean, it's not a loaded question. I just want to know. I mean, I'm not trying to be bad faith or make a loaded question. My only thing is just like you're saying that gravity isn't based on what the evidence would suggest it is, right? So my thing is just like, okay, well then what is causing things to fall to the ground? Why am I stuck planted on my seat? You know what I mean?
it's
Like,
kind
what's
of
the
like
explanation?
It's such an impossible question. That's like asking, like, so why is the Earth flat? Why is it flat and not round? Why would they make
Yeah,
it
like-
flat? Why would they make it flat?
Well, yeah, that is a pretty. I think that's a pretty.
Why did
I
God-
think
why did
that's a
God
pretty
create us?
reasonable
Why did
question
God
to ask.
create us?
I guess.
Right.
I think that's a
like
pretty
me
reasonable
asking you,
question.
it's like me asking you why do
What's the
things
point of
exist
life?
instead
What's
of
the point
not
of
So,
life?
for
existing?
instance,
Like,
if you were to ask me, like, how does gravity work? I mean, I
well,
couldn't
no,
give you,
you're asking
and I
yourself an
couldn't.
easy question.
I
No,
couldn't
hold
give
on,
you
let's-
hold on, just I couldn't give you a concise information, but I could go and like ChatGPT ask, and then it could give me an explanation. So like my thing would be like, okay, well if you don't believe it exists, what would be the alternate explanation? Like what
Again,
do you
in
think
my
would cause it?
framework, King, in my framework, you're asking a fundamental question. So it's like me asking you, why do things exist instead of nothing existing? Like
That's literally
there
my
is no,
point.
yeah,
No, but that's a different question, right?
It's now it's
called a analogy.
Yeah, it's
I know, but it's a
analogous,
different question from what I asked you. So if I'm asking, you're claiming, oh, gravity doesn't exist. I mean, whatever, that's fine. I'm just asking you, like, what's the alternate explanation? Why did things fall to the ground? There must be like some alternate.
There
explanation.
there is no different explanation. It's just how things are. It just is. It's like it's a brute fact.
It just
Why is it flat? Who made it flat? Why is it flat?
Just a brute fact. Yeah.
Like,
Gravity
but
just
there
is.
has to be some explanation
I mean,
as
the
to
more
what
important
would make you
question is,
believe the
like,
Earth is
so-
flat. Though.
Well, not if it's a brute fact. It's a brute fact. There is no
Are all
like,
the
reason
scientists
But what would
why.
make you think it's a
just
fact?
fraudsters? Like, what's going on?
Because I observe it to be the case. But some guy was
But
saying something.
what? Okay,
I'm asking you,
I
are all
understand.
the
You, hold on, stop.
scientists
1 second.
fraudsters?
I just have one last question, and I'll let whoever's next go. I understand that you can observe things falling to the ground.
It's just flat Earth theory.
Right? My only thing is like, what is your explanation for that? You can't just say, "Oh,
Well,
that's just
again-
how it is." There has to be an explanation for that.
No, it's a brute fact. The thing you're talking about, it just is. That's literally it.
No, that's not how reality works. It doesn't make sense to say it just is. Matter moves when it is acted on by a force. Now, my explanation for the force that brings an apple to the ground when you let go of it is gravity. That's the force that I offer up. What force do you offer up?
I
It just
already
is.
said it multiple times. It's a brute fact. I don't know what else.
What
you
is it?
want.
What do you mean by that?
Brute
brute
fact
fact
is
is
not.
some-
Brute fact is not a force within physics. What force of physics compels
Well,
something to fall?
Clearly,
Only a force.
clearly, I don't hold to your positions and your beliefs of physics. Obviously, I'm denying a special
So then
relativity.
there-
I'm
so what
denying-
do you
do
believe in
believe
then?
in any aspect of gravity?
Again, I mean, when you guys talk about gravity and its effects, I believe the effect is real, right? We could see things falling down and things going down.
Okay, so right,
But
so if
you're
it is a
saying that-
gravity,
Hold on,
Like,
let him
can we stop
finish.
interrupting?
Let him
Can I
go.
finish?
Let him go.
God damn it,
go.
dude.
Yeah.
Again, we agree on that. I see the effects, but I don't believe it's because of what you call like the curvature of mass, or like or any of those bullshit. I just don't believe that. No.
All right, taxation.
What force do you offer up as the force which
There is no
propels
force.
an apple to the ground?
There is no force.
So what difference does it make to you if there is a force or there is no force? Like, in reality?
Well, that's like saying why do we exist, and because somebody's unable to offer an answer. Well, again, I'm showing you an analogy to show you how dumb your question is.
No,
That's like me saying, okay, if
my
you don't
guy,
have a question,
you're not answering the question I asked you. Can you answer the question you were asking?
okay, I only
So
believe
what
in
is the
things that
difference
we.
between there being a force and there being no force?
Thank you for asking the same question I was trying to answer. I don't know what that got us, but thank you for.
An
Like,
apple,
I already
that,
said.
an
Like, I
apple
already
that is
said-
not being acted on by any force does not move.
I already said I don't believe in the same force you're talking about.
Force,
But what- Things that have no
A
force
force
applied to it
that
does not move. If there's no force pushing the apple down, then it wouldn't move. So, like, what is forcing everything down to the ground if it's not gravity?
Again, guys, this is a misunderstanding. So the effects, right? The effect of gravity, which is causing the things to fall down, right? Let's say me and you agree on that. But you're saying the reason why that's happening is because mass creates like, well, I don't know which position you hold to. Let's just say for this conversation's sake, there's a force and we call it gravity.
we say
And
it's
only
gravity.
that's- Right. And you're saying this gravity thing is a force that's pulling things down. I don't believe in that, and there's no way for you to substantiate
Yeah,
and
but
show there's
we're
gravity.
only asking what is your explanation then? Like, there has to be some
It's a
alternative
brute,
explanation.
guys. I said this. It's a brute fact. What more
A
do you
brute
want from me?
fact is, no, it's saying it's a brute fact is a nonsense non-answer that is essentially just saying I don't have
It's
no
the
answer.
same argument for religion, though. It's like saying like you have faith in Jesus, you have faith in like spirituals. Like, how do you know that? It's like you can't argue.
Well, faith
one way
is
or
an
the other.
admission that
But
you're
they do
believing in
have
something
arguments.
without evidence.
Like, yours
At
is
least
worse.
Christians
You're like,
are,
"Oh, it's just
are
the way it is." Like,
What
you
the
know.
fuck even is a brute fact?
it's just
I've
a
already
term
answered
they
this
made
question.
up.
Well, he's saying it is a brute fact. It's something that we can look with our eyes, but you have some like spurgy theory behind it.
Okay,
No, what-
if gravity is not the force which propels the apple, that would necessitate that some other force is propelling the apple. An apple devoid of any force is not propelled anywhere and does not move.
Thank
Well,
you
the thing
for
is that
telling me
the
your
apple's
belief.
gonna fall regardless, and whether or not you want to label it as gravity or label it as what he says a brute fact, it's like because he has the label incorrect. It's happening. It's a brute fact. It's occurring.
we understand. We hold on. We both agree. We all agree that some force is pushing things to the ground.
No.
Right?
No. No.
No?
I don't
Yeah.
believe there's a force. Stop.
How is it
So then
moving
what is
there?
pushing
What
things
do
to
you
the
believe is
ground?
the process then? If not
Then why
Yeah,
are
no,
things...
this is just like a semantical argument.
It's
now.
not semantics. He
Well,
said there's no force pushing
him,
things to
I
the
know, I know, I'm
ground.
saying for him, it's becoming semantic. But the apple is falling to the ground, right, DFG?
Yes.
Right. So
course.
whether or not some autistic guy wants to claim gravity, or you just want to say it's not gravity, it's a brute fact. Reality is the apple is falling to the ground. We can both agree on that.
What is
Yes.
your point?
Yes. Yes, we could agree on that. Yes.
So because you're
So-
not labeling it gravity,
But that's not what all gravity is. I mean, gravity is again. Well, it depends which like position you hold to. But
that's what I'm
mostly-
asking. So you believe in some aspects of gravity?
No, I don't believe gravity is real.
So the apple falling then?
Do you
Again,
believe
that's
in
not gravity.
Centrifuge
Then what is that?
So,
Brute fact?
so what is holding you to your chair right now?
It just is, the guys. I mean, you're looking for a deep.
It just
okay.
is?
Okay,
So you
guys.
don't
Maybe
have-
if I define
wait,
the word
wait,
for
wait.
you. Look,
No,
a
we're
brute
asking you,
fact
we're asking
is
you,
the
we're asking
fact
you.
that
So you
exists
did-
without
you
any.
deny
Let me
gravity.
respond,
Hold on,
buddy. I don't need to.
Let him
let him,
respond,
whoa,
let
let
him
him respond,
respond.
please. Let him
God damn
respond.
it,
But
dude.
he's not
No,
responding.
no, no, no.
he just
We
keeps saying-
got,
Buddy,
got
shut the hell
wait.
up.
You're
Let him
spurring it out,
respond.
you're spurring
Let
it
him
out.
respond. Listen.
No one is
Hold on,
spurring
guys,
out,
guys,
you're
guys.
asking him a
Stop,
question,
stop,
he's
stop,
giving you the
stop,
same answer,
stop.
which is not the
Don't. We're.
answer.
I don't want to have to mute you, but we will if you don't stop. In the end of the day, there's multiple of us who disagree with him. So if we are going to question him, we have to allow him to respond. It is unfair for us to
I would
jump
love
on him.
to respond to an actual question.
No,
rather than
we-
just repeating
hold
brute
on.
fact.
Do-
Okay, that's
if-
great, buddy. You could go anytime. you
Allow him to respond, even if you think his response is stupid or whatever. You
It's
must
not
allow
stupid,
him to
it's not a
finish.
response.
Look, I'm trying to
It
save
doesn't
us, like,
matter.
20
Allow
minutes
him
of-
to respond. All right, go ahead.
Guys, I'm trying to save us like 20 minutes of going back and forth. Look, a brute fact, by definition, is a fact that exists without any deeper or more fundamental reason. So it just is. So when you keep asking me why are we the way we are, there is no deeper why. It just is. That's just how it is. There's no
I'm asking
reason.
why are you rejecting gravity then? Like, what's the reasoning?
Again, because I don't believe it's real, and the reason why I don't believe
Why
it's
do
real
you
is
not
because
believe
there's
it's
no
real?
evidence.
Like, you need to. Do I need to keep saying like why? Like, you get
I just responded, but it's like you wanted to keep talking because you like hearing yourself talk. Buddy, I already responded.
No, we're asking
You know that
this is
thing
not
you said,
about
brute
us.
fact? It's a brute fact that there's an enormous amount of evidence for gravity.
No.
Gravity's testable and can be manipulated and artificially controlled.
Wait, so I just got a
Like,
simple question. Like, when you pick up a rock and you drop it on the floor, it falls to the floor, right?
Yeah,
Why is that?
it just is.
It just is?
That's retarded.
Do you not
That's
hear
really
him? Okay.
retarded.
Like, there's
Let
no,
me ask
you
the
have no
important question.
explanation?
Why do you reject gravity? Like, what's the reason? What led
Gravity.
you to the conclusion that gravity is not real?
Holy shit, dude. Are we doing this again?
No, we're
No,
asking
well,
why
he
you
answered that
rejecting
question,
it.
obviously.
What's
He
the-
doesn't
like,
believe
what-
in it,
what-
obviously.
What made you to
I
reach that
kind of
conclusion?
feel what he's saying though a little bit.
There is no
How-
evidence
how are you-
to...
How could you feel what he's saying? What he's saying
Because
makes no
he's rejecting.
He makes no sense.
It does. That's like saying like dinosaurs. Like if I reject dinosaurs, then you're like, oh, but what about the bones? Like what about the bones? Like
Well, where did
don't
they
make
come
it-
from? You have to ask. Where? Obviously, people are gonna ask. Okay, where did these bones come
Is
from?
someone rejecting gravity?
Yes. Like you have to
What's the
ask.
reason
I'm
for
new
the
here.
rejection? Like what leads you?
Yeah,
to
he's
reject
saying
it?
that
Again, I don't see
gravity
enough
doesn't exist.
sufficient evidence to
Well, just
prove
because
that
there's
gravity-
bones-
Okay,
doesn't mean
okay.
it's
Listen
a
to me.
T-Rex.
Wait. Listen to me. If I find a T-Rex bone in my backyard, right? And
There's no
I
such
say,
thing. There's no-
listen to me.
there's no
Hold
such
on.
thing.
Listen to me. It's a hypothetical.
What is the bone?
Let's say
of-
and somebody goes up to me. Oh my God, that must have been a dinosaur bone. And you'd be like, oh, well, I don't believe in dinosaur bones. Well, then what do you think that is? Oh
It's a giant. It's a Nephilim giant bone.
So what do you think it is?
That's an explanation.
I think
though.
it's
There
a-
has to
a
be some
fucking giant, not a
explanation.
dinosaur.
Like you can't just be like,
No,
oh,
no,
well,
No, you're so obsessed with dinosaurs that you just like assume it's a dinosaur bone. Dinosaurs never existed. It was a half giant Nephilim bone.
So what do you? Okay, so it's a Nephilim bone. What's a
The
Nephilim?
bone that's found in your yard is a brute fact. It just is.
Guys, I mean, this is maybe like I think you guys are holding to a very niche definition of like what gravity is.
The evidence
You're just
of them
defining it as
gravitating to
things falling,
conspiracies is
and that's not
evidence
what
enough.
gravity is. Again, I agree with you.
Things falling down.
right, but in the sense of the apple falling, that is gravity, though, right? You attribute
That is the effect. So like that's what you guys would call the effect of gravity, because like
But
according
then
to you guys,
you
not
believe
my
in
position.
gravity in that specific regard, right?
No, I don't believe in gravity.
So
Even
then
if
why
we're
do
defining
things
it,
fall?
Either
Why do things fall?
Jesus, either extremely large objects or very dense objects in open space attract things that are smaller towards them. This is gravity.
Do you believe in weight?
Look, obviously, if I
Sithis
talk
woke?
about guys,
Is that in rela- is
so
that- Go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, like, again, so I don't want to maybe like put words in your mouth, but if you hold to like the idea of like all gravity is just like the effects of like mass like causing space-time to like fucking bend, I don't believe that. But if you're
I don't believe in space.
if all
I don't
you're
believe in space
saying,
either.
like, if
But
all you're
that one
saying, buddy,
particular
can I
theory of
finish?
gravity,
Hold
I
on,
think that
let
can be
him.
applied
Hold on.
to
Whoa,
an
whoa,
apple
whoa, whoa.
falling.
He wasn't even finished with what he
But
was saying.
according to Davey, if all gravity is just the apple falling down, and you're looking at the apple falling down, and you're saying that is gravity, then okay,
Okay.
that's
for
all
the
it
other
is.
guy-
Just
if
Well,
you-
things falling.
gravity
I'm
is
glad
just
you
a
clarified. That's all I wanted to
gravity
hear. That's all I
again.
want.
Again,
if you
gravity
don't
is the
believe in
word that we
space, why not
attribute to
rent
the
a
phenomenon of
camera
things
or
falling
space
towards the
suit and
earth.
Go to space.
No, gravity is the explanatory reason to why that thing is falling. It's not the thing
That's
falling.
what I
There's
just
endless
said.
evidence of gravity and space.
There's a distinction
What are
there.
they going on about?
Yeah, no, there is a distinction. You're right. I feel that. I feel that.
Okay, for the guy who doesn't believe in space,
Bro, why
don't
are you
just
sucking
rent a
this guy's
camera
dick?
and send it to space?
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Like,
No
you
one's
can
sucking-
disprove
no one's
space
sucking
for
dick here.
everyone.
Yeah. You're really glazing this guy right here.
Okay.
I mean, he's spitting facts. He doesn't
spitting
subscribe
facts?
to your. Yeah, he
I
doesn't
am
subscribe
spitting
to your little brainwashed ideology of gravity, and you guys are spurring out. That just makes
How is
me.
it brainwashed?
that
Wait,
just-
Okay.
why would they want to brainwash us into thinking gravity's real? Like, what
Just
is the
because you don't have a
point?
reason
He's
to
not
why they
spitting
might
facts. He
brainwash
doesn't
mean they're
believe
not
in
doing it.
science.
Yeah.
It's
No,
just
no,
like
but there needs to be a
people are
sufficient
questioning
explanation
So
of why.
gravity
It's
now
like
is
There
an
needs to be a
issue.
motive.
the fact.
Brother XD.
People
Huh?
are questioning the Holocaust. The government lies to us. NASA's made by.
Whoa,
a
all
bunch
right,
of
guys.
Jews.
We're not going to talk about that. So stop.
Oh,
it.
this is Twitch. I forgot Twitch. My bad.
These are
Like, how many times do I have to can you like not stop yourself from
independently
talking about
verifiable.
racial
We can
issues?
independently
Or...
verify gravity and space.
I mean, it's
so-
literally reality. I don't know if we can discuss reality without talking about it.
David
I'm
Jones,
pretty
why
sure we
don't
could
you,
talk about a
again, I'm
million
asking
things
you,
other
why
than
don't
that.
you rent a camera to space? Just strap a camera to like any shuttle, just pay them like $5 million and just strap a camera of your own and send it to space. Like, what's the issue?
So wait,
I
what?
think you got muted.
Unmute. You can unmute Davey.
I sense what's coming with Davey. I feel like this guy's gonna keep making shit like racial or anti-Semitic or something.
No, he's fine. He's just an idiot. He'll be all right. I'm sure.
Okay, I will give him one chance.
One last chance, though, Davey.
First of all, I'm not an idiot, and second of all, that's very rich coming from the guy named Taxation is Theft.
I mean, it is theft. It's a forceful extraction of
He's
wealth
just
from the state.
trolling. Okay.
Just a little troll, just a little troll.
He doesn't think space is real, but taxes are, for real.
Well, space isn't real, first of all.
Okay, we're asking you again, like, why don't you just rent a camera and send it to space? You can send it on your own, you can rent a shuttle.
Wait, what about that
there's
one
options.
guy? I got a serious question, though. What about that one guy that went to the South Pole? They got a bunch of flat earthers to go to the South Pole and see the 24-hour sun.
They're bribed and corrupt, of course.
So,
Yeah.
were they, what happened, like, and they proved that the earth wasn't flat from that. What?
Well, this is a problem because like you're just appealing to these people as if they're credible. Like we know that NASA is like a multi-billion-dollar.
No,
agency,
it wasn't
right?
NASA. Whoa,
That's
see, you
convenient
don't even
for
know
them
the.
to be bribed.
You don't even know
No,
the. You don't even know the
didn't-
story because it
well,
wasn't even
you
NASA that
understand
did
what
it.
I'm saying, but okay.
It wasn't
I
even
don't think you
NASA that
understood
did
what I
it.
was-
It was a guy that was.
I never
using
said it
it.
was NASA who did it. I never said it was NASA.
Then why'd you
who did
even
it.
bring up NASA?
You would know if you just let me finish the point, dude.
Go ahead.
You
Again,
said it was.
You
If-
interrupted him. You did interrupt him.
Look,
Yeah, but
again,
you
I
said it was NASA that did it, though.
No, I didn't.
So
No, I
why?
didn't.
Yes, you
That's
did.
a lie.
You just did.
That's not
said.
true. All I said is that if we know that NASA is a multi-billion-dollar agency, then
What does
it's
NASA
not
have
really
to do
hard.
with this?
Let me finish then. God damn. Fuck, dude.
They don't want to hear the
Like-
truth. They just don't want to hear the truth.
Didn't he
Right,
say-
I think you guys are scared.
Go
Like,
ahead.
this
Go
is
Finish
not-
ahead.
it.
I promise I'll zip my lip. Go ahead.
Look, so if we understand now NASA's being funded by these people that are obviously spewing out bullshit, it's really not that hard to believe now they could get a bunch of so-claimed flat earthers, send them to South Pole and pretend like they actually like saw the sun. Like, dude, they have a lot of money.
Where's
These
the
people are
evidence?
Wait, but
incentivized.
you just said it was
NASA
NASA
SpaceX.
after saying you just said it wasn't NASA. So you do believe
No,
it
I
was
said
NASA,
the
but
people
it
that are
was not
funding
NASA.
NASA.
It wasn't NASA that did it.
I said the people that are funding NASA.
It wasn't the people that are funding NASA. And the people who are funding NASA are taxpayers.
No, they're not. It's the
No?
It's the Illuminati.
NASA is funded by taxes.
I mean, I agree.
NASA is funded by taxes, actually.
I'm pretty sure if the Illuminati was funding NASA, their budget would be higher.
And the Illuminati, I'm pretty sure they most likely, if they were real, which I don't really believe
NASA's
they are real,
getting
they would
constantly
probably get
defunded.
their money
Like,
from
NASA is,
taxpayers.
like more defunded now.
Look,
than
obviously not like Illuminati, right? But some sort of secret agency that
some type of like mystical cabal.
Okay, so they took these guys to the North South Pole and faked a 24-hour sun. That's what you're saying?
Dude, I mean, we see the okay, Superman real because we have a video of him. Like, do you believe Superman is real now? I mean,
I do. I do. I've seen it.
Yeah, but you can go to the
NASA is funded by the U.S.
Like,
government
if your
through an
evidence
annual
suggests some
federal
people
budget
claim they
allocation.
saw it and there's a video.
Yeah,
of
but
it.
they
Like,
were
I mean,
flat
come on, are we
earthers.
serious?
They were prominent flat earthers.
There's no way for you to there's no way for you to know that.
They were prominent flat earthers in the flat earth community.
Yeah, there's bad faith actors even in politics.
So they were lying the whole time?
Wait. DFG, why not just
we
send
went
the
to the
weather
moon, they lied
balloon
about
around the planet?
Guys, I mean, our standard of evidence here is so low. You guys believing?
No, we're asking you,
Sun
why
is
don't
fake
you
and
send
was
the weather
invented
balloon
to spy
up
on
to
us.
space? You can probably see the curvature.
Because I don't have a weather balloon.
Do you believe that birds aren't real?
Okay, so none of you flat earthers have a weather balloon that costs like $20,000, I guess. None of you.
Can I ask a
I
question?
don't have a weather balloon that costs
You can do a GoFundMe.
Yeah, but couldn't you guys like come
I don't
together,
want that.
put your funds together, make it like a hot air balloon, get it up there really high?
Why would I waste $20,000 on something I know to be
I mean,
true?
don't you want to disprove your haters?
Your flat earth friends can do a GoFundMe.
My haters are ignorant people
Earth is
that
a
are
pizza with
arrogant. They don't know
pineapple
the
and
truth
birds
and
are
they're mad.
androids that
You're
taste
literally
like
denying gravity.
Brother, there's no way
I'm
to
not
argue
denying
with
gravity.
conspiracy
Oh,
theorists. They reject
You're
evidence,
really
logic,
find the
and
evidence
science.
Whatever you
This
said.
is like, well, I believe that there is dinosaurs outside, and I'm like, okay, just go outside, and you're like, no, I don't want to, and you're like, well, at what point does the logic fall apart? You're just, okay, I'm not going to do anything, I guess.
I think freedom of speech should be limited to people with a decent enough IQ.
I mean, said by a true Discordian. Every Discordian believes they have like the highest IQ. Listen, you're nothing
All right,
special.
Davey,
The
go
fact
ahead.
is you're wrong.
I don't believe I have the highest IQ. I believe I have like a few points above average. What
No,
I
the
believe
problem
is
is
that you're
Can I ask a
mentally
question?
retarded.
Sure,
You think
Davey.
you're capable of
Hold on,
assessing
Davey's
your
got a
IQ is
question.
problem in itself.
He's been waiting for a little bit. Go ahead.
I'm actually, this is a genuine question to DFG here. I'm not really familiar with like the whole flat Earth stuff. Why am I getting interrupted? Can this guy?
Hold on,
not
let him go.
just
Let him go.
control
Let him go.
himself?
Let him go. Let him go.
What is
Davey.
this low impulse control?
Davey, let him go.
Right.
Let him go. All right, let Davey go. Sorry, go ahead.
This is just a genuine question. I'm actually just genuinely curious. Like, if you're like a flat earther like DFG, like, do you believe in any layer of space? Like if you look at the flat Earth thing, do you think there's one layer above? Like, I know like you don't think space is infinite, but is there one layer above the flat Earth that is like that is like space, like where people like can put a weather balloon and it goes like a certain height, and then it reaches.
What do
the
you think is
ceiling
up?
and
Yeah.
pops?
What do you think is above us?
There's
Isn't
nothing
there a term for that, like a flat Earth term
so,
for like
so
a?
DFG, the Chinese, the French, the Greeks.
Can DFG just
like
answer
any
that question? I'm
number
actually curious.
of humans
Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
said
the-
I don't
I'm-
believe there's anything above us.
One moment.
Wait, let him
But,
answer
like,
the
so many
question, and
humans
then you can
across
ask the
time and
question,
space from
Paragon.
different countries.
The thing is called space.
One second. So, like, different people across time and space have explored the boundaries of the sky. Do we concede to that?
He'll probably tune
Wait, can you
back
put
in when it's
balloons
more
from
wow
across
and
the
less losing
world,
my
like
faith in
kites,
humanity.
like
Happy
airplanes,
dung-eating.
Like all kinds
Yeah, I
of
mean,
shit
there's
like that.
things that you think go to outer space. Sure.
Sorry, Gavin.
Go ahead.
So where does outer? So is your claim that they don't see the curvature of the planet?
They don't, and there's
What do
fish
they
islands.
see if not the curvature of the planet?
No, they see what is actually there. They see reality, which is just a flat Earth.
And like millions and millions of
So
people
they lie?
across time and space have chosen to reject. Are lying, I guess. That's the idea.
No, they just don't understand what they see.
Can I
And-
go
and
up?
you do.
Can I
A
go up
random
into a
Discord
plane?
post.
Can I
Wow,
go up
thank
either
the
into a
mess not
plane
understanding. Wow, crazy.
Can I either go up into a plane or like the very tallest tower in the world or something and get like a really big telescope and see, maybe from China, see like the Empire State Building or something, like see across, very tall structures. Like, could I see Mount Everest from the Empire State Building with a telescope?
If the world was flat,
Are
you
asking
could.
me?
If
Like,
the world was
I
flat,
mean,
you
if the
should be
Earth was
able to,
flat,
but you
technically,
can't.
yeah, you should be able to, right?
No, because there's like, I mean, the air is not clear, right? It's dirty.
The air
There's
is not
like a lot of
clear.
things.
The
The air is
excuses
not
never
clear.
end. It's crazy. Okay.
Oh,
I'm
then
done.
let him answer the
Fuck,
question.
why do you even say Everest? You can't see fucking 30 kilometers away. Like,
Hey,
it will
DFG,
curve
that
over.
picture I just posted, would that be accurate to what you believe? Like, there's like a bubble, so there is like a certain amount of space, like in a tank.
No,
Yeah.
there is no space. That picture shows space.
Well, I mean, not space, but I'm saying, is there like one layer, like above Earth?
No, there's
An
nothing
area
above
that
it.
has nothing in it is called space. That's what space is.
Well, I'm
An
saying,
area
I don't think they say that it's infinite, is what I'm saying.
Well, then what's beyond it? What could
It's not,
to say
you
you're-
hit a
It's
ceiling, you hit a
void,
ceiling. You hit a
It's
ceiling.
Yeah,
void,
and what's
just not-
holding the oxygen into the air, like to the dome? Like, is there a dome or something? Like, what's holding
Well,
the
the
oxygen?
Void and
effect,
space are the
again,
same thing.
Look, guys, I
These
mean,
are just brute facts. These are just brute facts you're trying to argue.
something is always going to be heavier than nothing, alright? I mean, that's just how it works.
Space
Maybe
is a
not
void.
light, because they're waves, but like everything else that has any sort of weight to it is always going to be heavier. And if it's heavier, it goes down. That's just how it is. Air, oxygen,
Why?
is not as... It just does.
It's a brute fact. It's a brute fact. That's like asking like,
It
why
just
are we
is.
here? What's the point of life?
Thank you, that's what I mean.
I know. I understand you. I feel you.
I get it. I get it now. It's all coming. It's all coming down. It's all
You don't
together.
believe in dinosaurs? You don't believe in gravity? What
Not
the
anymore.
fuck?
This guy changed my mind.
Dude, how dare you say you don't believe in dinosaurs?
You believe in the
I don't.
clitoris?
Jurassic Park is an inside job.
Was that a Freudian slip? Jurassic cock? Did you say?
No. Whoa.
Whoa. Well, he made a great point about, you know, NASA. It's just like, do you guys know what the names of the moons are of like Jupiter and Saturn?
Not really.
You guys ever look into that? Isn't that kind of fucking weird?
What are the names?
Named after like a bunch of fallen demons from Greek and Roman mythology.
I'm pretty
Dude,
sure
you
all the
believe in
planets are named
demons?
after
Hey,
gods.
Melkor, can
No,
I
I
ask
think
you a question?
NASA does. I mean, literally all the moons are named
no.
after them. I think all
Why
the
do you
moons
have
are
my
named
name
after
in
them,
your name?
literally.
Oh, do you think you came up with the name Sithis?
Yeah, bro.
Because he wants you
No.
inside of him, obviously.
Yeah, bro.
But
It's not
Okay,
like
then
it's
I
not
wrote
like
Lord of
it's
the
not like you
Rings.
got the name from like Skyrim or anything, right? Or is that the reference or no?
It's just
yeah,
like, you know, like
Skyrim,
you know, like
definitely as
phosphorus-
old as the Lord of the Rings. This dumb fuck.
That's where I got the. That's where I
This
got
is
the. Wait.
Lord of the
There's a Sithis in Lord of the Rings.
What the fuck is wrong with this
Oh my
guy?
God,
I didn't know that.
fucking
I got it from
retard.
Skyrim.
I think the term is autism.
Yeah,
No, you.
Ready for the franchise?
How am I
You were talking
retarded?
about
I'm not a
power.
fan of fucking Lord of the Rings. I'm so
We're talking
sorry.
Hey,
power.
wait,
We're
You're
talking
more of
about
like a Harry Potter
about
guy.
you.
More of
Skyrim
a Game
came
of
out in
Thrones guy.
2012, okay? Why don't you go ahead and Google when fucking Lord of the Rings came out?
Shut the
okay?
fuck up, you fat fuck.
Hey, I'm not fat. You're
Wait, hold on. Have you guys seen the pictures of NASA, of Earth, and space? It's so crazy, man.
Yeah,
Dude, NASA
I can't
doesn't-
believe
okay.
they would CG all of those pictures.
It's just
together.
like, wow, that looks so real.
DFG
Yeah,
is
except there's
real.
literally pictures.
Wait,
there's
wait,
literally
what do you mean-
pictures of the
What
Apollo
do you mean it looks
program
so
leaving
real?
Earth.
What do
Hold
you
on, I'll
mean
be
it
right
looks
back.
so real?
What's up?
Hello?
What's up?
So what happened to you, mate?
You're a mod for MMD.
What made you think I was a mod for...
Oh, my friend, his name is Taxation is Theft.
Oh, I know that guy.
Could you unban him? Or could you have the power to?
I mean, I'm not a mod, so...
Oh, well then, never mind then.
Well, so why did he get banned?
I don't know.
Did he tell you why?
Are you a mod?
No, I'm not a mod.
Why are you fucking talking to me, dude? Wasting my time.
I don't believe in private property, and I don't believe in right to life.
You're the one that's blaming evolution.
Most modern science, okay, has to deal with gravity to a certain degree. Most modern science doesn't have anything to do with fucking evolution, because like you're not going to use evolution as a primary to how to treat people in a medical sense.
This guy unironically believes in gravity.
This is a dichotomy.
Wait,
so you think gravity is real?
Modern medicine without evolution.
Yes,
you cannot study and prevent the spread of diseases without understanding how they change over time, which is evolution.
But like them changing over time is not the same as believing in the theory of evolution.
Wait, do you have a wait? Are you a flat earther?
Yes, it is. That is microevolution.
Oh, he left.
No, it's not the exact same.
Oh, the flat earther left. Is this guy a flat earther?
Oh no, me and this guy discussed racial hierarchy and race realism.
Oh my goodness, bro.
I don't want this to devolve.
Yeah, we don't want this to devolve into racial issues, respectfully. So, Davy Jones.
I will say though, this guy actually
black people on average do have more high blood pressure issues that they need to deal with.
Okay, guys, we are not here to discuss racial issues. We are not here to discuss racial issues.
We're not, because this guy literally brought it up. So
no, I'm ending it. So, just tell
it's ended. We don't want to get this guy banned.
We are not here to talk about racial issues.
Yeah, don't talk about the fact that like, black people have lower IQ either.
Anybody who brings up racial shit is getting muted.
So Power Pelagic and Davy Jones.
No, what I said no. I'm on your side. I don't want to get you.
Do you have a problem with authority and social cohesion? Can you just like get along with people instead of trying to overpower them with rebellion?
Who, us?
Us.
Unmute those two. Give them a chance to redeem themselves.
If they want to talk about racial issues, they could go to another room and have a conversation about it. We're not here to talk about racial issues.
I'm sure that
if you can't handle that, then you're more than welcome to leave.
I'm sure they both amended themselves.
We told the guy like 4 or 5 times.
They've been explicitly told, like, yeah.
Yeah, we told them 4 or 5 times.
I understand.
Davy Jones was already on probation.
Yeah. We literally explicitly told them we weren't in. Yeah. So.
Look, I'll give you and I told you so if you unmute them and they do that again. I'm putting my good name behind Davy Jones at least.
This happened. This already happened not that long ago.
It already happened.
Same exact thing, and they explicitly told them not to. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, it's up to you, taxation, but I don't think it's a good idea personally.
Or how did this turn into like fucking gravity flat Earth shit? We were talking about like.
I mean, the flat Earth thing was kind of fun, but like but.
It's just.
It's a brute fact.
I don't know how we got there. I don't remember.
I think it's kind of fun to talk about it sometimes, but as like a fun little side thing. But after a while, it gets boring.
Jim Norton has a bit I like about flat earthers. It was along the lines of like, my problem with conspiracies in general is that, especially flat earthers, is like the amount of people that would have to be in on it, right? Like if the Earth was flat, all of the people where they would have to sit them down and go, hey, look, it's flat. So with the flat Earth, I mean, it's millions of people that would have to be in on it. Not just like the CIA or some boat captains. Every boat captain would have to be in on it. Not just like naval admirals or something. Every white trash Carnival cruise captain, they would have to sit him down and say, hey, you're gonna see mountains. I know it's flat, you know it's flat, but the thing is, who wins with the flat Earth? Usually somebody's profiting off convincing people off of lying about the shape of the Earth. Yeah, hey, quiet down. I haven't sold a globe in months.
Yeah,
Dude,
I just don't
why do
see
you keep messaging me, Davy Jones? We told you stop talking about racial issues, and then somebody jumps in, and you're like, oh, this is the guy I talk about racial realism with. So yeah, we told you not to do
You're not
that.
getting muted for saying things you don't like paraplegic. It's because you guys keep mentioning things that they told you not to talk about.
So
So it's like
you guys can suffer in silence.
This just ain't the race chat. Trying to do a stream thing here. This is more like, talk about debate taxation kind of chat or something.
Yeah, we wanted to talk about taxation. We haven't even talked about taxation once in this whole bit. Pretty much. We pretty much talk about flat Earth.
And then it got into primitivism and flat Earth.
Yeah.
I just don't like because people were mentioning like, oh, NASA, there's all this money there, they have billions of dollars. It's like, how would they are they making billions of dollars by lying about the Earth being not about being
People talk
round?
about
like,
NASA like it's like its own organization that isn't tied to the government, like that it does its own thing. Like,
well, but even if we were to say that the reason they're saying the Earth is round is like to justify funding for NASA, why couldn't you? Why would a world where the Earth is flat and they openly acknowledge the Earth being flat, why would that not be compatible with funding in NASA? Why couldn't you have a flat Earth universe version of NASA?
Yeah, it's like the same thing goes kind of for gravity too. It's like it's kind of just like common knowledge. Like I don't. What would be the like? Is everyone just are all these scientists just like lying about gravity? Are they just stupid? Like I don't get it. I don't.
Oh, well, that is an implication of flat Earth. Yes, is that like every physicist is lying. Every
because
every
it's
astronomer.
Just like
1 second.
To them.
I got an Uber Eats order for Almir at 9745 Chuston Road. Oh wow! I just said somebody's address. I forgot where I was on a stream here and just said someone's address like that.
Oh,
that would ignore that. Can you like remove that or something?
I guess I'm gonna have to delete this VOD now.
No, it's. I mean, what is somebody gonna do? It's a gated community, like. And what they know.
But bro, just don't talk about it anymore. You keep talking about it. And
all right, fine.
I mean, hopefully not too many people are watching.
Yeah, hopefully no one's watching.
A couple weeks ago, I delivered to like an old lady that was hot.
Did you ask for her number?
No, because I'm not really on the market exactly, but she was like 60 or maybe even 70, but like hot. It was weird. That's not my type at all. It's like the opposite type, but this one old lady was like, something about her.
Should have smashed.
Wait, I think one of them said they want to talk about taxation in the side chat.
Taxation is the financial equivalent of rape.
Oh, wait, hold on.
All right, Dave.
Oh, we should.
You could unmute Davey then.
Or well, it was Power that said he wanted to talk about taxes.
Oh well, I'm trying to figure out where my what. It keeps putting them in completely the wrong place. Well, did everyone leave? What the hell?
Yeah, nobody wants to talk about taxes.
Who all is left? How many are left?
It's still Davey.
This guy's an old in the chat, bro.
Why are you still here, dude?
This guy's what?
Get a life.
The other guy is like really like he's completely like crashing out in the side chat for some reason.
Yeesh, I make one little joke and I get muted for eternity.
I mean, you.
We told you. We did tell you not to talk about racial realism stuff, right? We did tell you not. We did tell you that, right?
I mean, I didn't.
We did tell. We did tell you to not to do that, right?
I wasn't even trying to bring up a conversation. I just said that's how I met this guy. That's all I said.
Yeah, but we did tell you not to. We did tell you not to bring that up, right?
I don't even want to get into the weeds. All right. I won't even mention. I won't even mention race.
I know. Yeah, it's
Just be safe, bro.
But now that I'm on mute, I want. I was gonna say my black friend. I want my friend to come back here. He's pretty smart.
I mean, if he wants to, that's up to him.
He said, "I made my own room. They're not worth your time, bro." I said, "Hey, come back. They would be."
Wait, which guy?
Alright, what do you think about taxes?
Alright, how are you?
I just want to know what the what is the popular opinion here? Taxation is theft.
Yes.
There you go.
So when I came here initially, and you were talking with Master Debater, and he said, I guess he's 1,000 now. He was saying that he wanted people just to like if we're using taxes to support people that are like old or on welfare, like he would rather have them die. Do you guys agree with that?
I don't agree with that.
It's a false dichotomy. You're allowed to give on a voluntary basis. You're allowed to give charity. You can give to a church. You can give to a family. You can be a supportive family member. Something's all kinds of voluntary options that don't involve threats of murdering people. We just want to take away the one option that is using force to make people pay.
Yeah, I think there has to be. I think there has to be force.
I would rather I not get taken care of than you be forced to take care of me. If push comes to shove, it's better that I starve to death than one crumb of your food be taken away using violence given to me.
Yes.
Would you agree that if it was voluntary, as you're like saying, like, do you agree that it should be your duty to give like a percentage to the state?
No.
No, of course not. In fact, I would judge, even if it was voluntary. Actually, especially if it was voluntary, I would judge people for giving their money to the state. I would think you're a shitty person if you're funding a terror organization that, uses the money to murder innocent people, cage peaceful people, and so forth.
It's like giving money to Hamas.
You're not gonna like where I'm going with this. I mean, this is a very nuanced, deep question here. It comes down to ideologies, and I'm more of like a authoritarian, like fascist type of person. I'm a little bit fashy. And, if you're like in a good, but I'm a Catholic though, so I'm a Catholic in a perfect world ruled by Catholics, and there's like a hierarchy. If it's like a loving, genuine like state for their people, and there's no nefarious political background stuff, and that utopia, I would say it's your moral obligation to give taxes to the community and the state to run the country. But in a perfect world,
I don't want the country run. In fact, I don't even want to have a country. But I don't think it's your moral duty to give to like Make-A-Wish. I support the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I've probably given to it at some point. But it's not your duty. And like Make-A-Wish,
it is your duty because they don't just go to Make-A-Wish. It goes to the roads and just like the social systems.
That can be funded privately.
I don't want to fund a socialistic monopoly on roads.
Yeah, but it's almost like your moral, like if you're living within that society, you're playing within their game and their boundaries. Like I see giving a percentage to the benefit.
I don't recognize their boundaries. I don't recognize their claim to the land, and I don't recognize.
This is a whole other argument then. So, what do you like? Some type of communist or something?
No, the opposite. I'm a capitalist. I think I own my land, you own your land. There's no we.
I don't want to get racial here. I don't want to get racial here.
So us anarcho-capitalists believe that the only just way to appropriate land is through original appropriation or consensual transaction. The state did not get any of the land it's in possession of in that way. They stole it.
Or in many cases, they did it. There wasn't something to steal. They just arbitrarily declared it theirs. You know, but we're talking about nature. They can't justify a claim to nature. They just say the nature is ours, and they have nothing more than force to back it up.
Yeah, but I think this comes down to like deep theological ideas. Like, are you like a collectivist or are you an individualist?
Yeah,
Obviously.
logical.
I'm an individualist, and the other libertarians here are also individualists.
Yeah, I'm a collectivist.
Okay.
Why?
I'm not.
Well, I mean, you're not gonna like the answer when you say why. It's based on certain distinctions.
I'm not an ableist, so I'm not going to hold it against you that you're a collectivist.
Like when you said, Davey, like, why do you always talk about this one particular topic? Like, it's like because that's reality. Like that's what, like, if you talk about politics, geopolitics,
We'll
you
talk about it.
All my ideas stem from this one core belief, which you keep muting me for.
The thing is, we just don't want to talk about racial issues. I'm sure you could tell us your beliefs. You could talk about
absolutely,
without talking about racial issues.
Mm-hmm. Right, but when you talk about whether or not we should have taxes, like that comes from like religious beliefs as well. Like taxes are deeply ingrained.
So like, what does race have to do with taxes?
It has everything to do with taxes.
How?
What?
I don't want any person of any color to be taxed.
I don't want to get muted.
No, I'm not going to mute you. We're not going to mute you. Like, that's a genuine question.
Well, it depends what it is.
So if taxes are inherent in the Hebrew Bible, and all Jews follow the Hebrew Bible, do you think there's any racial element there? That all Jews
follow the Hebrew Bible. I'm a Jew. I don't follow the Hebrew Bible or any Bible for that matter.
But I mean, their identity is Jewish. They're inherently Jewish, and these are Jewish ideas. So it is racial.
You can be ethnically Jewish, but not religiously Jewish.
That's beyond the point. That's not. I mean, that's irrelevant.
How is that? No, that's completely irrelevant.
The point is taxes
follow...
are Jewish in nature. It stems from, and I'm a Catholic, which comes from the Old Testament.
Yeah, from the religion of Judaism.
Right, but I would say, yeah.
So I'm not really sure what this has to do with taxation or why race has to do with taxation.
I mean, where do you think taxation comes from? Where does the idea come from? It's a biblical idea.
Okay.
The first
what does that have to do with race?
I think taxes were invented by the first that realized he could beat the shit out of the other cavemen and make them give him some of their food ongoing.
Well, because if I say I'm like a Catholic nationalist, Catholicism inherently is European and white. These are religious ideas of tax, like getting taxed.
Again, you're not getting to what taxes have to do with race. You're just
because
it seems like you just want to talk about racial issues. You don't have any particular reason why taxation has anything to do with race. You just want to talk about race.
No, because it has to do with collectivism.
What does taxation have to do with race?
It's a very deep question. Let me answer you. I believe in collectivism. I think collectivism, a major component is race. And if you are a collectivist, if you're like a national, because if you're a national socialist, you're more inclined to help your community, your family. That's why you're a collectivist. That's why you want to tax and give to the community. That's what socialism is. But I would say
I'm not sure what race. You're not explaining what taxation has to do with race.
So like Nazis and Hitler, like the National Socialists. Do you think that has anything to do with race? The fact that
ideology. But, they're not taxing only white people, or not. They're not taxing based on race. They're not taxing because of race. They are socialists, though. But are they taxing because of race?
But is race not a factor in their community?
Wait. Did I say their community or did I say taxation? We're talking about taxation.
That's what I'm saying. That's why taxation. I mean, these two things go
hand
in hand.
No. We're talking about taxation.
They're mutually inclusive.
What does race have to do with taxation?
Because if you're a collectivist and you have a strong country, taxes are very important for that.
All races have taxes. What does white
taxation? Taxation is not limited to National Socialism.
No, it is, but I'm saying
white people were the only people that have taxes.
I'm doing a poor job explaining, obviously.
Yeah.
But I'm still standing firm. Collectivism, being part of a collective, usually race is a major component. And if you are a strong collectivist nation, taxes are very important to that, to helping people up, to giving loans to the poor.
They had taxes in pretty much every country of different races.
You can also do those things much better. You can also do those things much better without taxes.
You could do those things without taxes. Also,
that
white people weren't the. There wasn't one race that invented
taxes. That's not an
taxes.
argument against it, though. Saying that's not an argument against it, by the way.
Saying what?
Yeah, I mean, you're saying there's alternatives. You're saying there's alternatives, but like that's irrelevant.
Not just that they're alternatives, but there are alternatives that better serve the interest of helping your people and so forth.
But I would do those plus taxes. There's no reason not to give taxes.
There are both moral and economic reasons there should not be any taxes. The only
taxation
thing that requires
is theft.
Yeah, what? Taxes are a religious idea.
Okay, what about for somebody?
A lot of Catholics, a lot of Protestants would say you're morally inclined to give taxes.
Okay, but what say you to the person who isn't religious? I'm not religious.
That's what I'm saying. So if I live in a fallen country and an evil, like, non-Catholic country, then yeah, sure. If the guy's tyrannical, I wouldn't want to give taxes to the thief either. But my point was, if you live in a utopia and a perfect Catholic world, if you were in Nazi Germany, I think taxes were very important to Hitler in Germany rising up to power. And I think that if in a perfect collective based on race,
this guy is like making the best argument against taxes I've ever heard.
But it's not. What do you mean taxes go towards the community?
You were just arguing that taxation was crucial for how the Nazis rose to power. The Nazis are pretty much universally recognized to have been horrible.
Not really. Do taxes go towards the community in America? Have you ever seen a dollar?
I mean, I'm not arguing that. Hey, listen, I'm not arguing that, pal.
Honestly, I really don't care about this racial stuff. I think it's honestly pretty fucking stupid. It has nothing to do with taxation.
Yeah, okay, so why are you? I didn't hear any racial stuff. Why are you talking about racial stuff now?
No, that was me. That was me.
It wasn't me. It was he.
No, listen, I was just making the argument that if you were like a National Socialist, aka like a Nazi, like collectivism is a big part of the nation. And if you are collectivizing, you're sharing your funds together. Taxing people, it's like it's something that's morally correct to do for your nation.
Okay.
I think it's a forceful extraction of wealth.
It's not. If you love your country, you would give it up willingly.
I don't love the government or any type of.
You guys are talking at the same time, guys.
You say forceful extraction of wealth, but to abide by the non-aggression principle, you also have to have a forceful enforcement of free will of the human body, of my own person, of my resources. That I can't put my resources towards things that are illegal, or I can't even violate things like I can't violate things like NDAs with fear of being shot, because if you violate an NDA, you can get sued or go to jail. If you refuse, somebody can come and shoot you. So everything is done with a threat of force. Everything is
Again,
the
there's a difference.
extraction.
You do realize there's a difference between an initiation of force and force, right?
You know, I was going to tell you like one of my favorite rappers.
Libertarians were against the initiation of force.
Like that.
Mick Foley?
Who's talking right now? Who's talking right now?
There's
taxation. He's doing
Yeah,
that's all I want to tell you, man.
Hold on,
maybe he should get muted for a little bit, you know?
Oh, you got him up?
You're for a sec taxation?
Let's go. You can't damn, I'm lying.
I think he's in the middle of
this. What is this?
He's in the middle of door dashing right now. He's doing
is that what you're talking?
I was doing a pickup. I didn't know the guy was going to talk that much. He said I look like the wrestler Mick Foley.
Did he even tip you well?
This was the restaurant where I was picking up the food from, so no, he didn't tip me at all. They almost never tip me. Although I swear to God, a couple of weeks ago, one of them did tip me. A restaurant that I was doing a pickup from tipped me.
Why would they tip you?
Basically, the woman in front of me, like the woman who had been before me in the drive-thru, had told them to give her change to the person behind her. And but that was me, the Uber Eats guy. So they gave me like $7.
When people tell you to like go into the apartment and like leave it on like a table, did you actually like go into the apartment?
Yes, I do whatever the instructions say.
Oh my gosh, you're
Yeah,
so
you got to
easy
do what they
kidnap.
tell you to. But most of the time, it's like really easy. Most of the time, you just go to the web. They have most of the time they have like a picture where they show you like where to drop it off. Like it'll generally be like right in front of their door or something.
I'm not gonna lie, I've done it before. I tried it out just for.
Oh yeah, DoorDash and Uber Eats is pretty easy.
You're
Whenever
so
they
little
told me to like go into their apartment and like leave it, I would never do that. I would just leave it
They
at.
never tell me. They never tell me to go inside their apartment. They say to go in the building and leave it in front of their door.
Like take the elevator to the 4th floor and knock twice.
Most of the time, they tell you to put it right in front of their door.
I'm almost never lucky enough for the apartment buildings I'm delivering to have an elevator. The hardest part of this job is going up fucking 8 flights of stairs with 4 cases of water bottles.
Yes.
That's really easy to be honest.
one
for an
time
able-bodied
I
man.
couldn't find this guy's. I couldn't find.
It's still annoying.
Couldn't find this guy's door, so I took a picture of the food like on a stair next to it, and then I took the food for myself.
See, I'm a short, fat smoker with asthma, so stairs and me don't get along very well.
Oh, that black guy left. He didn't like the DoorDash talk.
He said
one flight of stairs is very annoying to me. 2 flights of stairs. What?
Not you. Go ahead. Oh my god, we keep dying.
I mean, are we still talking about DoorDash? I just didn't want to take over the conversation here.
Wait, wait.
Well, I mean, he had a question before we started talking about DoorDash, the other guy, but then he left.
Fuck. Well, let me PM him. Say, okay, come back here. Back here now.
Who, me?
No,
I think that the belief in collectivism derives from a sense of personal inadequacy. The average collectivist, especially communists, but not limited to them, the average collectivist is visibly weak. They are physically very small or disabled, sometimes morbidly obese, sometimes excessively skinny, anorexic looking. They tend to be ugly.
This is just rage bait. This is just DoorDash rage bait.
This is my honest impression. The average extreme.
So we're all the Nazis, meek and timid, like you explained. I think I see the opposite, to be honest.
Why do you like the Nazis so much? What they do so good?
They fought against the big man. Listen, I'm going to use coded language. I know you're on Twitch here. They fought against the evil mafia cabal.
But didn't they like kill a lot of people?
They gave an example of how it's done. They gave,
but they killed a lot of people, man. They were innocent.
They murdered.
I think a lot of that's exaggerated, personally.
Exaggerated in terms of, you just mean like the numbers of how many innocent people they murdered?
How many do you think they murdered?
What are we pointing fingers? I mean, the main point was, did they have a right to, like, not get their country raped and make their country
not if it means,
did the Jews deserve to live? Yes, I agree.
I mean, that's a straw man.
Yeah,
you know, that's
not if it means force against the innocent.
They were literally
I think the Germans have a right to live, actually.
I think they both do.
All people have a right to live. No person has a right.
The Jews shouldn't have declared war on Hitler. They should have left him alone.
I didn't know that.
What did they do? What are you talking about?
How did the Jews?
We started.
Wait, no, what do you mean? The Jews declared war on Hitler way before World War II popped off.
What?
How?
What are you talking?
Oh, you didn't know that? Oh, you didn't
What
know
did
that?
they do?
You never watched Europia, The Last Battle documentary? I mean, this is just I mean, you won't learn this in public school in America, but that's like literally a well-known fact.
Always incorrect to say. it's always incorrect to say the Jews did anything because the Jews are not among
Well, I'm saying literally the Jewish newspaper says the Jews declare a war on Hitler. Like that, I think that was actually in the Jerusalem Post or whatever.
That would be a Jewish newspaper writer may have declared war on Hitler. That's not,
okay. Yeah, okay.
So that they had that title, so it must have been true.
Literally, there's like 20 newspaper articles saying that they're going to war with
so
Hitler.
it must have been true. Gotcha.
What do you mean? Okay, this is insane. Hitler tried to like 20 peace offerings that all got rejected.
That would mean 20 writers.
Kind of like
Hitler was forced. Hitler has a right to defend. Germany has a right to defend themselves. Okay.
Wow. What exactly were the? It's not defending yourself to harm totally
innocent people. The Jews
went
to war with Hitler.
Yeah, the Germans were the innocent people.
Yeah, so were the Jews and the gypsies and the homosexuals and
the
anarchists.
They declared war on Hitler.
How did they declare war? What the fuck?
They literally did.
How?
They kept pushing.
Jews as a class did not do anything.
What do you mean? Hitler asked for peace like 100 times. How did they not? They refused him. What do you mean how? What do you mean how?
They didn't have an army. What army did the Jews have to fucking declare war on Germany?
Go watch Europa: The Last Battle. Like I don't.
I can't watch it. I want. You said you watched it, right? So explain.
I literally did.
Would you say that the men did 9/11?
By the men, you mean Jews? Yeah.
No, the men. The men. Did the males of the human species commit 9/11?
I'd be more specific. Like, what type of men? Are you saying Jewish? Yeah, I believe that.
Just men in general.
I'm Jewish and I didn't do 9/11, so
there's a specific flavor.
It wouldn't be right to say the Jews did 9/11.
Wait, so the people who hijacked the plane were Islamic?
I think that
no.
We're Jewish.
Larry Silverstein is Jewish. I think he had something to do with it, but that's not the Jews doing 9/11. I didn't do 9/11. The average Jew didn't do 9/11.
What if I did 9/11?
I mean, no one's saying that though. Why are you strawmanning me? I mean, I'm talking about the elites, the specific Jewish
No. But I'm saying
because they didn't simply massacre the elites. They didn't simply massacre.
I thought Islamic people did it.
They massacred people who had nothing to do with it. They massacred children that were not involved.
Well, wait, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the Holocaust now or 9/11?
Both. The same principle would apply to both. If you take the official story of the Holocaust, of 9/11, which I'm quite skeptical of, mind you, but assume the official story is all true and that it was, radical Islamic jihadis. Their officially stated reason for doing it was as a response to American intervention in the Middle East, American military intervention. Now, the people inside of the Twin Towers and inside of World Trade Center 7 and inside of the planes and so forth had nothing whatsoever to do with American military intervention in the Middle East. But they're making the collectivist error of blaming the Americans collectively. They're assigning blame to individuals who had absolutely nothing to do with the activities that their gripe was with. The same error is made by the
point here. What is the point here?
Only the individual thinks or reasons or acts.
Oh,
I am not.
That's so cute. You try to tie that into collectivism. That's so adorable.
Collectivism is rape.
I'm saying that the mass murder associated with give me just a second.
I will say this. I think that does tie into collectivism. The people that died in the building, I think they were all Gentiles.
How you doing?
What's a Gentile?
You have a good one.
A non-Jew.
Oh.
But I will agree with you, that is cool.
Why do you care about you so much?
The Americans who were inside of the Twin Towers.
That's literally reality.
The Americans who were inside of the Twin Towers had nothing to do with American military intervention in the Middle East.
I agree with you. They're innocent Gentiles. You're a stupid goy.
Yes. They were innocent Gentiles, and I'm sure there were some Jews in there by law of, there were 3,000 people.
They all coincidentally called out of work that day. The owner of the building.
Oh, the Silverstein family did.
Honestly, dudes, guys, I'm so over talking about racial issues. Can we move on to anything else?
Yes, let's move on. Let's talk about feminism.
I support feminism.
What about feminism?
Should women vote? I'm just joking.
No.
No, we don't believe in government.
We don't support democracy.
I don't like democracy in general, but
If I
even
get banned
beyond
from
that,
Twitch for saying I don't support democracy, then fine, I don't care.
You don't support women's whites? Are you a misogynist?
I support
I
women's
don't
rights.
believe in. I don't believe in a
They
right
should
to
vote then.
vote.
They should vote then. It's their God-given right.
The non-aggression principle
think-
applies to men and women.
But nobody, I don't think anybody has a right to vote. And if there's going to be voting, which there shouldn't be, but if there's going to be voting, it should be as limited as possible. Like, you need to have read the full works of Murray Rothbard. You need an IQ of at least 180.
Wait, was that? I just had a deja vu. Were we not talking about this in the other room? Was that you, or was that somebody else? I had this same exact conversation. It's like you have to
That was
own
somebody
property,
else.
you have to take an IQ test. Literally just had this 2 hours ago.
It
You
wasn't
have
me.
to have done. You have to have done time for both guns and drugs.
I don't know. I don't think anyone can be trusted with the power of like voting for the.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I'm just saying, if there's going to be voting, like, it should be as limited as possible. Groups that are likely to vote for bigger government should not be allowed to vote.
But if
I
you
don't
base it on IQ, isn't certain groups gonna get left out though?
Who cares?
I want as many people as possible left out.
Yeah.
And what about women?
Okay, I've actually examined that question. I would let
Have you
women
examined that?
would let women vote on foreign policy, and only women vote on foreign policy. And I would let men and only men vote on domestic policy.
I would say no one should vote because democracy is
Yes,
a violation
we've
of
already
property
agreed.
rights.
He's just
We've
talking about
already-
if you had to let people vote.
No.
Yes,
There's no situation where I would ever support anything.
Okay, it's a,
I agree with that.
We're kind of aligned there. Like, no democracy, but I want to force taxes upon my people.
No, that's theft.
No, I mean that's called community. Everyone has to
Taxation is
pay.
theft.
It's like it's just natural. Like if you live in an ant
That's called
farm, like
Yeah, but it's
from the
forced.
community.
they're
If I
all-
don't pay,
like,
someone will force me.
Humans are not ants.
yeah. Capitalism's just fucking evil. It's just malevolent and gay.
So wait,
Wait,
you're
me,
literally a
I
Nazi.
give you this for this is malevolent and gay.
No, when you make like a monopoly, when you start dominating other people, in the
That's the
Monopolies are
state.
Monopolies are not part of capitalism. Monopolies are a creation of government. The exception being very small
It
market
should be. It
monopolies.
should be handed out. It should be handed out. Socialism is the way. It should be all handed out by the group, the Catholic monarch, the Pope, should pass it down upon the people. It should have a complete say of where
Catholic
resources
monarch-
get distributed.
The Catholic monarch has no means by which to allocate resources in proportion to any quantification of demand. They can't measure what people want and need because they lack price signals and sales metrics. That's how you know what resources should go where in any meaningfully rational sense.
And it should be extracted from you because you're part of the civilization. You're part of the ant farm. You have
That's
to pay
theft.
your due. Yeah,
If you want
it's not
footage.
theft. It's not theft. It's called love. It's called love of community.
If I
It's like-
don't
Wait,
if I
that's
don't
like
want to
saying,
pay,
like when a baby
don't
sucks
get
his
it.
mom's teeth, is that theft? Is that like stealing milk?
no,
Like,
because the
that's how
mom is
insane that-
consenting.
That's how
The mom
devoid
is
of-
consenting.
Right. You should consent. You should consent.
I don't
'Cause
consent.
It's your
don't-
moral
by definition, is
obligation.
not
It's your
consent, so
divine
that's the problem.
obligation to your family.
It's not my obligation. I don't want to do
It
it.
is. Well, you're not religious. You wouldn't be in my community. You wouldn't
I
be
don't
my
consent.
Catholic. Yeah, I mean, yeah,
I don't
you're gonna go. You're gonna go
Don't give me
fucking.
consent. I don't consent to
some
giving.
I'll go back to
devoid,
my Spaniard
nihilistic
land.
Capitalism place.
I
I'll go
don't
back to
consent to giving
Ancaps
any of my- I don't consent to giving any of my money to the government.
Yes.
I don't want the government having any money. Certainly not my money.
Taxation is theft.
That's the thing. That's the thing about. I mean, is it theft that my parents are paying for everything?
Nathan.
No, because they choose to pay for it.
In
This
a
is not
collective
analogous at all.
society, it would be your family, it would be your community, it would be you would love your
That's
nation
consensual.
so much. You would love your nation so much. You would sacrifice yourself.
I don't
for it.
love
You would
the
do
go-
anything.
no, I don't
consensual.
love the government. I might love my neighbors and I'll help out my neighbors, but I don't love the government.
It doesn't work like that in America, obviously. But if it's my if my uncle and my aunt and it was like an extended family and I had roots here for years and years, I had a foundation in my nation and I had like genuine love for that, I would gladly give taxes away. It
You
would be my
can't give
duty.
taxes. You're
Taxation
forced
is
to pay
theft.
tax.
No, but I'm saying,
Why,
what I'm
wait, why
saying
not
is,
just
it wouldn't be that,
voluntarily
it
donate?
wouldn't be theft if I love my nation, if I love
If
my
you want to
collective.
give your money to an organization that is there to protect you and your country, that's up.
I
That's
mean, not
perfectly
in
fine.
this current state,
But if
obviously. Not in this current state, obviously.
if I don't want to pay, I shouldn't be forced.
I think a mistake that you're making.
Then you'll get kicked out.
A mistake that you're making is you're looking at government as like the nation, as like this we as a society bullshit. Government is just some random fucking gang over there.
Not in a Catholic fascist society. Not in a
No,
Catholic
especially
monarchy.
in a fucking Catholic fascist
Not
whatever.
at all.
Like,
Why
Not
are
at
there
all.
so many stupid fascists in this fucking room?
What
It's
are you
some
talking
random
about?
thing
You're a
over
stupid
there.
capitalist.
Yeah, I love.
But
Yes, I
yeah,
love
let
being
me
free.
just,
I
give
don't
me
like the
freedom to
government
dominate
forcing
my
me to do
neighbor.
things. Yes, I don't like the government
it's
forcing
just-
me to do things. Yes.
I mean, you're just obviously not.
Yes, I don't like the government. I don't suck the government's cock. Yes.
And the world has no meaning other than
Libertarians
survival.
are not nihilists. A libertarian, by definition, is not a nihilist.
We are
because
anti-nihilists.
libertarians
We
are
are literally.
really-
The idea is that we want people to live free. We want the people not to be rights being violated.
You can't be a libertarian and a nihilist.
Yeah, but then
They're
there's,
mutually
but what
exclusive.
you're missing out
Good
on
point.
is duty and obligation.
I don't believe. We do not believe. We do not
Family.
recognize this duty.
I
You
mean,
cannot be born with a
then
duty
you'll
or an
get, then you'll
obligation.
get stoned at birth, and you'll get fucking
Freedom.
stoned at birth.
Yeah. You're a nihilist. That's if anything's nihilist, it's that what you just said. Me being stoned for no reason, except for disagreeing with your.
That was an exaggeration. You would get nicely outcasted. You would be on a private.
I would
jet
get
and
nicely outcasted.
We would
yes, very nicely.
We would humanely get you off. We would give you a private jet. It would be very cozy, and we would just get you out of the country. Okay,
Hold on.
I'm sure I wouldn't get
people from
stoned
your
or
own-
anything like that. I'm sure.
If you want to exclude people from your own, if you would like to exclude people from your own property, that's your right. But you have no right to exclude me from my property.
Yeah,
I own my house.
We did nothing wrong.
It's just like where do you get the gall? Where do you get the cojones to have so much like you
To
think
not
like
want to
you're
be
owed
robbed
something.
by the state?
No, you think
Wow.
you're owed something. You're part of a team. You're part
We
of a
never
family.
said we were owed a
And
thing.
You're saying me.
No. We're saying the opposite. We're no. You're the one that's saying you're owed something.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you
No, I'm
are.
not.
You believe in a state.
Any chance I get a zero?
A state literally forces people and forces money off away from people and
But,
then
like,
gives
you
it
hear
to
what you're
you.
saying? That's like saying that's like saying the nuclear family is tyrannical and like I gotta do
No,
what my
it's
parents
not.
tell me to do.
No,
But,
it's
like,
not.
your mother and father
One is
love you and they have
consensual.
your best
The other one
interests
is not.
in mind. And
Do you know
you
that there's a
listen to
difference
your
between
parents because
wait?
you love
Do you
them.
know that there's a difference between consent and rape?
But what I'm saying it is.
You do know
consent
that
when
there's
you-
a difference between consent
know.
and rape, right?
But do you understand if you love somebody, it is natural consent? You have
If
no
you
love
care
for
about
nation.
if
have
you
no
are
love for
consenting,
nation, you have
no. This is how this works.
You're
If
a
you
hateful
consent,
person.
then you
hate
consent.
your
If you do
country.
not
just wanna
consent,
dominate.
then you do not
wanna
consent.
dominate and win.
If you consent, then you consent. If you do not consent, then you don't
Let me ask you
consent.
this. Let me ask you this. If you love the person that you're gonna have sex with and you make love to them, they consent because they love you. Is that correct?
If they
But
consent,
they might
And
not
it's the same thing.
What
with
if they
tax.
don't
You
consent?
think of tax. You think of
Have you
tax
ever
as
had-
some evil foreign force because the world is in a fallen state. There's no collectivism. There's
Amazing.
no semblance of family. You
Have
think
you ever-
everyone's out for themselves.
kidding?
Everyone's trying to survive. That's not my ideology.
Have you ever had a girlfriend who has a stomach ache and doesn't feel like having sex right now?
Yeah, and if she loved me, she would let me have sex with her. And if she doesn't, she hates you. She doesn't love you.
No, she might love you and have sex with you all the time, but right
I
now she
know.
has a
Yeah,
stomach
and
ache.
if she loved me, she would let me have sex with her.
That's not how that works. No, she can love you.
It
but
works
her
with my girlfriend.
stomach
I have cramps, and I had sex with her.
wow.
If she's in agonizing pain and nausea and she feels horribly sick, she doesn't want to get fucked right now. That doesn't mean she doesn't love you.
Yeah.
She did have sex with me. I mean, personally,
So you-
she was
wow.
cramps, and we had sex. I mean, that's.
Could be your girlfriend. Holy shit.
I mean, she
Wow.
loves me. I guess she didn't love you as much as my girlfriend loved me.
Wow.
I've
I
had
have no
relationships
words.
where
That's all I can say.
I have had relationships where we would fuck on average 5+
All right,
times a
we're
day.
getting into the weeds here. I'm like completely dominating and owning you guys on this concept, and I don't know how you cannot see this. Because if you truly lived in a collectivist state, These are your family members. These are your loved ones. You love your nation. I
The
know it's really
entire
hard.
nation is your family.
My family is my family.
Yeah.
The government is not
Are
my
we talking about
family.
fucking our
The
loved
state
ones?
is not our family.
Some person I've never
I mean,
met in
yeah,
my
in the present time, obviously. There's so
person I've
much.
never
There's so
Okay,
much
so we do not
perversity,
owe
there's
them
so much
shit.
non-assimilation.
I don't owe them
There's
shit.
no love at all. Everything's devoid. Everything's devoid of love, devoid of nation. Nations were getting eroded, eradicated.
I think nations are a totally made-up nonsense concept in general. They're delineated, are completely arbitrarily delineated areas of land.
I don't want to bring up race. I don't want to bring up race, but this is a very specific talking point of a certain tribe.
There is no relationship between a race and a nation per se. That is to say, in America,
That is
for
just
instance.
false. That is just false.
What
You're saying,
is the
All right, guys.
what is the race of America?
Respectfully, like I'm so like over the racial shit. So I think I'm about to like leave, honestly.
all right, we'll stop. I don't want you to leave. My apologies if I crossed the line there.
No, it's not you. It's just like at this point, I mean, it kind of is you because like you guys keep,
I
like,
know.
you kind of keep bringing it up back to that, and I really don't
But-
care about it. And
I
like
know,
the thing
I
is,
know.
like you kind of have to like respectfully,
Down
dude.
the
Like
black
this is just
guy.
advice from like one guy to another. You kind of have to sort of like read the room. Like if people consistently tell you, "Hey, we don't want to talk about this subject. We don't really care about it. We just want to talk about a specific thing." And then you just like keep
Right.
bringing it up, as if it's
I-
important when it really
hear
is
you. I
not.
hear you there.
When it really is
I hear
not.
that.
You know what I'm saying?
Sithis,
It's, you know,
Sithis, I have simply.
yeah.
Would you
I
say
learned
that you
I
are
learned
triggered?
that I have simply muted the Nazi now.
I mean, you didn't have to mute him, but it's just, I mean, I don't know, bro, because he doesn't, he's just not going to
Well-
listen to us. I don't know what to say.
Well,
So.
I think the problem is, like, to be fair, like, for some reason, like, race and taxation and all this shit is, like, interconnected, and, like, race is at the foundation, like he said, for him. So he just keeps bringing it up because for some reason that's, like,
But
fundamental to
no,
him.
but when I asked him what does race and taxation have anything to do with each other,
I know.
he had literally no answer. He just kept saying, "Oh, it's just community. It's just community." Like, at the end of the day, it has nothing to do with the other thing, and I'm just like so over it talking about it. I honestly, when I wanted to do this debate stuff, I wanted to just talk about like anarcho-capitalism or like taxation is theft or something like that. Like,
We're
I'm
not
not
going
going
to
to
get
talk about
that
racial
with-
shit all the time.
We're not going to get that with that Nazi or probably any Nazi.
Dude, like it's like almost, and it's not you or anything. I'm not blaming you guys or anything. I'm just saying like it's just frustration with the server mostly. Like it's like so many like people who just like won't stop talking about racial issues. It's kind of annoying.
In my experience, that is the minority of this server. I've been in this server for quite a while.
I don't know.
There are some of those, but I think you've gotten a disproportionate sample, in my observation.
Maybe.
Yeah, run a statistical analysis.
Am I crazy, ComCom, or is it just me?
What do you mean?
Like, don't you feel like guys keep coming in here and talking about racial shit?
I guess some people. I would say most. I haven't like been in any of these servers for very long, so I don't really have like probably an accurate idea of what the servers look like. But I mean, some people are like that, I guess. Yeah.
Well, it's usually either like someone calling
delivery
someone else a Jew, a Nazi, or a pedophile. It's one of those three things.
No.
Wow. See?
Doing a meat at door delivery here.
Thanks for like proving my point.
What happened?
Not you, the other guy. He unmuted himself and he said racial shit.
Oh. Who?
The weird
was it?
Charlie Kirk guy.
What did he say?
What I say?
What are you talking about?
He said there was a. I don't want to repeat it. Anyways.
Oh,
Why you
it's-
always so defended? Like,
Was it
wrong with
something
you?
he should catch a mute for?
No, I mean,
all I said was like, no, people usually talk about either Jews, pedophiles, or Nazis. That's what the server, because you guys were asking like, oh, I'm new to this server, and like, oh, I don't know what this server's about, and that's what I was just saying.
I just heard
That's
the
most
last
of
three
the
words.
topics.
I'm just saying that's most of the topics. Either like they're either talking about Jews, Nazis, or pedophiles.
Do these people not like get bored of it? Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
I mean, do you get bored of talking about anarcho-capitalism?
I guess you're right about that.
Yeah.
I guess I'm obsessed.
Okay, but it's very weird for somebody's version of that to be Jews, Nazis, or pedophiles.
Well, everyone's different. You know?
Like, it would even make more sense to me if you have like a hardcore, like a democratic socialist, and they want to talk about that all the time because they think that's like the solution to shit. That I would find that way more understandable than if somebody's version of it is Jews, Nazis, or pedophiles.
Well, people have very interesting ideas of what they think are solutions to issues. I think that's this guy, but I think he's very incorrect.
Every collectivist, every radical collectivist seems, in my view, in my observation, to have kind of very blurry thinking, very like nebulous, wishy-washy, kind of mishmash. You know, like what the Nazi was doing. He was equivocating taxes with like loves, right? Could you get much more nebulous, like much more kind of soft boundaries to concepts?
You have to love every single person in your country like their family. The person who's like thousands and thousands of miles away from you. Every single random person, I guess, is your family.
I don't even love everybody like that I know.
Yeah. Wait,
or even most of them. Like I love my child. I love my estranged wife.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I love certain members. I love some, but not all members of my family.
I miss Charlie Kirk. I hope he comes. I wish he could come back.
That's too damn bad.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Unmute Dave.
I don't want to unmute Dave. I'm tired of Dave.
Yeah, me too. I'm not gonna lie.
I've had enough Dave. I've had my fill of Dave.
I just got here. I never heard of Dave.
Okay, you're not going to. Not in here anyway. No.
What's up, JJACO?
Hello.
By the way, I was foreseeing that guy was a Nazi long before he made it explicitly clear.
Yeah, we are not cool with Nazi people. We're not cool with those guys.
Yeah, Nazis suck. Yeah, fuck those guys. Yeah.
Why did that sound sarcastic?
And fucking Tifa too, right?
Why would that be sarcastic?
Right, guys.
What?
We hate Antifa.
Yeah, I think Antifa is kind of a boogeyman. I don't think it's actually like. I don't think it's like a cohesive organization. I think it's just kind of vaguely like.
Oh no, they're an organization,
Antifa
bro. They
is
got
like
people.
basically fascist at this point.
I think there may be many like kind of chapter separate organizations that call themselves that.
Fascist with like, well, trying not to be fascist. They're like fascist.
I mean,
fuck those guys.
A lot of them act like baboons and shit. They'll attack people that are going into some place, or they'll throw bricks through windows and riot, and that's retarded.
It's like fascist like rhetoric, kind of.
I don't think it's like widespread enough to be a big problem.
No, yeah, it's like one of those things that they're mostly in like Portland and like those liberal cities and stuff. So if you go outside, you're not going to see one ever. To be honest, I mean,
I think Fox News would have you believe that like 1 out of every 2 Americans are Antifa, and you know we're living under like this Antifa martial law. But that's
well, no,
reality.
I do think the polarization of sorry, I just got a text. The polarization of politics, just like in the world in general, is like super dangerous, and it's. I mean, the next 10 years, I mean, we'll see what happens. But usually, when the world goes down this path, it's historically never been great.
It goes back and forth.
It's never been great, man. So I don't
Right
know. I
now
think
it's the Republicans, and then like next 4 years it'll be the Democrats, and then they'll just switch back and forth.
no, this is more than that, bro. This is like usually when there's like polarizing times like this, it usually it leads to like two things, which is either civil war or some kind of like huge totalitarian movement that really tries to silence one side because they gain a bunch of power. So you can stop it though. It is reversible, but
Who would be the belligerents in a civil war today?
who would be the belligerent in a civil war today?
Yes, what would be the sides?
I think it would simply just be like left and right. I guess in a sense it could be. I mean, I can't really see the future, but definitely like around polarizing topics. You know, probably around gender, race.
Gender? A war over gender?
Well, no, like it would be a culmination of like a bunch of different cleavages within society.
When do you think this would happen?
You think it'll be? I guess. Are you trying to say like you feel like it's gonna be like a culmination of like social issues that like
a bunch of cleavages? Yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm just picturing some fucking guy that trans women are women, and he blows himself up.
Well, bro, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I've seen this one video where there was like a trans, like a reading book or some shit like that, and they had fucking men outside with transgender flags in fucking military gear.
I mean, yeah, I mean, like so
on their
like,
fucking armor.
Usually, like me,
like little cat
Russia,
ears and
like, for
shit.
example, Russia's a
Yeah,
really good
bro,
example.
like that shit's fucking weird, bro.
Wait a minute, can you imagine that from like the kid's perspective? So you're being read to by a drag queen, and there's like soldiers around you to like guard this. That's weird.
What? Where did this happen? What? Why were they all? Why were there?
I seen it. It was like I'm pretty sure Alex Stein. It was a video by Alex Stein or something. Hold on, let me look it up.
Yeah, of course, with Alex Stein.
You know,
I fucking love
I
that
just
guy.
think that like Russia's been a really good example of like you know, a really powerful country with, you know, big bureaucratic state that goes into civil war, right? Like I think that, I mean, we're already seeing people like set themselves on fire outside of the White House. Like, that's happened like multiple times, like in the past like 5 years, not even like 3 years. There's people setting themselves on fire outside.
In a world of
I posted in the side check.
There's like so much political violence, and it's only gotten worse to the point that like people are getting fucking shot with snipers and shit like that. Like,
I've seen that video.
It's never been like this fucking polarizing in United States history since the last Civil War. So,
and go in there. What about during like segregation? Was that not far more polarized?
There weren't a ton of people. Like, there weren't like, a lot of people dying. No, like there wasn't like this much fucking violence.
Lynchings? There was lynchings going on. They had soldiers escorting black school children to school when integration happened. That was a polarized time right there. I'm talking about the early 60s and shit.
I'm talking about like the race wars and stuff like that. Yeah, a lot of that stuff was definitely like a huge issue, which is definitely
Martin Luther King and shit.
It's been a culmination, so it's definitely started, I would say, actually during that time, and then it's died down, and then it's come up, right, which is why you see like BLM, and then because BLM they'll cite like stuff like this, and it's race and all this kind of stuff has been a social cleavage that hasn't been resolved since like even the Civil War, and it's only gotten worse. And
that's why they ask you like what your race is when you fucking.
It's not sustainable.
Whenever you apply for a job, they always ask what your race is, and there's no need for that at all ever, but they do it.
Yeah, that's like some federal bullshit.
But see that's the thing though, is like we're half of the country very strongly believes that should be a thing, right? And the issue is that
they're wrong.
There's this huge divide between people, where one people on one side people on one side think that like, oh, Like these people are fucking deranged, fucking gender, fucking crazies, and then the other side of people are like these guys are immoral, fucking racists and shit. Like, and that cleavage gets it further and further and further, where there's just no middle ground ever. And like when you don't have a middle ground, that's when your country's fucked. Like
I feel like this is kind of just like how people have always been, though. I don't know if you can say it's particularly bad at this moment.
It's
like the
gotten really bad at this
polarization.
moment.
I don't know.
It's gotten really bad at this moment. Like I mean, like the Civil War, a great example. Like the revolutions in Russia, you know, like and there is a divide between
That's not America, though.
these corporations, and there's nothing wrong with like having a private corporation, but like there are people who don't like the fucking capitalism and how much power like people like Mark Zuckerberg have and stuff, right? Who've created like monopolies on like certain things, right? And like I'm a conservative, right? So I think that there needs to be some form of free market capitalism.
Oh, we're Ancaps.
100%.
We want much more free market capitalism than you want, probably.
Hell yeah.
We want anarchy. Fuck yeah.
You know, we're America every time has been able to come back from a lot of their cleavages and has been able to find like a middle ground, right?
Cleavages. I think cleavage. I picture like a woman's titty, like the part you can see when she's wearing a shirt. What do you mean?
Cleavage just means like it just means like deep social divisions within a society, like
That's not the division I'm thinking about.
I guess I see the term. Okay, like
yeah,
it's a real cleavage, huh?
No, it's a political science. It has nothing to do with tits, guys.
It's a division of one tit from the other.
The reason like America hasn't gone out
Great
all
divide.
war, in Civil War a lot of these times has been because America's been able to pull themselves back and like find a middle ground with a lot of the issues, right? It's when a society goes past that point where you're fucked, like where there's no more middle ground. That's like, America's been pretty lucky since the last Civil War to have not.
Yeah, I mean, in 2025, I don't honestly see that happening anytime soon. Like a lot of people want to say it every year, but like
I think
we're a lot more kind of logical thinking people back, compared to back then,
Yeah, well, no, I mean, like
I don't know if I'd say that.
People back then were not like, even people in medieval days like thought like you and me. Like they're not like just it's not they're not dumber or like less like undeveloped people. They have the same brains as us, right? And they think the same ways. It's I think America soon is going to reach that point where they're going to have to decide to either find a middle ground or they're going to go past that point where there's not going to be a return, and you're going to see, like in Canada, it's happening. Like Alberta's looking to secede from the country. Quebec wants to secede from Canada. Like you'll start seeing that kind of shit in America, right?
I mean, that can be like kind of a good middle ground ish kind of thing, secession. I mean,
for some people it is, but then for other people, all that does is just make the rhetoric even worse, right? And that's what leads to like
defuse a conflict.
Sorry?
If a secession is allowed to happen, if the federal government doesn't jump in and send soldiers to stop it, then a secession can, I think, cool tensions and defuse a social conflict.
But what happens when you have a bunch of these states that want to secede because they no longer want to be a part of America because they so deeply believe in their values?
I mean, I think Texas wanted to succeed,
well, this is how the Civil War happened last time, because you had all these states that they all thought they had very deep ingrained beliefs against the other side. They all seceded together. They made a plan, and then the federal government was like, no, this is illegal. So then they sent in soldiers. Then a huge fucking Civil War happened. Like, that's what happened. How Civil Wars happen.
Hey, bro, we believe in secession, bro.
So that's why I qualified that as long as like the federal government doesn't get involved and send soldiers. If hypothetically Lincoln had not invaded the South and started a war, then the secession of the Confederacy would have been a major diffuser of tensions between North and South, and it would have greatly alleviated social conflict. But then Lincoln invaded the South and held a war. But if hypothetically the South were simply allowed to secede with no military invasion subsequent to that, then all of the decades-long fighting between Northern men and Southern men, over tariffs and shit, would have been quenched. You could say, like the fighting would finally be over.
And I totally agree. Like I think that like if we do reach a point of secession, that like the federal government should just be like, okay, like whatever, just fucking, if you guys want to do that, then do that. But that a lot of the times the federal government doesn't want to lose their power, right? So that's a huge issue.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm not suggesting that my qualifier is likely.
Yeah, no, I hope that's what would happen.
They don't lose their power.
I really do hope that that's what would happen.
I hope that's what would happen. Look, it might be different today. I don't think people quite have the stomach for war that they used to. So maybe if hypothetically, Michigan decided that it wanted to secede today, maybe it wouldn't be so popular or socially, regarded as justified to have a military invasion of Michigan.
Yeah,
that would be weird.
I would compared to like other countries, like USA is like not one of those countries where you're like you can just start a civil war every fucking 10 years. Like other countries like Egypt and the Middle East and stuff, like they're always having some kind of like overthrowing the governments. Like you can't simply just do that in the U.S.
Hunter. Are y'all having to hear my Uber Eats shit?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit.
I thought I heard
but that's
a
all
woman.
right. I don't mind. Is that tea?
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 Tea? Like fucking tea and crumpets? What the fuck are you talking about?
No, the username. I think I know this person. I don't know. I might be wrong though. Or I might be confusing you with another T. Is that
Mr. T?
Is this that the T?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
That
yes,
guy?
yes.
Oh, okay.
You mean
got
that
you.
guy T?
I
That guy
know
T?
you.
Mm-hmm. I just come in here to listen to you guys talk.
Why do you
Very
sound like
nice.
you have a mouthful of food?
Because that's exactly what I had. A mouthful of food.
Yeah. Idiot.
Do y'all know who that guy T is?
I do. It's a lady.
All right. So one time at a penthouse party in Acapulco, that guy T walked up to me. This is back like 2017. That guy T walked up to me. He verified my name, and he's like, "Dude, you're the one that made me an ANCAP." He's explained that watching me debate with somebody in the comments on a Facebook post pushed him over the edge and made him an anarcho-capitalist.
Based. We need more Ancaps.
And then he went on to convince like millions of others or something. So that one, I don't know what the debate was. He wasn't like piping in, so I don't know which one it was. I know it was basically had something to do with, how rights enforcement works and how you can have protection without government and stuff. But that one debate, the one of many, many, many that I've done, that one in the comment section on somebody's Facebook post, ultimately by ripple effect influenced millions of people. Which, there's
Millions. How do you know it was millions of people?
Because
Billions.
I know that guy T. I got like my pinky to my mouth. That guy T went on to influence millions of others toward ANCAP thought.
Who is that? Like who? I don't know who this is. Who is this guy?
He's a YouTuber that, at least for a few years, was an ANCAP. I think he's gone off the deep end on some kind of alt-right pipeline shit since then, but at least for a while, he was promoting ANCAP ideas quite effectively. And looked a little different than most Ancaps. Young black guy. As opposed to like elderly Jewish man, like most of the most influential Ancaps.
Huh.
Okay, one time also down in Mexico. You know who Adam Kokesh is?
Yes.
Who?
Okay, so there was kind of a smoke session going on. A bunch of us kind of just standing around smoking weed. And that guy T was standing there, and it was like 100+ degrees, and that guy T, being his stylish black self, he's standing there in a full suit. He's got a colorful, like a suit on, a full-blown suit. We're all in tank tops because it's 100-something fucking degrees. This guy's got a suit. And on his suit, like lapel, he had a helicopter pin. And Adam Kokesh walked up to him and, just grabs the pin off his lapel. He's just like, that's not cool, man.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Red Tornado.
Hey, what's up?
Shouldn't have
I know
taken this
you.
thing.
What's going on, bro?
I was just playing some Silk Song.
Playing some World of Warcraft.
Nice, nice.
World of Warcraft.
Yes. Because it's
Homeboy
like
is
crack.
addicted to it.
That game still exists.
Yes.
Jeez.
Yes. People still play
Like, what, 20 years now?
Yeah, and people still play it, too.
I've only ever played Warcraft before. Warcraft.
You
3.
fucking have RuneScape?
You could play World of Warcraft for free on a private server.
Yeah.
You just need a computer.
Yo, what's up?
Hello.
Howdy. Who just joined?
Hello.
What do you think about taxes?
Taxation's theft.
Based.
Taxation is the financial equivalent of rape.
Yes.
No, well, yes. It's literally stealing.
Yes.
You don't have a
I go as far as to say that it's unnecessary stealing.
What would
I
be
am
necessary?
I'm not gonna say them.
Somebody is talking but kind of cutting out.
Yeah, say what you said again.
I
Never
have
mind.
I have a little couple jokes, but I'm not. I'm not gonna
Wait, what
say
did I
them.
do?
We are live streaming, just letting you guys know.
Okay.
So I should not tell the joke about the baby in the blender.
No, definitely not. That would not
Okay,
be very. That would not be very nice.
I have a more tame joke though. Okay, so a guy walks into a bar, right, and he gets wasted. This guy's just slamming like 15 shots of vodka, 5 shots of Everclear, 5 shots of whiskey, and he just starts drinking beers, right, just beer after beer. And at one point, he's sitting there with a beer, and he looks across the bar, and he sees a nun sitting there, like a nun, like a Catholic nun, right? And he walks up to the nun, and he takes his beer, and he smashes her over the head with it. And then he just starts beating the shit out of this nun. He's punching her and punching her and punching her. He's on the ground, and he's like stomping her head into the ground and kicking her and kicking her and kicking her. And eventually, she's just like a broken pile, all bloody on the ground. And then he spits on her. And he says, "Ain't so tough now, are you, Batman?"
I don't get it.
I don't get it.
He's drunk. He's drunk, so
I
the
get
nun
it,
looks
but like,
at him like Batman.
So he thought the nun was
Yeah.
Batman.
He thought the nun was
oh my
Batman.
God.
Wow.
Why would he do that?
I love how he like got in so much detail. Like you got in so much detail of like how they beat the shit out of her. Like yeah,
Wow.
he's just stomping on her. And fuck, like that was more the punchline than like her being Batman.
I mean, it's build up. It's like comedic timing and shit.
I
What's
get
up?
it.
What's
I
up,
get it.
Momo Thrall?
Momo's Thrall. Shit, that's my cousin's name.
Yo, I'm your cousin. That's me.
Momo's Thrall. Okay, so half my family is Jewish. Momo's Thrall almost sounds like it could be a Jewish name.
I'm Jewish.
See me, I better be on it. Yeah, what's up?
I didn't mean to turn this into a Jew conversation.
Let's make this a Jew conversation. Fuck these guys.
That greatly depends on what kind you're talking about. We had a literal Nazi in here like a half hour ago.
Where's your yarmulke? Where's your yarmulke at?
Not where I'm at, which is plugged in with 3% next to my bong. But fuck you. I'm not gonna go get my yarmulke.
You're not a true Jewish person without your yarmulke. It has to be 3 feet around you at all times.
You don't have to be like a. You don't have to practice.
It has to be within arm's length.
I'm a very secular
Jewish Judaism to be Jewish.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a very secular Jewish.
Where's your Jew gold at?
No.
It's kind of you don't have to celebrate Kwanzaa to be black.
Yeah, I mean, being black, having black skin is okay. But anyways, it's like the holiday came way after.
Okay, and the religion
the government gave to them just to make
you're right. No, I just thought it was funny.
The religion of Judaism came later than the ethnic group called Jews.
I guess, kinda. You're right.
We used to be called Israelites. At least that's how we're described in the Bible and shit.
And before that, we were broken up into tribes. So yeah, I get it.
Israelites are like black people and shit.
What?
I thought Israelites were black.
You're thinking Black Hebrew Israelites. Okay, they're the ones that if you go to New York City or Baltimore or certain major cities, you'll see them like they're black. They have all kinds of Jewish symbols on them, like a menorah and a Star of David and stuff. And they stand there with like a megaphone, and they're yelling at people that walk by on the sidewalk. But most of what they're yelling is about how terrible white people are, and how
they're crazy. It doesn't have a lot to do with. It's not really.
I've seen them literally demanding that people who walk by, if they're not racist, they have to kiss the boots of the Black Hebrew Israelite guy too. For some reason, they're dressed very militantly. They've got camo fatigue, cargo pants on.
They have a few white guys that say they're black.
They do? What?
Yo, I was just watching a video of a ginger guy doing the thing in New York, and he was yelling at another white guy, and the other white guy was being free Palestine, and the black Israel was like, "Fuck that!" They were saying they're for Israel.
I swear to God, those fucking people when they protest, they just keep adding on to the flag. They keep getting more and more flags.
You mean gay people?
Well, it's it started with the LGBT flag, and then it started with the rainbow flag, and then it became the LGBT flag, and then they had the BLM flag implanted with it, and then the Palestine flag or Ukraine flag, and it's
look, not everyone who supports any of those causes is one of those people who's gonna be putting every flag on their. That's called.
I'm awake at 3 a.m. for some reason. Let me in.
That's called a liberal if they do that.
One time I saw somebody get it was the LGBT flag.
I'm on the
with all
politics
the
Discord right now.
It was a swastika flag. It's like a Nazi flag.
I've seen shit like that. Transgender Nazi flag. What the fuck?
And they're a furry as well.
God, I don't want to get into another Nazi conversation. I was starting to say that the Nazis were very anti-transgender. They actually destroyed.
The first book burning was of the Sex Institute.
The burning what?
The first book burning in
where
Nazi Germany was of the Institute of Sex, where they did sex reassignment surgery and all this other stuff for the first time.
And people are supposed to be joining in and debating us about taxation.
I mean, that's kind of based, but never mind.
That's not based. You're just a little fashy. But it's okay. We're going to fix it.
Anyways, do you guys want to debate about taxes or not?
Hey,
SEC.
We Are Charlie. If you're Christian, you should go read Matthew.
How did this?
I'm not
40 people in this room right now, or is my phone just kind of bugging?
No, there's about like
No,
I don't know, like 6 people.
It's me. I'm in like fucking the boonies and shit. No, I like
good.
Charlie because he had free speech. That was basically it. Like I'm not like Christian or nothing really.
Oh damn
You
it!
know,
That would've worked
I think
so well.
Charlie didn't deserve what happened to him, man. That was kind of fucked up.
It was fucked up.
I feel like
He had a
everyone.
family, and he was a husband and father, and I don't agree with all of his opinions, but it
Like,
was his
yes,
right.
he casually quoted paraphrased Mein Kampf, but like, he didn't deserve that shit, honestly.
Who did?
Charlie Kirk.
I don't think people should ever be killed for their opinions, even
No.
no matter how
Well,
cool
like,
the
I wouldn't
opinion.
be sad about
He
it.
hasn't.
Like,
He's
come on.
never like, as far as I can tell, he's never hurt anybody. He's never called for anyone to be killed or anything like that. So
No, he was like an activist and a Bible thumper, basically.
yeah, he was a pretty like milquetoast conservative guy. So
Well, he did say
call
like
for violence. He did call for some violence. I just don't think that should get you killed.
Treating transgender and gay people like they did in the 50s, which means like violating their rights, stripping them of their rights, sending them, like kidnapping them, sending them to torture camp, like institute. Like
Fabian Liberty, what's up,
Yo, what's
man?
up? Why are you awake right now?
I'm a huge fan, bro.
I'd have to like see the exact quotes on, and because a lot of people when they post quotes of Charlie Kirk, it's usually like kind of half, like they're not telling the whole context of it.
Nah, I don't. You know what, bro?
Because he didn't believe taxation.
I have a
was
good one
theft.
here. I'm gonna put it in the side chat.
Well, you know what, bro? Listen, bro. Most people don't believe taxation is theft, so it's like we would have to say like everybody is evil, basically.
Dude, I went on fucking Tim Pool's show, and then they were like, and at one point in time I said taxation is theft, and then I was like going through the comments on his YouTube, and I was like 4 different Ancaps showed up to be like, taxation's coercion. I don't know where the fuck he's getting this stupid theory that taxation is theft is from. And I was just like, dude, no matter what the fuck I say, these fucking autistic spurgs.
Are you saying Ancaps were taking issue with you saying taxation is theft because they have a better way to phrase it or something, or they think they do?
Yeah, actually, that's happened to me before because, like, I've said, "Oh, taxation is theft." Oh, KingSithis, you should actually be saying taxation is robbery because you should actually be saying taxation is robbery because they're threatening you with force and not actually. And I'm just like, all right, bro. Like, at the end of the day, you know what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, extortion is probably the most precise, but if somebody says some other word that's also true, I'm not going to tell them they're wrong.
Well, I feel like the problem is a lot of people who are Ancaps are very autistic.
My favorite way of putting it is that taxation is the financial equivalent of rape.
Yes. It is theft, 100%.
I think
that's retarded. Don't say that.
I think the one tax that I think is actually really theft is the Social Security one.
Abolish.
So as someone that has done a retarded amount of debates in favor of libertarianism, don't say that it's the equivalent of rape. And here's why.
It was being facetious. I understand how abrasive that is. That was kind of the joke.
Nah, I heard you say that shit earlier. I was watching the stream. I was KingSithis.
That's kind of his catchphrase.
Second viewer.
I say it for comedic effect.
Nah, don't say that shit. That shit sounds dumb.
It depends on the audience.
Yeah, if you're fucking chatting with Liquid Zulu, then yeah, sure, say it. They'll all be like, "Oh, rape mention, hilarious," but any other.
It's kind of the context it was earlier, though.
Huh? Yeah. All right. Whatever.
I mean, I agree with it.
Don't get defensive.
Why are you whining?
Anyways, Fabian Liberty, why are you not a 100% a expert, awesome Ancap like us, bro?
Oh, is he not? I thought I somewhat recently saw a debate with Fabian, and I don't remember. It was some kind of leftist.
I seen you debate Destiny that one time. That was the last debate I seen you debate.
It might have been Destiny. I think I was high on ketamine at the time.
Wait, what? I literally was gonna come into this voice chat and be like, I miss when I wasn't banned from Destiny's Discord for calling them a sex pest. I'm not even kidding. I was about to say that because I said it to the chat I went in before and no one said anything. So I just gave up. But that's hilarious. Fuck Destiny.
Yeah, I declined after the CP thing, like I had like 2 debates scheduled with him and I was just like, yeah, I'm good.
I unsubscribed to him completely, bro. I don't fuck with that guy. I used to like him a lot, but over time I've seen like all the fucked up things he's been up to, and also another thing that I saw.
I liked him, but it's like, but I mean, if you're a streamer and you don't like, and you get an opportunity to debate somebody with the size of the audience, like, cause like, I average, 60 viewers, you know what I mean? Like, of course I'm gonna go on this dude's channel.
Yeah. Like, no, I don't blame you for going on and see him.
I'm just like, nah, I'm good. I'm out.
My only thing was the whole what you call it, the being against the open borders, bro. You gotta support open borders, bro. You gotta be like us.
I'm not open borders.
Are you saying Destiny doesn't support open borders?
Huh?
Are you saying Destiny doesn't support open borders?
No, Fabian Liberty does not support open borders.
Yeah, no, I don't support open borders.
How do you justify aggression in the name of enforcement of government territory?
I don't.
You don't justify it.
So I'll put it to you like this. It is 3 o'clock in the morning, so I'm not going to get too difficult. But when I hear Ancaps defend the open borders position, I like to call this philosophical masturbation. Right? It's a competition to see how base we can be and not ground theory in reality. Because the reality of the situation is that the reality of the situation is we have a state. And so far as we have a state, the state is violating all of our rights.
You got background noise in the background, taxation.
Here, oh.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Fabian.
And so, I mean, I don't want to like repeat or rehash Hans Hermann Hoppe's position, though our positions are very similar. You know, like, so I'm sure all of you know about like forced integration and Hoppe's work in that and everything. But long story short, I recognize that the state has no right to exist. I'm not justifying the state's right to exist. I am saying that if the state is going to have the monopoly on power and violence, as they do in this reality, then they have a duty to reduce their aggression to the best means that they will do. If they aren't going to abolish the state, that means some form of immigration reform that gets us closer to that. That's why I support an invitee system. I don't support deportations of people that haven't committed property crimes. But the idea that like you're just going to be like, oh, well, Milton Friedman said, you know, you can either have welfare or open borders, but you can't have both. So we should just get rid of welfare. It's like if you're supporting this system that is designed to cripple our economy, when it's paired with welfare, I just don't think I don't think that's the ANCAP position. I think it's an individuated position.
I want to distill and boil down what exactly your position is. So you just said, to my delight, that you don't support deportations. Okay, when I hear immigration restrictions...
No, that's not... I support deportations of people that commit, like, property crimes or crimes against other people's bodies, but not people that are here just because they're undocumented.
Okay, you must realize that usually the implication around immigration enforcement or immigration policy enforcement, the image that tends to come to mind for people, certainly to me, is you've got, you know, some household that one or multiple members of that household don't have explicit written government permission to be here, and so that house gets invaded with flashbangs and battering rams by an ICE SWAT team, similar to what happened to me, except in my case it was ATF, not ICE. And, you know, they smash the possessions of these people, take them hostage at gunpoint, and incarcerate some of these people. a family gets split up is kind of the cliche, but
I'm not Dave Smith, right? Like I never voted for Trump, I never supported Trump, and I don't support mass deportations. What I support is immigration reform towards an invitee system, right? Like, so what I support is that the state, insofar as it's not going to abolish itself, which it's not, right? Like living in reality. What I want is for us to switch to an immigration system where anybody can invite anybody. It doesn't matter if it's a corporation, H-1B type situation, or if it's a family member. If you are a U.S. citizen, you should be able to invite someone, and that includes NGOs. And in order to do so, that person should then be sponsored, just like a contract, of whomever invites that person, right? So if I invite, my sister, and I'm a citizen, but my sister isn't, right? I invite her, but I sign a contract that says, hey, if she commits a crime or a property crime or steals something or doesn't pay a car payment, I am a co-signer of all of those things, so that we can allow people to come in without them being a drain on the economy. And then we can kind of work on reducing welfare and the other things that create an influx of people coming in.
Mm-hmm. So the end goal, I would hope, would be to abolish the institution of the borders, right?
Well, the abolishment of the borders is essentially the abolishment of the state, and so it's just like it's not something we can feasibly focus on currently in our current paradigm, right? Like we have to worry about like abolishing the FDA first, and like abolishing local police departments and replacing them with private companies so that we can eventually one day, abolish, the 3-letter and 4-letter agent. Like it's so far on the list because the abolishment of national borders is in and of itself essentially the abolishment of the state. Because
I think if we don't shoot straight for the head, we're never going to get to the head. I actually take the exact reverse approach. I focus on abolition of the state and all of the other, kind of side implications of that, such as, the privatization of the garbage disposal or the abolition of the welfare state and so forth. These things will naturally flow from the abolition of the state. But if we get kind of caught in the weeds, then we're never going to get to abolition of the state. I wanted to say on the invite thing, a couple of things. One, if we're simply talking about an invitation, there are a great many landlords and real estate developers who have houses for sale that have implicitly an open invitation to anybody in the entire world who is willing to come pay the rent there or willing to come buy that house. Now, you added another weird element, I think, associated with essentially co-signing, where if I lease out a house to, this guy Carlos, that I have to essentially co-sign anything he does. I have to incur liability, is what it sounded like. I incur liability for his actions. I don't understand how you justify this need for a sharing of liability.
Yeah, because the state has stolen our right to be able to engage in private borders, right? The very existence of the state, the very concept of open borders, right, is a nonsense kind of situation, because I think it's a contradiction in terms, right? I think open borders doesn't make sense. What Ancaps believe in is private borders and private property and the abolition of public property, the abolition of state-owned property, right? Open borders is a tactic of maintaining the system of the state, but also allowing millions potentially of people to come in, and then also maintaining things like the Civil Rights Act that make it illegal for us and criminal for us to say things like, oh, I don't want this type of person or this immigrant in my neighborhood, right? That's illegal. Or I don't want to hire you based upon your immigration status or what your nationality. That's illegal, right?
But we don't want those things to be
already a problem.
But assuming, like, can I jump in real quick? If you don't mind, assuming the person isn't like violating anyone's rights, what's the problem with them like entering the country?
There is no problem. The problem is the state. Like the state exists, right? And so insofar as the state exists, like the way I view the state, right, is kind of like a game of Jenga, right? And so, yeah, we want to smash the whole tower, like, but the problem is that if you pull out the wrong piece and the tower collapses, you don't get fucking Ancapistan. Like you're just an accelerationist. You just get corporations and government entities that use the crisis that they created to destroy our liberties even more, and you get a whole population of people that will take less liberty in exchange for safety and security, while our owners fuck us even more. So in order to like actually dismantle the state, it has to be like a game of Jenga. You have to pull out piece after piece after piece. And I'll give an example, a real world example of how libertarian policy has failed and made it harder to enact libertarianism. And that would be the state of Washington when they completely decriminalized drugs. When the state of Washington completely decriminalized drugs, everyone was like, yay, this is so wonderful. This is a victory for libertarianism, right? Like, we've got to end the drug war. We have to, and this decriminalization of drugs is like a good thing, and it's in the right direction. And it wasn't. It was a terrible fucking policy. And the reason it was a terrible policy is because the state maintains a few things, even with the decriminalization of drugs. It maintains public property, and it maintains federally making it illegal, and it maintained the sell, distribution, and corporatization of drug selling as illegal. So what was the actual effect? Well, the effect is public parks and public roads and public places were full of a bunch of fucking junkies when like family people can't take their kids to the park and they can't drive down the road without seeing people doing the fentanyl lean, and companies couldn't get involved in like safe needles. You couldn't have a phone app that said rate my drug dealer so we could get rid of untrustworthy drug dealers, etc. And so now even the Democrats in the state of Washington are turning that back and saying that it was a failure to decriminalize drugs, right? You have to kind of like, you have to go into an order of operations and intelligently dismantle the state in order to actually effectively get to where we want to be.
Within the drug,
can I respond to that real quick? I have a small response to that real quick. I think when it comes, I do agree when it comes to like Oregon, when they decriminalize drugs, when you just decriminalize drugs, it doesn't really help the situation because the criminal element is still there. So if you're selling or buying drugs or selling drugs, well then you're still putting you're making it harder for the supply to meet the demand, which then makes the prices go up, which then keeps that criminal element there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so I do agree with you on that. I think that only thing that's going to solve like issues like that is like full-on legalization, you know? And
so
yeah, go ahead.
All right, I wanted to, within this drug decriminalization scenario, so I couldn't more thoroughly agree that it's very important to legalize the industry. In fact, I would say that's arguably more important than legalizing personal use possession. That is, the harmful effects of personal use possession being illegal are lower than of the industry being illegal. That said, as long as the industry is still illegal, do you still want somebody to be arrested for possessing, 2 grams of cocaine? Or would you still rather that person not be arrested? You'd simply also like the whole thing to be, the industry to be legal. That is to say, do you support the aggression of arresting the personal use possessor for as long as the industry is still illegal?
No, I mean, it's a nonviolent crime, just like immigration, right? It's the same reason I wouldn't deport people, right? But what I would do is, for example, I would have stated, okay, you should have decriminalized personalized drug use in your home. You should have decriminalized personal drug use in your home. The bill should have decriminalized the purchasing and sale of small amounts of drugs. And then it should have maintained the state's directive to arrest people insofar as they were doing drugs on public property. Now, public property is in and of itself a violation of human of liberty, right? It's a contradiction in terms, because property is in and of itself is the system of you know of conflict resolution, you know, when people want to use scarce resources towards opposing means. And so public property is a contradiction in that, because it creates conflict. It's not conflict reducing, it's conflict inducing, because, you know, some people want to go to the park and do heroin, and some people want to go to the park and push their kids on the swing. And now we have a disagreement, and now both people can't use it, and et cetera, et cetera. So, like, what I'm saying is that you have to kind of like pay attention that, like, if you're going to do it the right way, you have to recognize that there are certain contradictions that the state refuses to give up on. And insofar as you are worsening those contradictions, hold on one second. All right, yeah. Insofar as you are worsening those contradictions or creating more conflicts in those contradictions, you're not helping us get towards libertarianism. And then what ends up happening is you have a lot of Ancaps that individuate the existence of the state and just say, well, is it right for the state to do this, or is it wrong for the state to do this? And I say, well, it's wrong for the state to do this. And then they go, well, therefore you must agree with me. And it's like, no, what you're arguing for is, as far as I can tell, often is anarcho-tyranny, not anarcho-capitalism. It's the same situations. Like, if a bill came out tomorrow and it said, you know, we're going to maintain everything exactly the way it is, but one thing we're going to change is we're going to let out every murderer and rapist from prison. Okay, well, if it's like, okay, well, does the state have the right to steal our tax money to maintain prisons, both public and private, to house criminals? No, they don't. And so you're not a real ANCAP unless you vote for the bill that says release all murderers and rapists back onto the street. Oh, and by the way, we're going to maintain the system that says it's illegal for you to kidnap or kill or do anything against these people. So I hope you're strapped, and I hope your daughter is going to be all right, because the rapists and murderers are going to be let out onto the streets tomorrow. It's like, no, I'm not signing that fucking bill that says that the state is going to reduce taxation by, you know, letting all the murderers and rapists out onto the streets, because the first thing they need to do is they need to give me the right to have a criminal justice system that is private, that allows me to arrest rapists and murderers, that allows me to banish them from communities, that allows me to do something with these people. And I feel the same way about the open border situation, is that there's this slew of aggressive actions that exist within the state around taxation, citizenship, welfare, roads, you know, public systems, you know, social security, I mean, just on and on and on and on and on. And it's like, the right answer isn't to just individuate immigration into this, well, do you believe in the right of a person to go across this border or not? The right answer is the state is the aggressor, has a million different aggressive actions. How do we limit aggressive actions and move our country closer and closer towards liberty? And the answer to that is, so far as I can tell, is a Hoppian invitee system. And then we can focus on things like welfare, and we can focus on things that exacerbate the immigration problem from a forced integration perspective.
I don't understand what it's solved by requiring somebody else to incur liability for what this person does. What problem is that solving?
The problem that it's solving is that our current immigration system, with a lottery-based system and then, you know, fake like refugee status and asylum seeking, is that it treats people it treats people insofar as, I guess, how's the right way to put this? The right way to put this is that goods are always invited, right? Like, if I purchase something from China, I've invited that thing from China to come. People, however, can move freely, and they should be able to move freely on their own private property or homesteaded property, right? But the problem is that we have a country where people are not capable of discriminating against other people because of immigration status in a bunch of different ways. There's a bunch of laws that keep it to where if someone is an immigrant, I can't say, well, I don't like people from Venezuela, therefore I refuse to give you a job because you're Venezuelan, or I refuse to let you rent property, right? Like you can be sued for not renting properties. That's one part. The other part is, obviously our ballooning welfare system. And so there's a whole bunch of people that don't want these people in their community, but the state forces them to pay for these people to come into their community, and the state makes certain forms of discrimination against these people illegal. So the people that are living here currently become those immigrants. It's not the immigrants' fault, it's the state's fault. Every immigrant that comes over becomes a financial burden because of the coercion of the state. And I get that the right answer is we'll just abolish the state, but it's like, I mean, if that's a bill that's coming before Congress, I'll support it, but it's not coming, right? And so my strategy is to move closer and closer. The state is the aggressor. It changes it to an invitation.
If hypothetically, let's say that, all right, there's a guy who wants to move, to Montana, named Carlos, who currently lives in Mexico. Now, unfortunately, there is a Civil Rights Act. There's all kinds of restrictions on discriminating. But Carlos has a sponsor. There's a guy in America who is, friends with Carlos, knows him through Discord or something, and he co-signs for Carlos, and he incurs liability for whatever crimes Carlos might commit or something. How does that solve the problem of, some landlord or something not having the freedom to discriminate against Carlos based on his nationality or something?
Right, so it doesn't solve that problem. But what it does is it moves us closer to solving that problem. So the first thing we have to think about is the tax burden, right? When I signed for Carlos, right, this is a means of circumnavigating the welfare system that is automatically used for immigrants, right? Like the whole point of the invitee system would be that they would be completely devoid of of like welfare benefits because there is a person with the financial means that is co-signing. So if it's like, oh, well, this person
so that's part of the co-signing.
Right, it's part of the co-signing is that it keeps you, let's say you're not the guy on Discord. You're just some other citizen of Montana, right? It keeps you from incurring additional financial payments because, like, Carlos goes to the hospital and Carlos, wants to, like Carlos broke his leg and he doesn't have health insurance, right? Well, as it stands right now, you, random person in Montana, you pay taxes, and then those taxes reimburse that hospital, to the tune of billions of dollars. Because some undocumented immigrant or a homeless person or whatever wounds themselves and needs medical care, and then you end up having to pay for it. But if Carlos is sponsored, instead of you paying for it, instead of the hospital being reimbursed by Medicare, Medicaid systems, the person that co-signed Carlos is financially responsible because Carlos incurred a debt, and that debt is now he's co-signing that debt. And if you can't afford to bring Carlos in, then you don't get to bring Carlos in, right? And so this relieves some of the burden of people of the welfare state and what it does on citizens, and puts it more on the person that invites it. It's like if I marry a girl or something, right, then I should be able to bring said girl over, but I'm financially responsible instead of the American taxpayer. And the concept that everyone is invited, right, gets us closer to the philosophical concept of, people are on property because they're invited to the property, not because they have a right to roam freely on this public property. It's both systems are a violation of rights because they require the state, right?
Well, one's a little bit like if you were to compare it to, say, the current system versus like your system, yeah, there's still a bit of rights violations, but it's like much less so than what it would be currently. Right.
That is the goal. The goal is to start treating things more along the lines of contracts and private property, and to not put burden on people that have nothing to do with the immigrant in question, like then having a financial tax burden to support those people. Right. And it's like, okay, we could have NGOs sponsor people if they wanted to. We could have businesses, right? Like any business, instead of going like, oh yeah, you want to hire a bunch of people in southern Texas to work for $3 an hour at your chicken factory or whatever, and you need immigrants, well then you co-sign for them. And if those immigrants fuck up, then the business that, Tyson pays the bill instead of fucking blue collar Americans.
I could actually see, I'm not necessarily saying I agree with the theory, but just thinking about this, I could envision a model of insurance company revolving around this premise, where Carlos pays a premium. Maybe he starts paying before entry or something. He pays a premium, and they assess him and his lifestyle, his income, what is his profession, what is his
Does
criminal
Carlos have a
background,
college degree where he's from? Does Carlos have
does he have a
criminal
degree? Is that
background?
okay? So the insurance company performs an actuarial assessment of his risk level, and that's what decides how much premium he has to pay. If he's very high risk, then it's a high premium, and if he seems to be quite low risk, then it's a low premium. And that's the entire insurance company's business model. Is they will ultimately pay out in the event of, let's say, he needs an ambulance visit and he doesn't himself pay the
And
bill
now
or something.
And now you understand how this kind of moves us closer towards the concept of a rights enforcement agency. We get those insurance companies forward. Now Americans, when they hear the concept of a rights enforcement agency, they're just like, yeah, it's kind of like the immigration insurance companies, right? Like,
And, that's an interesting thought. Now, in the case of an individual inviter, right? Let's say an old man, Albert, invites Carlos, and then Albert dies. Carlos is already here, and then Albert dies. What then? Is Carlos then deported, or what?
yeah, so I mean, like, I'm not a fucking immigration lawyer or anything. I don't have the perfect answer for all of those things, right? Like, those things would have to be hashed out in like debates, whatever, in the government. Like, I imagine that there's probably like some
question,
like,
law.
I mean, like, I'm sure there's like an arbitrary like number of years before people get citizenship. Like, currently in America, it's like 5 years is like before you can file for citizenship. So, I don't know what the right answer is there. I wouldn't support deportation of someone that is because they lost their sponsor. But if their sponsor refused to sponsor them any longer, I would support maybe like a 90-day window or something where you have time to find another sponsor, be it an insurance company, an activist organization, like an NGO thing, a work visa type situation, like a company is willing to sponsor you. And if you can't find any sponsor, then like you're disinvited. Like, you're no one here in 90 days wants you here and is willing to take any financial risk for you here. But I would also say that like you would probably have to pick some type of arbitrary number of years where like you no longer require sponsorship, right? Like even if you don't gain like the quote unquote citizenship, right? The right to vote and like certain rights or whatever, I would say like if you're here for like more than 2 or 3 years without any like crimes committed or whatever, then like you would no longer require sponsorship if you're already here. Like, these are things that would get like there's all kinds of gray areas because the state in and of itself is a contradiction. So you have to come up with like compromises to try and make a system work that is inherently contradictory because it's part of a contradictory system, which is the state. But the goal is to try and make those compromises so that we can get closer to what it is that we want, which is the abolishment of the state. And the only way you can really do that effectively and guarantee that you're actually getting anarcho-capitalism and not just like warlords and revolutions and like little commie fucking dictatorships and shit, is that like we begin to dismantle portions of the state, and then we either replace them with portions that are more like what it is that we're moving towards, private property rights and things of that nature, or we're deregulating and allowing the market to step in in places that the state used to be, so that, like, 20, 30, 40 years from now, the concept of ANCAP is like we're already in a minarchist state, and like the concept of ANCAP is like an easy dub because everybody's like, yeah, the last 30 things that you tried worked, so like why not go all the way?
Yeah.
I have to say, I think it is highly optimistic to believe that we're going to have such a degree of control over the dismantling of the state, such that we can pick and choose, get rid of this agency, get rid of this program, get rid of this law, and so forth.
For sure. That's not my belief. I think it's all 2 steps forward, 1 step back, right? Like, I mean, but I also say this. I'll say this. You may say that I'm naive and optimistic and overly optimistic. I'll say this. Our entire ideology started in the 1950s on Rothbard's couch, and now we've got a president of Argentina. He's not perfect.
I get what you're saying, Fabian.
As far as political ideologies go, that's fucking insane.
If we had hypothetically like a massive ideological paradigm shift where like the average American at least knows an ANCAP or something, then it becomes, I think, much more feasible that we could have such a degree of political influence as to like selectively target federal agencies and stuff.
It's going to take something like the collapse of the U.S. petrodollar. It's going to take something huge, but we're fighting the fight right now in creating one ANCAP at a time.
The much easier target. You would probably agree, even if you take issue with the premise. The much easier target is just bring in the collapse of the state one way or another, usher in a Monero economy or even a revolution or whatever the means are, to bring in the collapse of the state and then hope that the outcome of that is, a libertarian order.
I mean, it's possible, sure. But I think history has shown us that more often than not, overwhelming, when you have collapses of the state, you have those with power use that to sell safety and security to people, and we end up losing liberty, not gaining.
Can I jump in here? Yes, I don't disagree with.
When you're done, Sithis, I did have a question and a proposition in response to something he was saying a minute ago. But go ahead.
Sure. So I don't disagree with you, Fabian, on the one thing. Like, pretty much like I'm not necessarily against any policy that lowers the state or makes the state less powerful, So if you have a policy that goes from like a 12% tax to a 10% tax, I'm going to support that policy, right? Because it's lowering the state, right? And that's like the whole purpose of it. Like, now some people might be like, oh, Sithis, you're legitimizing the state. Well, it's just like, sometimes you have to, you have to work within the system a bit in order to, I mean, one way to work to, advance anarcho-capitalism is to sort of work within the system, which is to get people who are within the state to lower its power. And if we could figure, like, if we could, get rally support for people who support lowering taxes or legalizing drugs or doing things that are more libertarian minded, I would support that, as opposed to like some Republican who's going to increase regulation or increase taxes and stuff like that, some, like, for instance, like if you went with your one policy where you said like we should legalize drugs or decriminalize drugs, but don't let people use it on public property. Like, the one thing is like, I would say I would prefer it to just be straight up legalized. But if doing that makes it so that more people support legalizing drugs in the long term, like, I would be like, I'd rather that than what we have currently, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's kind of like what I was saying. Like, I think ANCAPs tend to individuate and isolate policies and then say, is this justified or is this not justified? Therefore, you must support A over B. But it's like, for example, I'll just use the example you use. So let's say there's a 12% tax, and then it goes down to a 10% tax, right? It's like yeah, I would probably support that, right? But I might not support it, and the reason I might not support it is that if you individuate that, less taxes means less aggression, therefore good, right? But then if we zoom out and we go, okay, but what is taxation really? It's not how much money is taken out of your paycheck or on your sales tax or whatever, right? It's how much money is the government spending. And so, like, for example, if the government is spending the same amount of money but they just come in and cut taxes, then really all that is if we look at like Austrian business cycle theory, right? Like Robert Quick has a great like little short book on this, right? What you're actually doing is you're actually, by voting for that taxation, you're not actually reducing taxation. And actually what you're doing is something worse, which is that you're deferring taxation to a future generation by creating monetary inflation, because the government spends without actually taking in increased, funds. Now, obviously, there's kind of like, there's a bit of a calculation here of like, oh God, what is it called? Loffer's curve, right? So like maybe the reduction of taxes actually creates more productive economy, which then means that the lower tax rate actually increases the amount of taxes that the state takes in, right? Like there's a calculation there, right? But let's just assume, all of the things being equal, that the government spending stays the same, but the taxes go down. Well, what you might actually be doing is just deferring taxes for the current generation so that we can even further fuck over Gen Z and Gen Alpha. And that would actually be more aggression to reduce taxation, because you're not actually getting rid of the tax or the government spending, which is the tax. You know what I mean? Like, so, and I'm not trying to shit on your example. I'm just saying that, like,
no, I get what you're saying. Like, if you
Ancaps will individuate shit, and then like the calculation is wrong because they kind of individuated it in a weird way.
No, I get what you're saying, because a lot of people kind of do the same thing with like with Javier Milei, where he's cutting like all of these programs, and he's cut like 8 ministries, but because he didn't cut 100% of the government all at once at the same time, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like Hoppe came out and was like, he's not a real ANCAP because he didn't abolish.
Yeah,
the
you know what I
banks.
mean?
And it's like, dude, like he has a fucking coalition government with a bunch of fucking right-wing socialists. Like, dude, what he's done is amazing. Like, relax.
Yeah. So, yeah. Go ahead.
Away from
taxation. I know you
had
wanted
a
to say
question
something.
related to the borders thing. So the question was, all right, so you've proposed your system of the invite, sponsorship kind of system. But to me, this okay. And I think I've actually heard something like this from Hoppe. But the question that this invites to me is, what about the guy that doesn't comply with it? What about the guy who sneaks in and doesn't have an invite, doesn't have a sponsor? He's not otherwise aggressing against people. He's not, shooting people, or he's not even like on welfare or anything, right? He's, he runs a small business, but he doesn't have the invite. He sneaks in. Do you send police after him?
Yeah,
that seems like it's required that you do for this invite system to be law.
Right, like the invite system is a violation of human rights. The current immigration system is a violation of human rights. The system of let's let everybody across the border, given our current state, is also a violation of human. Every single one of these is a part of an immigration and customs and tax system that is violating millions, hundreds of millions of people's rights. There is no right answer here other than abolish the state, right? So, I agree with you.
I see the need to correct something you just said.
Yeah, go ahead.
What you just said was that letting the millions of people across the border is a violation of rights. I think it is more correct to say that letting them across the border is a precursor to other violations of rights. That is, letting them across is not itself a violation of rights.
The action of letting the person across the imaginary line of public property, which the public property is in and of itself already a violation of rights, is not an aggressive act by that person, and it is not an aggressive, but it, depending on how you phrase it, could potentially be an aggressive act by that person letting someone in because they're like facilitating other violations. But these would be second order consequences,
Potentially.
which would go
They
against,
are
which would
potentially.
likely go
It seems worth noting. It's not per se.
The violation isn't the person crossing the border, and it's not the person that is letting the person cross the border. However, the violation is the state's form of taxation, Civil Rights Act. The violation is, amendments and court cases that have, supported further strengthening of like the civil rights legislation. And it's the welfare system. It's all these other things that are maintained by the state. The immigrant hasn't violated any rights, right? The state is violating rights. And so what ends up happening is when you have an open borders situation, you have this position where you have to weigh two different things. Either we violate the rights of the random, you said Mexican earlier, so we'll just go with that, right? The random Mexican Carlos, right? Either we violate Carlos's rights, or we violate 330 million. And I'm not saying I'm not saying like therefore 330 million good, Carlos bad. I'm just saying, all of the people collectively that are paying taxes that then end up supporting Carlos in some capacity, or the persons who wants to, have a white only town, right? Like Carlos comes in and, they don't get to have their white only town because it's illegal, or their black only town, right? Like everyone's rights, like there is no right answer there other than complete abolishment of the state. And when we're working in a situation where we can't abolish the state, we can only push the needle ever so farther in one direction or the other. My argument is that the state's aggression is not my fault, right? And that when I say I don't support open borders, they go, oh, well, then you support the state aggressing upon people. And it's like, no, I don't. But the state does fucking exist, and I want to move this needle further and further and further until the eventual collapse. And so, yeah, Carlos's rights might fucking get violated. But the vice versa is also true when we just let Carlos in, is that we have this increased violation of rights that the state is going to fucking do, which is that forced integration, right? And so it's like, we have to look at a policy on policy level and do the best that we can at a piece by piece level to reduce that overall aggression and to reduce state power and to create compromised systems that move us closer and closer towards our inevitable goal of the dissolution of the state. And this is why in the beginning I said, I call a lot of the people that like our big open borders people or these other things, I often call this level of argumentation philosophical masturbation. It's because it's like, it's not engaged. It doesn't feel to me like it's engaged in reality. It feels more like I'm trying to prove that I'm the real Ancap and you're not the real Ancap. And I'm not saying you're doing this in this moment. Like, you're being really good faith and talking with me. But it's like, I run into that so long. Where
You feel like a lot of
oh,
Ancaps
you're
do
not
that to you.
Or just in general and like to other people in discourse, right? Like and it's just like, and it's the same thing that I said earlier, right? Like as an analogy is like the state does not have a right to maintain prisons. Okay. It is a violation of human rights and they use tax money to do it. But if a bill comes out tomorrow that says the state's going to let everyone out of the jails. Oh, and by the way, we're going to maintain the laws that say that you're not allowed to have private police. You're not allowed to house criminals because that's a kidnapping charge, right? You're not allowed to do all of these things to protect yourself. Then I'm not voting for a fucking bill that lets all the murderers and rapists back into the city. That doesn't mean I support the state fucking stealing taxes to house people that are problem. That's not what I support. Like, what we have to do is we have to create a system, like, insofar as the state steals from us the right to engage in justice and engage in private property rights, engage in all these other things, they have a duty to be guardians of that stolen property and custodians of those stolen rights And we have a duty to try and move that closer and closer to libertarianism, not just be like, oh, I'm going to throw a wrench into the machine and hope it works out.
Okay,
This is
so
why.
I
Can I respond real quick? This is why I say I'm for open borders, right? Is because I believe in anarcho-capitalism and the idea of anarcho-capitalism like to its fullest. So if somebody were to ask me like, oh, what do you think? I'm like what policies should I support, right? Or should we support? I would say, well, I don't believe in policy. Like, I believe in the fact that the idea of policy is a violation of property rights. And I don't mean to be like that guy that's like mental masturbating, whatever, or
no.
I guess you know what I'm saying.
I just don't think that's open borders. I think that's private borders.
Yeah, I would say
open borders, as far as I can see, is a state policy of maintaining the state, maintaining the welfare system, maintaining all these things, but then just letting millions of immigrants across the border because in this one domain, the state shouldn't do anything about this.
But here, let me finish though. What I was going to say is that because I believe in anarcho-capitalism, and I believe in all the ideas that it comes with. If somebody were to ask me, hey, like, Sithis, like, do you support closed borders or open borders? I'm going to say, oh, well, I support open borders fundamentally because I'm an anarcho-capitalist, and anarcho-capitalists believe that, like, that's a violation of property rights and blah, 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 blah. Like, I'm not going to, like, oh, well, I support closed borders, but, you know, at the end, I support open borders. You know what I'm saying? Well, I would more say I support open borders, but I would prefer a more open borders than whatever we have now. That makes sense.
Right. I mean,
like I would start. But that's why I always start off like For me, it's like I'm gonna start off with the ANCAP position, and because I feel like I want to represent anarcho-capitalism and I believe in anarcho-capitalism, I want to start off with the ANCAP position, and then like if somebody has a position that's better than what it is currently, I will be like, yeah, I prefer that than what it is. But I'm always gonna just like always gonna default to the ANCAP position. All right. Taxation
stuff is trying to get.
Yeah, you can go now.
I'll be very, very quick. If someone asks me, "Are you pro-abortion? Are you pro-life? Or are you pro-choice?" I'm gonna say neither. I'm an evictionist.
Yeah.
And this is the same, and it's the same response when someone says, "Are you open borders or closed borders?" It's like, no, I believe in private borders. That's the ANCAP position.
Mm-hmm.
I don't find open borders or closed borders, either of them are ANCAP positions. Right? I think they both entail the existence of the state. Like, you're for private borders, and if you believe that open borders is the practical solution to try and get us towards ANCAP, I disagree with you, but I can respect that. But open borders, as far as I can tell, is not an ANCAP position. I won't accept that.
We may have different definitions of open borders. I think usually when somebody says open borders, what that kind of means is, notwithstanding any other policy, I'm against the enforcement of immigration restriction. I see two distinct positions.
Yeah. And I think it's wrong. I think it's a wrong way to I think it's a fallacious argument.
Here's what I would say. Can I say something real quick?
Reality.
I think that when people win... Yeah, go ahead then. Sure, go ahead.
This may well be kind of philosophical masturbation, but I'm going to say it anyway. I see two distinct positions here from a moral lens. There is a utilitarian position, and then there is a libertarian position. And I'm not just an anarcho-capitalist, I'm also fundamentally a libertarian.
Same thing. There's no difference between the two.
Well,
I would say there's a libertarian that isn't an ANCAP.
Anarcho-capitalism is a system, libertarianism is a moral philosophy. The logical outcome of implementing that moral philosophy is the system of anarcho-capitalism. But anyway...
Libertarianism is not a moral philosophy. It's a descriptive legal philosophy. It doesn't give any moral odds whatsoever. That's why I'm an anarcho-objectivist.
That seems like a separate discussion right there. I think the utilitarian position in this context would be to say, okay, the aggression against Carlos, that is aggression and that's bad, but failure to commit that aggression, failure to, keep him out, means all of these other aggressions are enabled to happen. That his movement is a precursor to making taxpayers pay his medical bills, potentially making taxpayers pay for him to go to the public school, or for his kids maybe to go to the public school, or house him in a prison potentially if he gets caught doing something, or whatever it might be. There's all kinds of other potential aggressions that are enabled by allowing his movement. Therefore, he couldn't be enabled. I think that's the utilitarian position. That is to say, well, you're saying that we don't like any aggression, but committing this aggression minimizes other aggressions elsewhere that amount to much greater aggression, perhaps. And so, this is kind of an acceptable. We're allowing for this particular aggression in order to mitigate a larger amount of aggression elsewhere.
False.
I don't see how that could not be utilitarian.
It's a complete straw man of my position. Right? My position is we should abolish the state. Do I have the power to abolish the state? I don't. And so what I have the power to do is to change policy slowly in an attempt to reduce the state's power or to reduce aggression to the best possible case. Now, you can say that's utilitarian. It's not utilitarian. The reason it's not utilitarian is that if I have the option to abolish the state, I'll abolish the state. I don't have the option right now. It's not presented to me in most contexts. And so when you were talking about open borders or you were talking about closed borders, you were talking about two statist policies. You were talking about two policies that the state ought do. And in and of itself, it is grounded in the existence of the state, right? Because without the state, there is no open borders. There's just private borders, and private property owners decide who can come on their private property and who can't. And covenant communities, come up with rules or contracts to determine how people can come in and come out. Like that's what you have absent the state. So
but you would also have freedom of homestead. In the absence of the state, there would also be a lot of America would have no borders. That is to say, the Great Basin Desert, most of which is not owned by anybody. It's just nature, Carlos could be at liberty to go homestead.
I don't know. That depends. Like that goes into another thing about how the state ought give up its property and pay restitution, and who could claim property as recompense for crimes of the state in terms of restitution. Like that gets weird. I don't want to.
If we agree that state property is illegitimate, I think we do agree that state property is illegitimate. Then their claim to the Great Basin Desert, say, for instance, is completely illegitimate. Therefore, they're not in a position to give that out as restitution.
Yeah, but like it gets complicated by other things, right? So like a public school, for example, or a road, right? Like how is that like property that is being utilized as public property, right? Great Basin Desert, yeah, sure.
It's a much more complicated equation. I agree with that.
Yeah, but that's not relevant to the. Hold on. That's not relevant to the conversation, right? Like, yes, there would be property that hasn't been homesteaded that Carlos could go homestead. Yes. What I'm saying is the only borders that would exist, right? Because if there's unhomesteaded property, that property has no border yet because it hasn't been quote unquote imported, right? It hasn't been privatized. So it doesn't matter. Like insofar as borders exist, they would only exist on private property. There would be no public property because public property is in and of itself a contradiction. And so what I'm saying is that the open borders position or the closed borders position, both of these positions are a question of what ought the state do insofar as the state isn't abolishing itself. And so it's not a consequentialist or utilitarian perspective of trying to guess the future, and like it is consequentialist in its analysis, but it is not consequentialist in as far as it is considered a moral framework devoid of anarcho-capitalism as a descriptive legal philosophy, because I am saying if I have the power to push the button that abolishes the state, then I push the button. right? But when we are discussing what policies the state ought do, then you don't get to say that when you're talking about open borders, you don't get to isolate that absent the state. You don't get to say, oh, well, see, the person's crossing the border. You know what I mean? Like, that's not an aggressive act. Therefore, the state ought not do anything there in that regard. And that is the libertarian position, because you're ignoring the context of what that action is as far as a state policy. And what that action is as far as a state policy is bringing someone into a system that has forced integration and private property rights violations baked into it, insofar as like Civil Rights Act and all these other things. Like, I agree that we like that if the state wants is if we have some power or ability to abolish the state, then not only ought we do that, that is the only justifiable moral position, but or ethical, sorry. I mean, I guess it would also be, there would be other moral positions.
We can use those interchangeably, right?
I get what you're saying.
What's that? Moral and ethical is not necessarily interchangeable.
The way they are both colloquially used, most people would use them interchangeably. Ancaps often want to take real specialty definitions of words. In my opinion, that just obfuscates communication rather than clarifying.
Well, I'm an anarcho-objectivist, and insofar as I'm ever talking to anyone online, I'm careful about that because I also have an audience of objectivists.
All right, fair enough. I have to ask. This is a disturbing question from the get-go. Based on, you brought up the points of like forced integration and aggression associated with that, and you've got the Civil Rights Act and people are not allowed to discriminate and things like that. And so that comes along with aggression. That would seem to not specifically apply to immigrants. That could be said to apply to any number of groups, such as I'm Jewish. As many people would like to discriminate against me for being Jewish. And I think that's their right. Obviously I don't support like the law that says they're not allowed to. But when I have a child, I have a child. He's of, part Jewish heritage like me. Couldn't you say that is based on the illegality of discriminating and the fact that some people would want to discriminate against us for that is aggression? And similarly, there's a lot of potential aggressions that are kind of the way is paved for. Please do not misinterpret me here.
Can I steal I understand your argument, and I'm going to steal
every time a ghetto black baby is born, that paves the way potentially, and I cannot stress enough, I don't think anything should be done about that myself. I'm just applying the same reasoning I heard used earlier, though.
Yeah, no, I know the argument well.
In addition to forced integration and the anti-discrimination laws, in addition to that, you've also got, at least statistically, all kinds of additional exposure to the welfare state, and the taxation associated with that.
You're repeating yourself. I know exactly what you're saying.
So then, would you say it's justifiable then to, for the state policy on that, because it would almost sound like you're saying that for them to allow it is in itself a state policy within the broader framework of there is a state. So the state policy is ghetto black mamas are allowed to have babies.
Right.
Okay, so would you extend the reasoning and then say that the state policy on that, if there's going to be one, is that they don't allow it? They, either eugenics or forced abortion or something.
Well, I think this is so when a baby is born, the baby was invited. The baby was invited by their parents, right? So you have private property owners that wanted, there's an individual somewhere that wanted this person to come into existence, right? When an individual crosses a border and goes in, there is no invitation by the people that are under the current system to bring that person in, right?
Within the current framework, though, we don't have that liability being extended.
I'm sorry, what?
In the current system, we don't have that liability extended. When a ghetto black mama gives birth to a baby, and then that baby, grows up, and they if they're on welfare, they take an ambulance trip, they go to the ER all the time, they're housed in a prison or something, whatever. State aggressions. The mama is not held. The mama is not held on the hook for those things. So we don't have that invite system as it applies to childbirth.
Yeah,
you might
I would
argue that we
also-
should.
Well, I mean, we should, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, we should abolish welfare, right? So,
Thoroughly agreed. But insofar as we don't have that invite system, or excuse me, that we don't have that mother incurs liability or parents incur liability for the baby, would you say that until we have that liability incurring system, that the birth should be prevented forcibly by the state?
No, obviously not, right? Like, so you keep, let me, hold on, let me go. All right. So again, there is, again, the open border system. Every system that entails the state existence is going to fall into contradiction, right? If we have the ability to abolish the welfare system, yeah, let's abolish it. If we have the ability to abolish the state, yeah, let's abolish the state. But insofar as the state does exist, right, the duty of the state is to, be a custodian of the current system, and then to attempt to non-aggress to the best of the ability, and be a custodian of public property, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, the argument here is every argument that you use against a person being allowed in could also be used against a person being born into the system, because there's a non-entity, which I know is a bit of a contradiction in of itself, but you know what I mean, right? Like, there's a non-existent thing that comes into existence, and the action and the behaviors and the things that create that baby to come into existence would presumably be similar to or the same thing as an immigrant coming across the border. And so therefore, couldn't you then justify the euthanasia or making it illegal, or like, wouldn't this essentially justify the one child policy, right? Because we want to limit new people coming into existence that may use welfare, use benefits, because of their race, whatever the race that may be, it doesn't even matter. The Civil Rights Act is therefore uses that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. My argument is that the distinction here is that the baby is invited by someone within the current framework, and that the immigrant invites themselves from outside of the system into the system. Now, the system in and of itself of the state is a contradictory existence, right? It is full of rights violations and problems, etc. And so when I want to transition to an invitee system, is still a system that violates rights. It is because it is part of a state position. But the difference is that it changes the mechanism from people being able to bring themselves across a border and then saying, I have a right to be here and I have a right to welfare, whatever these, the American rights are, or whatever these privileges, et cetera, are of the state, to someone that was a part of this system wanted them to come in. It's yes, that person that wanted to come in, even under the invitee system, is still going to be a problem when they go to get a job. And let's say they're Venezuelan, and I don't know, somebody fled, somebody like hates Tren de Agua, and so they just hate Venezuelans. But the government still says, oh, well, you have to hire them. Well, not that you have to hire them, but you can't discriminate against them based off of their ethnicity or their legal status, right? Like, there's still all kinds of violations in the invitee system. The difference is that the invitee system is one by which it reduces that aggression. And it is true that a person coming across the border is non-aggressive, and that the deportation of that person is an aggressive act. Like, that is true. I want to get rid of that system. I want to get rid of all of those forms of aggression. But what you can't do is say, pat yourself on the back and say, I'm fixing things, when you advocate for a policy that ships in tens of millions of people and then just go, oh, well, I actually have nothing to do with the NGOs and the State Department having immigration lawyers and then the State Department funneling millions of dollars to activist organizations so that these people can get immigration status. And I have nothing to do with the millions of dollars that puts these people in hotels. And I have nothing to do with the towns that have 30,000 Haitian immigrants bust and flown into their town. And I have no there's all of these other things that the state is going to do with these people, and be like, oh, I have nothing to do with any of that. I'm going to ignore all of that because I focused on, is this an aggressive act of this person taking a step over an imaginary line? The answer is no. Therefore, the only ANCAP answer is the state must allow that to happen. Again, I don't know that we're going to get anywhere. I think we're probably just going to keep going.
That ties in with a question I wanted to ask earlier. What about, usually I bring this up when people have you could say much more hardline or much more unpopular kind of anti-immigration view, where they call for basically a big crackdown and mass deportations and stuff. And that's not the rhetoric I hear from you. I understand that.
Right.
Within the realm of kind of pragmatism with what is politically feasible, a big major crackdown is probably no more popular, maybe even less popular than, say, abolition of the welfare state. Now,
it's probably more popular. I feel like there's a lot of people that are sick of immigrants, right? I feel like there's a good 30-40% of Americans.
Don't have data on that.
The crackdown is probably way more popular than getting rid of grandma's Social Security.
Maybe. You know what? I could see that.
And I'm not even trying to talk shit on you. I'm just thinking about it, right?
It kind of depends
and all his people are fuck yeah, get rid of them. They're stealing our jobs.
Abolish Social Security. Fuck Social Security.
It depends how draconian of a crackdown.
Fuck the old people.
It depends how draconian of a crackdown we're talking about.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just really fucked up, but I really just don't care.
One proposal that I don't think would be that unpopular, that actually seems to be more politically feasible than, say, an immigration crackdown. Something that you get much less resistance from the left on, and that a lot of the right, I think, could get on board with, is just don't let them get welfare. Just have a very strict requirement that, obviously I want to get rid of the welfare state entirely, but even short of that, have a very strict requirement of, citizenship as a prerequisite to getting any and all anything funded by the state. That means sending your kid to a public school, or getting a tax-funded ambulance ride. Never mind things like food stamps and TANF and so forth. I think those are already restricted, at least to illegal immigrants. Right. So just having much stricter, an assurance that they're not going to be a drain on the tax system, at least. And then,
that has been.
Otherwise, forget about it. Otherwise, leave it alone. That to me seems quite feasible, politically.
I mean, so there's a couple of problems here. I don't disagree with that argument. In theory, the problem with that argument is that would be the same with my invitee system or anybody's shit. Right? It's not unique to your argument, right? Is that Democrats especially have subverted those systems? That's already the law, right? Immigrants are not allowed to get TANF. They're not allowed to get Medicare. They're not allowed to get Medicaid. They're not allowed to get EBT food stamps. They're not allowed to get Social Security. And yet, we're spending hundreds of billions on them in that. Maybe not hundreds, tens. I'd have to do all the calculations again. I'd have to look up the data. Okay? Because they do it via their children. Is one way they do it. They do it via fake Social Security numbers. Is another way they do it. Another way they do it is, reimbursement programs, right? So California, for example, will spend tens of billions of dollars on medical treatments and things like that for illegal immigrants, and then they get reimbursed by the federal government. And then Californians were like, $0 of Medicaid is spent on illegal immigrants. That's a lie. That's a lie that Republicans tell, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, well, when you track the money, it's just like they don't actually individuate who's illegal and who's not illegal. They just say like, oh, there's all of these unpaid medical bills. Please reimburse us, Big Daddy government, right? So like, I do agree with you. Stricter controls on that would be more popular, would be easier to do, maybe potentially more easy to do. But and here's another thing. I'll even go a step further on this olive branch. If we could genuinely get rid of every single solitary welfare program for immigrants, let's just say immigrants, not for citizens, right? If we could get rid of every single solitary bit of that, including using your children that you have here as a means. What's that?
Oh, he's doing a delivery.
I was ordering my cigarettes, but I'm listening.
Right, like if we could get rid of every bit of welfare for them, and we could get rid of diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives and environmental, social governance scores in companies and corporations via, getting rid of the systems and getting rid of, and we could get rid of like this U.S. petrodollar, system where we export our inflation, so we're capable of having this massive service and economy as opposed to an economy that actually manufactures shit. Because Nixon took us off the gold standard and hooked us up to OPEC Plus's oil, and therefore there's like 2.9 trillion U.S. dollars that are held by other countries so that they can buy and trade oil, right? And so therefore we're no longer exporting our liquid real currency that was tied just kind of to us. If we could do all of those things, like the immigration problem, so to speak, would essentially be solved, right? Like something like 40%, when you look at Ellis Island, right? And get rid of like discrimination laws that for whatever reason say we can't discriminate on people because of immigration status, or because of ethnicity, etc. When you look at Ellis Island, like something like 40% of people that came over the boat went back to Europe, right? Like they didn't stay here. They came over and then they left. And then another like 30% of them, the only reason they did stay is because the U.S. government told them there's land out there, you can have it, you just have to homestead it, right? So they went out and homesteaded shit. And then like a whole bunch of them got killed by Indians and shit, right? Because that's what we were just throwing immigrants at them, like, and then like we would use that as like an excuse to go fucking kill Indians, right? But nevertheless, right, like only like 20-30% of immigrants like stayed in America in well-established cities, and those were the ones that had the financial means to stay and like built up systems and communities and businesses, etc. Right? Like I don't think they're like getting rid of all of those things would simply turn it back into a supply and demand equation. And the market would settle with there not being too many immigrants, or there not being, a problem on the American taxpayer, et cetera, et cetera. And if that bill comes out, right, or some politician that I believe isn't actually just like lying through their teeth, and like, has the, and has the will, and that like that's their major wedge issue, I'll probably vote for them, right? Assuming that they're not like campaigning on some other expansion of the state, right? I'm perfectly fine with that. I think that's a perfectly fine thing. I just like, as it stands, that's kind of already the law, and some Republicans and a lot of Democrats have just subverted it.
You could even expand. You said that.
Hell yeah, I support abolishing all Oregon sale laws and legalizing prostitution.
Yes, but
100%.
What's that?
I said I support abolishing selling my Oregon laws and legalizing prostitution.
Yeah, we get it. KingSithis is over here trying to compete to be the most base degenerate piece of shit. All right. Anyways.
Whoa!
Yes, we hear you, Jake. Jake, we hear you.
Listen, it's my body, my choice, okay, bro?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, look, I'm all for legalizing prostitution, right? I just think that we ought to look at prostitutes and OnlyFans girls, and every time you see one, you should spit on the ground directly in front of them, so that
damn,
they
bro,
never in polite society walk on ground that doesn't have some other human's bodily fluids on it, and they should just be called a whore every moment and every second that they're in society. But yes, they should legally be able to engage in prostitution. Those whores should not be kidnapped and put in jail or taxed because of their being whores. They should just be kicked out of polite society.
They did nothing wrong.
They did plenty wrong. They did plenty more.
Bro, why are you so red pilled,
Whores are
bro?
evil people. Because I'm a conservative. I'm a hardcore conservative, and
No,
I'm
they
an
did nothing
atheist
wrong.
objectivist Ancap.
Listen, bro, they did nothing wrong, all right?
They're whores. They did plenty.
So
the
what?
problem with offering a
What's
service
wrong
to
with being a
people
whore? Yeah, what's wrong with offering a service in exchange
just
for
because you
money?
don't like it personally?
That's that libertine. That's that
That's
libertine shit. That fucking listen. There's plenty.
It's
wrong.
my body,
There's
my
different-
choice.
This is nonsense. This is another.
Okay, what is
bad
wrong with being a
Ancap belief.
prostitute?
What
I'll
you
tell you what's
mean?
wrong with being a prostitute, right? This is why.
Because-
Remember, you guys made fun of me a little bit, or you were chuckling a little bit when I said libertarianism is not a moral philosophy; it is a descriptive legal philosophy. This is exactly why that distinction needs to be made, because libertarianism tells you, like what are violations of the non-aggression principle. The non-aggression principle, originally as an axiom and then being grounded by Hans Hermann Hoppe's argumentation ethics in 1986, but it doesn't tell you what man ought do. There are plenty of things.
I get that, but me personally, I don't see the problem.
Yeah, I get it. You personally don't see a problem. So I'll make the argument after. But what I'm saying is just because it's not a violation of the non-aggression principle doesn't mean it is therefore good. It just means that it's not it's not justified.
It's not a
for me to
violation
grab
of
my
property
gun
rights. I get
and
what you're
stop-
saying.
Right.
You're saying
Right.
it's that it's
Prostitution
illegal.
is bad.
It
Why is
doesn't
it
tell you
bad?
whether or
Because
not
it's
it should be like
dysfunctional,
Yeah.
degenerate behavior that fucks up pair bonding, that traumatizes people, that does psychological damage, that is a breakdown of functional aspects of gendered relationships in society, that it causes all of these negative outcomes that I don't want for me or my kids, and it's not healthy behavior that anyone should engage in. And so fuck whores, but don't literally fuck whores.
I think that whores are necessary. I
fuck
think that
whatever
hookers are
they want.
necessary.
Necessary.
I think that
They're
it's
not
I think
necessary.
necessary for society, and and I'll tell you why. Because hookers solve
Aquinas is in chat.
hookers will solve the incel problem because they
You know
won't
what'll
have an
solve the
excuse
incel
anymore.
No.
They
No,
won't
no,
have
no.
an excuse
you know what
anymore.
Solves the incel problem?
The
Here's
only-
what
the only-
solves the incel problem: the abolition of welfare. Welfare is a means. Welfare.
I agree.
and the state
Hey,
form
bro,
of
I
taxation
agree.
There's no
is a
solving the
means
incels.
of stealing
Incel
money
problem.
from young men and wealthy people, and then funneling it to fucking single moms and women. That is what it is, and it is the reason that we have such a horrific gendered problem.
No
It's
disagreement
because
from
women
us here
have been-
on that.
have been pumped up, and now there's this growing incel problem because women have all of these opportunities and all of these safety nets, as opposed to a society where like we have mutual aid societies and valued relationships, and where people, in order to work together and gain capital accumulation, need to partner up. Instead, we've created a system where women are given massive power and massive influence. Then we have this fake fucking U.S. economy based off of our fiat currency and petrodollar and all this bullshit, so that women can get HR jobs and email jobs that are completely unproductive in society. And so what we end up having is the average woman makes just as much, if not more, than the average man, and has 1,000 safety nets and socialism that is propping her up. And then all of a sudden, the only person she wants to be with is Chad. And then we don't need prostitutes to fix this. We get rid of socialism.
We do need prostitutes. We need prostitutes. You know why? Because fundamentally, it's my body, my choice. If I want to have sex with a
That's not
woman
an argument.
for
That's not
money,
an argument about
if
what
I
women
want to
do.
have sex for money,
We need prostitutes because
That's
it's
not.
demand
I've
for
already
prostitutes.
defeated that argument.
no,
That's
you
not a
did
moral
not. No,
claim.
you did not. Because in the end of the day,
My
like,
body,
who,
my
why?
choice. No. My body, my choice is an argument for your right to engage in prostitution, which
I
I
know.
agree with. It is not an argument for the moral good of prostitution. It's not. It's just
Yup.
not. It doesn't address the claim.
Well, I think
Yeah,
it's
I'll-
good because sometimes guys need a bit of a release. And if you're already going to go and pay a woman to go on a date, you could just pay the woman to have sex, and it's pretty much the same shit.
No.
So I don't think it's really that big a deal.
Since we're getting into meme territory, all right? You're right. Guys do need a release. And for thousands of years, what happened was the only way you get that release is either A, you buy a prostitute, or B, you get a wife. Okay? And the dudes who buy prostitutes,
But they had
you know what they do?
brothels too.
Listen, I said prostitutes. The fucking prostitutes are the people. That's the brothel business model, right? Those are the employees at the brothel. Okay, listen. There's two types of people. All right, there are dudes that go out and listen. There are dudes that go out and invent shit and go do productive things, and then they get a wife. And then there are dudes that are fucking neats that fucking sit on stream and play WoW and talk about Ancap shit instead of being productive.
Why do you?
And those
Why do you
motherfuckers
care?
end up buying prostitutes.
Well, listen.
okay.
Like, if you're a guy that can't really get like a girlfriend and he has trouble finding a woman, and he has the extra money, like, I don't see what's wrong with going to the brothel once in a while. Like, I don't see the problem with that. Like, you're not hurting anybody.
Because you're not motivated by the lack of pussy to go out and improve your life.
But you're not gonna get pussy by yourself anyways. Like, there are some guys that try to get pussy. Even like they try to go on all these dating apps and they try to go on all this shit and it doesn't work out.
The dating apps is like a whole nother discussion. And I'm gonna just fucking quickly say, refer back to my previous arguments about socialism and the US petrodollar and fake emails and all that shit. The dating apps is just another symptom of what is already a broken system of power imbalances and fucked up gender dynamics by socialism. But regardless, you can do one of two things. You can either, listen, 99% of men, I pulled this statistic out of my ass, but I believe it. 99% of men, if you go out and you learn to be productive and you get a job where you are making good money, and then you go to the gym and you get serious about your health and the food that you're eating, if you go get a fucking six-pack and you go have capital accumulation and you buy a house and you have a good job and you're in shape, like, you can get mid pussy. You could get mid pussy whenever you want it. Okay.
Yeah, but what if you want? What if you don't want mid pussy? What if you don't want mid pussy? What if you want like some pretty good pussy, right? But you're
There's no
ugly.
such thing as a prostitute with pretty good pussy. That's
I mean, there's some upper class ones. There's some upper class ones. You know what I'm saying? That you gotta pay a little more.
They're going for the rich fuckers, not you.
I mean, if you have the money, they'll take it. Hey.
KingSithis, go on a website, look up high value escorts, and yeah, you gotta pay some money.
No, they're
No, because that's illegal. I don't want to go to jail.
It's a contradiction in terms.
Wow.
High value escort and primo pussy or good pussy and escort or whore is a contradiction in terms. And
Nah,
here's why.
I just
Because
don't
you
really
can't
see the
be-
problem,
listen,
bro. I
you
don't
can't
see the
be-
problem.
you can't-
If you don't,
listen, you
sometimes
can't be
I
a
don't want to
six.
pay.
You
I don't
cannot
want to
be
pay
a
to take a
six
woman
or
on a
above
date just
and
for.
be a whore.
Listen. I don't want to pay to go on a date with a woman just for a chance to get some pussy. One, I could just pay a woman to get the pussy, right? It's like better off. Like it's like better off.
That's not how it works.
You're not factoring in. You're not factoring in the opportunity loss.
Taxation, your mic is fucked up.
You're not
Sorry.
factoring in. You're not factoring in the opportunity loss, right? Like you're only what you're engaging in right now is extreme high time preference behavior, where you are only looking in the immediacy of
You could still look for a wife
go back
while
and
you're
play
doing
WoW.
those. Well, you could still look for a wife while having sex with a hooker or going to the strip club once in a while.
Until you got to take a break.
I mean, I would never go and do something like that because, I would never do that.
Yeah,
but
you're fucking up. You're fucking up your ability to.
I'm
get a
just
wife
saying, I
because
don't think
you're
it's
no
really
longer
that big a deal.
focused on that goal.
I don't think it's that big a deal.
Yeah, I mean, we have different values. That's fine. I'm
Yeah.
just saying you're wrong, and you like whores, and I hate them.
I don't think there's anything wrong with being a whore. If you want to fuck, go ahead.
See,
Yeah, but you didn't give me any. But again, you didn't give me any arguments why the whores are good people.
I'm not saying that. I say it's. I would more say it's like neutral. Like it's not a good or a bad thing. Like I don't really care.
Okay, but is it true or is it not true, right? That there is harm when prostitutes are commonplace and they're engaged in prostitution in
Who are they
the
harming?
domain of they're harming themselves and they're harming the Johns. And here's
You're
why
you're
they're
just
harming
assuming
themselves.
that though.
That's an assumption.
How do you know that's true necessarily?
It's a generalization, right? It's not always true in every instance, because if it was always true in every instance,
so it's an overgeneralization then.
Well, I would argue it is most likely better than their other options, right? It would be better than their other options.
You're acting like it's necessarily true that it causes harm to them.
No, I'm saying it is more true than not true. I'm not saying it's necessarily true.
If that was true, then nobody would go into it.
Hold on. I specifically stated it's a generalization. Then you said it's an overgeneralization. Then I specifically stated that it is not always true. And then you're saying that I'm saying that it's necessarily
I thought
true.
beforehand
At this point, you're just saying nonsense.
Wait, but listen. Wait. You're assuming that like oh my god, this girl who becomes a prostitute, she's just like ruining her life. Like, oh my god. Like, I don't think that's necessarily so.
Usually it was already ruined. Usually by the time a girl becomes a prostitute, she's been addicted to heroin for a year or something. She's often homeless already. Like, not many women go into prostitution coming from a point of a great life, and then they get into prostitution.
I would say the heroin or homeless thing might certainly be an overgeneralization, but I will say that if you are engaged in high levels of sexual promiscuity to an extreme degree, which is what you would be if you're a prostitute, then it's usually, this is way more true than not true, there is some trauma associated there, and that there are some issues that cause that behavior, because that's not normative. That's not normative behavior. It doesn't have to be sexual molestation. Right? It can just be. There's a lot of different reasons why.
It doesn't have to be, but it ought to be.
But listen. Like, I think like fundamentally there are some hookers that like are okay with their job and like their job. Like this whole idea that like. Okay, so I don't like this. I would say this is like a neutral thing. Like I don't think it's like automatically that it's like a bad thing.
That doesn't make it neutral. Listen, that doesn't make something automatically neutral. Let's say. Hear me out. Let's say we put. Hold on. Hear me out. Let's say we take 10 a random selection of 10 girls who cut themselves. Okay, now. They don't kill themselves. They're not like crying. They're not trying to commit
What if they want to do it?
Right? Hold on. Listen to me, motherfucker. All right. You said you were going to hear me out, and then you're interrupting.
I know. I'm just
here we go. Okay, so we take 10 girls, right? And all of them, for whatever reason, they like to make shallow cuts on their thighs, and they have like scars all up and down their arms and thighs, right? Now, it is true that isn't necessarily a really bad thing for those 10 girls. It is true that maybe for one of them, or even two of them, this is just really like a cathartic thing. And like they get some level of pleasure from it, and they think scarification looks really cool. And they're like, check out my cool thigh scars, right? But for
Hell
like
yeah.
8 or 9 of these bitches, the reason they're doing this is because they just want to feel something, because they've got so much goddamn trauma that they can't control, that they can control with their body the ways in which they harm themselves. And self-harm is a bad thing. But if I say self-harm is a bad thing, you're like, well, it's not necessarily bad. That's a dumb fucking argument.
I don't think it's
like,
Wait, but you're assuming that like if they're assuming that they're doing it to harm themselves, when like they, like, for instance, let's say there's like a person that's getting a bunch of tattoos or like a bunch of markings on them, but like that involves like cutting themselves, you know what I'm saying? Or maybe there's like somebody who's like into like some sexual pleasure that's like, oh, I cut myself in drinking the blood of each other. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I agree.
so
Like
it's like an
some girls are
assumption
into
to
knife
assume.
play, right?
Yeah. Like I'm just saying, like it's an assumption.
I'm not. Right. Yes, it is an assumption. That's what we do. That's what humans do. That's perfectly okay to assume.
No, but you're like,
when you
no,
meet
but you're
someone-
out the bat being like, you're out the bat being like, oh, it's bad to be a prostitute, or it's just like, wait a minute, or to get a prostitute.
Rational and reasonable thing that if I see a girl with a bunch of scars from self-harm cutting, right? Or we won't call it self-harm if that word's too loaded, right? From cutting, right? To go, that bitch is crazy. Now that bitch might not be crazy, but chances are that bitch is crazy, right? And it's perfectly reasonable to go, that bitch is crazy. Just like if I'm a caveman and my caveman buddy, Uggug, gets bitten by a spider and he dies, right? And then I see another spider that looks just like that spider. I'm not going to be like, well, hold on, cave. All right, maybe this is one of the good spiders. No, we're like, fuck that spider. We don't like spiders. We certainly don't like black spiders with a big ass because Uggug died from the spider bite, right? It's perfectly rational and reasonable. What's not reasonable, what's not rational is when we're dealing with a human actor, such as a prostitute, a whore, a crazy bitch that cuts herself, right? That we then go, you're not allowed to do that, so we're going to grab guns and we're going to lock you in a cage if you do that. Because there are that 1 in 10 where they're perfectly fine and happy and like that's like good for them. But what I'm saying is in my Ancapistan, when my kids are at the playground, if I see some chick fucking going chewing bubblegum saying sucky sucky $5, I'm gonna fucking move because I don't want my kids around the goddamn whores. This is not good for
I'm
my
gonna
kids.
move
It's not
closer
good
and
for
be like,
society.
wait, $5?
It's not good for people.
What about $3?
There's also no public property in Ancapistan, so the park owner can have a rule about that if it's a park meant for kids.
So yeah. Like, are you
Right,
gonna say?
and the park owner would be like, I don't want whores here because whores are bad. And then KingSithis is over here is gonna be like, won't someone think of the whores?
Yeah, what's wrong with the whores? They did nothing wrong. They're simply offering a service. They are simply offering a service that other people, might find immoral, but that's just their superstitious thinking.
Okay, let's say we're in Ancapistan, right? We're in Ancapistan. We're in a population city of 200,000, right?
Yes.
And like, what I do is, I open up a shop and I offer a service, right? And what this service is I stick needles into eardrums and I make you permanently deaf.
Hey.
Right?
Whatever.
Now people pay for it and it's purely voluntary, right? It's not crazy for you to say, hey, I don't like that guy. That's bad. Because all of a sudden, slowly but surely, let's say I'm really
I'm not saying you're crazy. I'm not saying you're crazy.
Right? Let's say I'm a great salesman.
Well,
and then all of a sudden, you keep talking to people in public. You keep talking.
Well,
to people
not
in public,
superstitious.
Right?
Maybe I used
Like
the
you
wrong
go to
word. I should
McDonald's,
probably say judgmental.
Listen to me. Listen to me. You go to McDonald's in Ancapistan, right? And it's like it's the 5th time that this has happened to you, where you try and buy a cheeseburger, and the person behind the counter is like, "Huh? I can't hear you," and you're like, "Fuck." Fabian Liberty got another motherfucking person deaf. Like, this is a problem. We got a lot of deaf people. There's car accidents have gone up because people keep walking into the street and they don't see the fucking, they don't hear the cars coming. Like, that doesn't mean that you get to take a gun and say, because you're evil, we're going to make this against the law. But that does mean that if I'm making like 10% of the city fucking deaf, that maybe isn't a good thing for the city.
I mean, you could think that, but you're just being judgmental to the hookers. They did nothing wrong.
Hold on,
There's
wait. If
nothing,
people want to
there's
make
nothing in
themselves deaf,
Ancapistan that says I can't be judgmental. I'm judgmental as fuck, brother.
I know you could be judgmental. I'm just saying, like, you're being way
makes
too
me
red
morally
pilled, bro. You
superior.
need to stop being so red pilled. You need to stop
I'm
watching Myron
superior.
Gaines and all of these red pillars and start getting, start
That's
giving the
not an
hookers some
argument.
love.
No, just because I hate whores doesn't mean I'm fucking a Myron Gaines red pillar.
I don't know, bro. I feel like you've been watching a little too much Fresh and Fit, bro. I don't know. It's just me.
I mean, like me
hold on.
personally, like like me personally, I grab a tub of lotion and I put on the Whatever podcast and I just shame masturbate. But that's like my thing, brother. Don't
You're
be
shasturbate. Anyways, no, I'm just messing around. I mean, like, personally, like, like, I really don't care about hookers that much. Like, I mean, I think that it should be legal because I fundamentally like, but in terms of like, whether it's like morally okay or morally wrong, I mean, I don't know. I don't really have hard feelings on it because I don't see it being that big a deal personally.
I mean, I think it's and dysfunctional. It's not good.
Is my audio?
I don't think it really causes as much damage as you make it seem.
Is my audio? Am I audible right
now? You're much better. Now you're a little bit better. Yeah.
We can hear you.
Okay, so Fabian, I have a defensive. Fabian, I have a defense of prostitution. I think this is kind of in your own terms, though. Not that you said this, but it seems to track with your way of thinking. So, you earlier yourself addressed that because of the welfare state, there is kind of an imbalance within the relationship between men and women. There is kind of an imbalance such that women have, you could say, much more market value. That they don't need men as much. And there's kind of a power shift in, the last century or so, such that favors women greatly. Now, imagine if hypothetically,
like 4 different ways. Got it.
Yes, I did. So, imagine if hypothetically, prostitution were both legal and socially acceptable and like totally normal, right? Okay. Now, there is a substantial portion of men who are chiefly, as far
as it is socially normal. It's called OnlyFans.
That's not prostitution.
That's not prostitution.
Nah, it's sex work.
That's porn, though.
I mean, it's sex work, but I wouldn't say it's like prostitution, right?
They found a fucking.
They're not actually having sex with anyone.
It's a loophole.
Big difference.
They're not having sex for money.
Watching somebody on video and jacking off to them. Jacking off to a video is nowhere near as satisfying as actually fucking somebody.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, imagine full-blown prostitution. Where you're actually having sex with the person and they suck your dick and all that. Right. Imagine if that were both legal and socially acceptable, to where there's brothels in every city and stuff.
Okay, what's your point?
Within that framework, you can imagine that the proportion of men that are chiefly interested in sex, that don't really want relationships much other than those men suddenly would not need relationships with women. They could just go to a brothel. Whereas women, it's much more common and much more typical that women are interested in relationships. In fact, often view sex as kind of a means to a relationship.
Okay.
So within that framework, that would seem to kind of offset that imbalance created by the welfare state. Obviously, I want to get rid of the welfare state too.
How is prostitution what?
If you can simply go to a brothel, then I think the market value of men as dating partners would shift in men's favor.
No, it wouldn't. What? That makes no sense.
Well,
it makes zero sense. It makes zero sense because you're saying let's maintain the status quo where power has been improperly balanced towards women, and where women have more choice because they're less constrained by nature. And then what will balance it back towards men is men are so fucked that they then go spend more money and give more money to women, and that balances it.
Well, I mean, there's the argument that there's the argument that like single guys like that aren't really looking for a wife or a marriage at that moment, right? And they just want to go out and have sex with the girl. I mean, that could arguably give him some experience for having sex with his actual wife.
But also,
that's not an argument of anything. You don't need experience.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like you're automatically saying this automatically negative. What I'm saying is it's not automatically negative unless like you're
just
looking
said
for a wife.
2 times, which is just straw man, because I've said like 100 times and gave like 10 different examples with like self-harm and cutting and like all kinds of things, that it's not automatically bad.
Well, you make it seem so. Well, I'm not saying like you're saying it's automatically negative. I'm saying like you make it say like it's more often negative than it is not. It is more often negative. It is more often negative than it is positive. But I would say there are many situations where it is positive.
You have forgotten Ugug, okay? I will kill all spiders that look like a Black Widow because a Black Widow killed Ugug, and I don't care that every now and then there's a spider that kind of looks like a Black Widow but isn't.
But we're not talking about spiders. We're talking
Wait,
about
hold on.
prostitutes.
Taxation didn't get to make his point. I think he was talking about something different.
Yes. So, one female prostitute. Let's suppose she has 20 regular clients, right? She sees 20 men per week that are her ongoing clients who she sexually satisfies. That's 20 men now that are taken out of the pool, at least potentially, taken out of the pool of the male side of the dating market, right? So in this scenario, within the dating market, that one woman has taken out 20 men. So women suddenly cannot be nearly as picky about going for the Chad. Women that are interested in relationships, which I think most are, suddenly I think the scale
that's false. That's false.
Favor.
Because no, it's false. Like that's like it makes sense on paper, but not in reality because you haven't added in the critical element of time, right? So like, and what I mean by that is that like those men aren't quote unquote out of the dating market. They may be less interested in the dating market. They're not out of the dating market, and neither is that whore. Plenty of dudes wife up whores. It happens all the time. All you have to do is like literally like just go on Instagram and there's like hundreds of women that have been on Dan Blazarian's boats that are now like, look at my husband and my baby, right? Like there's a temporal issue here. So nobody is like really out of the dating market. It doesn't work that way.
If you are every week, you're visiting a prostitute, or maybe even every day, you've got a particular prostitute that you visit, your urgency in, say, finding a girlfriend or a wife is much lower than it might otherwise be.
Right, and that's a bad thing, yeah.
I mean, it's much more of a bad thing, I think, for the third-party women. That is to say, the women that are interested in, dating a man. Now they don't get to be as picky.
Yeah, brother. Like it feels like, and I know this isn't your argument, but it just kind of feels like it's like my neighbor's house is on fire. Therefore, isn't it good if I light my house on fire? Like it's
no.
Okay,
what?
To rebalance gender dynamics when socialism has overly empowered female. No, when socialism has overly empowered females, it doesn't then become good that a prostitute takes
get rid of the socialism, of course.
The incel problem, because all of those incels are still a problem. They're leading an unfulfilling life. Like those 20 dudes. Right? Instead of getting their shit together and focusing on trying to find a wife and gaining capital accumulation so they can build businesses or get a house or things like that, they're just blowing money on this prostitute, spinning wheels and not getting anywhere. And the incel problem isn't solved just because he gets his rocks.
Well, he's not an
off
incel anymore.
The incel problem is actually
yeah, not much of an incel with hookers.
If he gets a hooker, then he's not an incel anymore.
Okay, well then there is no incel problem because incels.
Does your wife let you do blow on her ass
point?
crack?
But that's our problem. That's our point. Because it's like
that's not a point. That's
the point. Yeah, it is the point.
The incels will make excuses for themselves no matter what.
That's a
hookers are
semantic
honest
argument. Because now you're saying they're not
They're
technically
upfront about
incels,
how much they cost.
But the incel problem isn't about the word or the process of involuntary celibacy. The incel problem is one in which there is a significant portion of the male population that is not able to go out and find a meaningful relationship.
Yeah, because prostitution is illegal.
That's
also
retarded.
women are
That
dumb
doesn't
to talk
solve
to.
that problem.
If you Listen, it will solve it will solve the involuntary celibate part.
No, it's a semantic argument.
He
Number
better-
one, and number two,
All I heard
what you are
was
arguing.
bird
What you are
Not every
arguing
man is going to get married or wants to get
What
married.
you are arguing. What you are arguing is that high time preference behavior is actually good because you're free to do so. That is your argument. That is
No, I'm
genuinely your
saying
argument.
no. I'm saying
Think
it's
a
not
minute-
that big a deal because if you are a guy that's not already that doesn't want a wife, or you're not able to ever get a wife, I think getting a prostitute, it can be good.
Okay, but you've put in you've put in this you've put in this
A chicken head.
really big limiter, right? Which is that you are a guy that's never able to get a wife. And that is just not true for 99% or more of men. There is it is an absurd position for the
I disagree.
overwhelming majority of men. No, well, you're just wrong. You're just wrong. Given the current situation of socialism, it is becoming increasingly difficult for the bottom tier of men.
Why do we have an incel problem then?
I just said why, because
there's a whole bunch of guys that can't get pussy.
Okay, now you're just repeating the problem as the argument as opposed to actually making the argument.
They can't
find
a wife.
I've answered the why,
Yeah, he's saying that.
which I've answered multiple times, is that there is a power imbalance and changing due to socialism. Social security is a big part of this problem, as opposed to mutual aid and fraternal societies that existed at the turn of the 19th century, where families were actually able to get cheap health care and be able to take care of the elderly and at a superior rates and at much lower prices, to such a degree that the American Medical Association was founded because fraternal societies and mutual aid societies were making healthcare costs too cheap. And those systems were based around families. They were based around pro-social. In chapter 4 of
Back then, doctors used to do home visits too.
In chapter 4 of Hayek's Road to Serfdom, he has this wonderful quote, and I love it. I use it all the time. Is that centralized authority destroys spontaneous order, right? And that is exactly what socialism, like Social Security and Medicare, and Medicaid is it is centralized order.
Yeah, but I don't support socialism.
Right, but I didn't say that you supported socialism. You asked me the why it is.
So you're saying we have
an
incels because of socialism?
Absolutely,
yeah.
We have a growing incel.
Well, he is right.
I'm sure that is true.
We have a growing incel problem.
But I think the legalizing prostitution thing would definitely make it better.
Okay, I want to
because now they will have less of it. What they would do, you know why it would make it better? It would make it better because they would no longer have an excuse. They could just go and buy the pussy.
Okay,
right.
Prostitution is legal where I live.
No,
right,
this is
but
high time. This is high time preference behavior. What you are arguing is that the incel problem is fundamentally a problem. Is based purely, or at least you're doing a univariate analysis, right? And the univariate analysis
it's not based on
you have
access
an
to sex like a
you're
prostitute.
You're doing a univariate analysis.
Well, I mean, they can't get women.
You're doing a univariate analysis that is based upon this proposition. This is part of your argument that you have snuck in, and what you have snuck in is that the incel problem is only a problem because they don't have access to immediate sex, and that is completely false. It is not just sex that they lack.
A lot of virgins aren't going to want to fuck a prostitute for the first time.
Well, then they can't. Then they're not involuntarily celibate because they have the ability. They don't want to.
You're coping.
I'm not
You're coping, and you refuse to make the actual argument. The argument isn't like the proposition is that you are sneaking in is that incel problem is solved by them no longer technically being incels because there's a mechanism for them to get sex. When the actual problem of the incel problem is an inability for a growing number of young men to be able to find meaningful relationships where they can build towards a future, where they can find sustained happiness where they can grow with a person, where they can have purpose, where they can have a family. All of these other things are not solved by prostitution. In fact, prostitution becomes a band-aid that continues this problem and kicks the can down the road, and only exacerbates the very things, the behaviors, and incentivizes antisocial behavior, and incentivizes them continuing to remain in a state that makes them unattractive towards the types of women.
Well, how about
that
this?
would
How
be
about
able
this?
to give them that.
How about this? How you say, oh, we can't just get rid of the borders overnight because, like, oh my God, like, that'll just abolish the state. Well, we can't get rid of socialism overnight. So I think my immediate policy would be to, you know, to make it easier on the incels, is to legalize prostitution.
I don't think
That's a very leftist argument where you say
you probably helped out like
they're two different things, and then I found one similarity
you
between
might
them.
have
Therefore,
helped
they're basically the same thing. That's leftist Twitter talk, right? That's what you just did.
But what's stopping incels from going to Thailand and getting a wife? Like, that's not fucking hard.
It's difficult to go to Thailand.
I think it's perfectly legitimate to buy a wife.
There's plenty of incel. Dude, hold on,
Yeah,
pause.
that's fair.
Have you
That's
seen
fair.
the goofy white dudes that are passport bros? Literally, what's stopping incels from doing that is self-motivation and money. And part of that is actually going to be socialism, because socialism allows them to live off of other people and to feel like they have a support system there, as opposed to having the drive and motivation to go get shit done. And it also taxes them instead of allowing them to have resource accumulation. So if we get rid of the socialism, we would unironically have more goofy white dudes.
But wait.
Thanks for leaving me stranded,
that is true.
BTW.
Yeah, you're definitely right
The
on
point-
Have a nice weekend.
The
or
point you made
something.
about the welfare system earlier with paying single mothers as well, that's a big part of it, because people would choose their partners more wisely who to breed with, and in turn they would stay. They wouldn't leave over nothing, because then they're going to be homeless. Yeah, you're going to have to live with your family until the court stuff's decided, and there's no government handouts to single mother. Yeah.
You would cut the single mother epidemic into a fraction of what it is. A point that I was trying to make earlier, I think I found a better way to package. Imagine the sexual economy of a wartime society, right? Picture America during World War II or something like that. Now, in that society, any man who is in that society has his pick of the litter. There's all of these women around, but all of the men are either at war or they just got killed in the war. We're talking about societies where it's 80% women and 20% men. Now, clearly in that scenario, the balance within the sexual marketplace is very much in favor of men. Now, within the socialist system we have now, the balance is artificially very much in favor of women. Obviously, I'm not calling for a war or anything like that. But if hypothetically, men, at least that are primarily interested in sex rather than relationships, if many of them can be occupied by one prostitute, i.e., you have a small minority of women satisfying a large chunk of them.
Yeah, but it's not a mathematical problem of a lack of women why people are incels. That's not the reason.
I don't feel the need to defeat the argument again now that you've repackaged it. I've already defeated this.
I don't see what's wrong with my argument that, like, if they're an incel and they can just have sex, then they're no longer an incel.
Well, no, the thing is, like, they're already doing that in Las Vegas.
Yeah, but there's a lot of incels that have access.
If we legalize prostitution and they have sex with the prostitute, we're going to have less incels because they're going to have sex.
No, it doesn't, because they're already fucking people in Las Vegas. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, bro, you can't just, bro. I'm going
to treat you now like you're a serious person. Okay?
Yes.
Maybe that's a mistake, but I'm going to treat you like you're a serious person. What you are doing is you are playing a game of semantics, where instead of when people say the incel problem, you are analyzing this as the incel problem is these people don't have sex. Therefore, if we fix the fact that they don't have sex and change it to the fact that they do have sex, problem solved. Except the problem is that's not identifying the actual problem. All you are doing is identifying the moniker they use, the name, involuntary celibate, and then you are creating a system to fix the fucking name instead of the goddamn problem. And the goddamn problem is that the average first-time home buyer used to be 25 when the boomers were buying homes, and now it's 38. The problem is that young men have no money, they have no fucking houses, they have no job prospects. They live in a world where women get fucking HR jobs and email jobs that are 6 figures
Oh
with
my
a
god,
bullshit
they're not
college
even real
degree.
jobs.
They are staying and living with their parents, and they are not motivated because of all of the socialism and because of the increased inflation and asset inflation and the growing problems in our economy. They're not motivated
aiming
to
for
get
civil
up
war.
and go and do what they should do. And
I'm just
giving
gonna loot
them-
places
giving-
and shit during it.
Giving them pussy that everybody else has access to is not magically solving that problem. It's not solving the incel problem. It's just no longer the incel problem. It's the exact same problem, but they had sex. And in fact,
But
it
they're not an incel.
exacerbates the problem. Okay.
Do you think?
Okay.
Do you think?
I know.
Like
I'm just
their
kidding.
personality?
I'm just kidding, bro. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
No.
I know.
I know you're. I obviously.
I prefaced it.
So
I know.
Hi. So a genuine question for the Ancaps is that.
What's up?
Isn't it realistic to think that inevitably someone will try to monopolize on violence because violence would be the most valuable commodity in Ancap society?
That they will try to, yes. That they will succeed, no.
I would think so, though. Like whoever has the most capital and who can like get the most like market share of like violence will literally own the Ancap society.
The person who has
one person
person
versus
who
an
has-
army of 1,000 people, one capitalist versus an army of thousands of like soldiers that on behalf of one capitalist is just like doesn't look too
Isn't it
good.
also? I will answer your question with another question. I understand. First, I'll say, I agree. Yes, it is absolutely inevitable that people will
Thank you.
attempt
That's
to
all I needed.
monopolize power and violence. So my second question is, like to counter this, isn't it also true that when people maintain a monopoly on power and violence, that they also inevitably fail and that they are taken over by other empires, other nation states, or fall or collapse within, given enough temporal concern?
Yeah, so eventually there will be just one holder of violence. That's so yes, that thank you.
What
That's
makes
all I was
hold on,
looking for.
hold on. That's not that does not follow. Right. So historically, what we have seen is we have seen collectivization of people for safety and security and statism in one form or another, where there is a monopoly on power and violence. And we've also historically seen that these empires fail. They collapse to revolution, they collapse to strife, they collapse to the economic calculation problem, and their inability and central planning being unable to be able to efficiently outcompete other nation states or other systems, etc. So why is it now, because people will attempt to monopolize power and violence, inevitable that that conclusion always leads to a ever-growing and larger monopolization of power and violence when history does not show that?
I mean, it seems to me like it's just inevitable that one person will literally.
Yeah,
like,
he's
if
just
they're
going to
smart
repeat himself.
about it.
Yeah, like
If they're
every
smart about it,
single
they'll literally monopolize on it.
like this is what this like
Can
this
you
is what this guy
explain
does.
taxation
Every
then?
single
Can you
response,
explain it?
every single response that you're gonna give to him, he's just gonna respond, "Yeah, but
Can
it's
you
just
explain then how
hold
you're
on, hold on,
supposed
hold
to
on, hold on,
curtail,
hold on.
this whole
Well, no,
monopolization
I
of
haven't. Hold on, I haven't talked to this guy.
I know, but he's just
So
like
let-
he's literally just gonna respond, "Oh, but it's just inevitable that
I'm
there's
just
going to
thinking,
be
you
a
know, it's
monopoly
just
on power." That's
inevitable
literally
there'll be just like
that's literally his
bigger
gonna be his
wherever-
response
like,
every
it's
single
kind
time.
of funny
philosophical
to
thought.
put stuff.
Okay, that's fine. Let me deal with it. I'm good at this. Okay, so philosophical
Okay, I
thought.
just think of it as
Let's
you
say
know
that
the whole
we
stuff.
let's say that we exist in the year 400. Okay, you and me, we're in the year 400. Now, would you say that the Roman Empire, being the most technologically advanced, hyper-militaristic empire that is ever expanding, is it inevitable that Rome will take over the entire world and there's no other
Well, the thing is,
possibility
Rome ceased
because
to
it's
exist.
inevitable?
Well, in the year
Oh,
400,
why?
Rome ceased to exist.
No, it was 473. Thank
Rome,
you very much.
first, yeah, I said it at the end of the Roman Empire, number one. And number two, Constantinople and the eastern section of the Holy Roman Empire existed until like Mehmet came over in like, what was that, like 13 something?
It was
and took over Constantinople.
1453.
1453, thank you.
Wow.
So we're in the year 400, right? We have the Roman Empire. Is it true that your argument would require that Rome not only not fall, but that Rome take over the whole world inevitably? For you to be logically consistent.
Well, I would say with
We can say the
modern
same thing about Alexander
technology,
the Great, or we can say the same thing about Genghis Khan and then his children. I mean, pick whichever empire was this massive, ever expanding, militaristic empire that technologically was more advanced and had better, more efficient central planning than all of its neighbors that was growing in that moment. Isn't it weird how they all fell?
Well, realistically speaking, though, like we're in a day and age where technology can like greatly keep, well, the monopoly on violence longer than normal. Like the Romans didn't have computers, in the internet, or anything like that. Like technology can.
The Romans literally invented the steam engine, dude. They just didn't use it because they didn't have modern manufacturing and they didn't have the ability to use screws and rivets. Like they were hyper technologically advanced compared to their neighbors.
Yeah, and I'm saying that with the technology we have today, holding onto a monopoly of violence would be.
Do you know what a goalpost shift
significantly
is?
longer.
Have you ever heard of moving the goalpost before? I'm just
I'm
curious.
just saying,
have you ever heard of
no.
that? You're just saying? What you're just saying is moving the goalpost. Do you have any other arguments? This is a new argument. So the new argument is current technological capacity is distinctively different than the Roman Empire's ability that technologically outpaced their neighbors based upon this inevitable conclusion. But I'll get rid of the argument that I've already defeated and proven you wrong on, and we'll move to this new argument that I'm about to prove you wrong on, which is that there is something special about our technology that allows us to ignore time as a measure, and that we can maintain the monopoly on power and violence forever and ever growing.
You're a pretty good debater,
technology,
Fabian.
Newer forms of weaponry, etc. Like even drones, man. You think about one drone can just literally hellfire a ton of people at one point.
Yeah, but like, aren't they? Can I make an argument? Like, aren't they using like a lot of drones in the Russia war?
Like,
Couldn't
just one or two drones in like the modern age could wipe out an entire Roman Empire.
Okay, so now we're comparing. And
but both sides of the drones.
What I'm saying is, the thing is though, with technology today, it's so easy to like maintain the power of violence. It's very easy. With modern day technology, it's so easy. You know, like
Roman Empire. Hold on, pause. What the Roman Empire had in comparison to its neighbors, right? We'll leave Phoenicia like out of it, right? Because we're talking about the time period right before the collapse, right? Is that the Roman Empire had modernization in terms of a standing military, right? Like they had troops that were trained to be soldiers, and they had the ability to feed these troops and house these troops and train these troops so that they weren't just grabbing random farmers that grabbed their grandfather's armor and sword, but instead they had professional soldiers. The concept of a professional soldier combined with the engineering marvels that and siege weaponry and warfare that Rome had was so vastly superior to anyone around them, and it was almost impossible for anyone to be able to catch up to them. Furthermore, when we talk about things like drones, just Google Mjolnir, right? And drone warfare. We have all kinds of counter drone technology rapid deployment of counter drone technology in the United States military. The Rangers have like a system. The Marines have their own system. There's all these corporations that are using laser technology. They're using anti-hacking technology. We have all kinds of answers towards those things. So we're actually in a situation now where the technology and the fight in tech is far more evenly balanced between us and China, or us and Russia, or us in Europe, or us in Australia than was ever true compared to the difference in power and technology between the Roman Empire and those surrounding it. And so this concept that because we have good technology, it's inevitable that someone gets the monopoly on power and violence and maintains that and grows that forever and ever more is just like, the game theory isn't true historically, and it's less true now when looking at power differences in technology. That's just, I think you're grasping at straws. And I would love for you to come back when you have a really good argument around your ideas.
Yeah, also, you don't really even see, like, even with all that technology, we don't even see a monopoly on violence in the world today. I mean, like, there's like hundreds of countries. So, with their own monopoly on violence in their own territory, like, if you would expect there to be a monopoly on violence to just always pop up, then you would expect there to be basically a one world government by now, right?
I mean, like, just go to Chicago. You'll find out real quick there's not a monopoly on violence there.
Yeah. So, like, you could have like a sort of a similar system with like private security agencies, where you know, and they have like sort of pre-assigned agreements with each other that if like one decides to invade or do something bad, then the other ones would basically come together to help out that one, and they would have to fight all of those other private security agencies. It's like if one state were to try to attack another state, but then all 49 other states then back them up. Like, even if they had more guns than that one state, they would automatically lose because all those other states are basically backing them up. So in a mature market, we would sort of expect to see something like that.
I think you'd probably see something like, much like insurance companies have lawyers on retainer, right? Where they don't actually have the lawyer working in the office with them. It's just like, hey, if we need a lawyer, we pay you this amount of money per month so that you're available for us, you know, when we need said lawyer. I feel like you'd probably have PMCs, private military contractors, where you have a lot of small towns or communities that have a PMC on retainer. So you have a professional standing, you know, corporate security firm that isn't necessarily like just in that little area, but is instead on retainer, so that if something occurs, they show up with the Blackhawks and they show up with the, you know, like the drones or whatever. And there's a lot of different scenarios that you could imagine, but the problem is that your argument is not a what if. The real crux, the real issue with your argument is that your argument is that something is inevitable. And so when you do something when you make that's a much stronger claim and a much harder claim to defend. And so when if you're going to make an argument that X is inevitable, then you need because of Y. And then you can actually make that argument, right? That becomes an argument. When you just say X is inevitable, that is a claim. That's not an argument. And so you need the because of Y. And in the because of Y, you need to, especially if you're going to talk to Ancaps, you need to take a kind of like a praxeological examination, or like methodological individualism, or some philosophical argument that says that this is always the case. Because in order to defeat that argument, hold on one second, I'm almost done helping you be a better debater against anarcho-capitalism. In order to defeat that argument, when you say X is inevitable, all one needs to do is find one instance or create one scenario where that wouldn't occur that way, right? So you got to go back to the basics on the philosophy, or better yet, don't start with such a strong, super strong claim and say, I think this is a tendency and it could lead to certain bad outcomes in certain scenarios. Here's a scenario that I think is possible, or here's a way that it could occur, and here's why I think the incentives can push it towards this sometimes.
Well, in this society, you know, violence would be one of the most valuable commodities.
Balance would be, you said?
Violence.
Violence would be one of the most.
Oh, violence. Why
Yes.
would violence be the most valuable commodity?
Because it can control people. You know, it can subjugate people.
Those are value claims, right? So, right, like you're claiming this is the value of something. The problem is that value is subjective. So it's impossible for any of us to actually know what would or wouldn't be the most valuable commodity in any society. I can imagine a scenario for sure where one society, the ability to enact violence would be the most valuable commodity, but I could also imagine a scenario where the violence like where fucking gold might be the most valuable commodity, or you know, the currency exchange medium might be more valuable than violence itself, etc. So why do you believe that violence would be the most valuable commodity?
Within the broad umbrella of violence, there's two distinct kinds of violence. One that you pointed out, Philosophic, is the ability to, initiate violence, to exert control over others. But there's a whole other kind of violence that I think is in much larger demand, and that's defensive violence. Violence used against people who are trying to hurt you, rob you, control you, and so forth. Everybody pretty much represents part of the demand for defensive violence. That's an enormous demand, which comprises or which fuels an enormous security sector and ties into an insurance.
You can't have low time preference behavior unless you have stability. You can't have stability unless it is backed up by some form of potential violence, right? Defensive violence, as you put it, potential violence in if someone attempts to aggress, right? So it could certainly be possible that violence would be the most valuable commodity in that sense, but you're not really explaining what you mean by violence. You're just saying violence controls, which is a Mott and Bailey, as was
if you have
pointed out
someone
by
that's a
taxation.
dictator, that has like the idea they can literally take over the world, they'll look around for the best opportunity the best company that will give them the guarantee, I can use my company can use the most amount of violence to literally give you what you want. It seems like it's inevitable that, how like right now we're seeing monopolization. Eventually it does.
We're seeing monopolization because of socialism. We're not seeing monopolization.
Well, no, I say
because
that
of
in Ancap society, without any regulation, someone will monopolize on violence because it's a very valuable commodity. It's used to suppress people, control people.
This is a post hoc rationalization. You're not actually giving an argument as to why violence is inevitable. You believe that violence and monopolization would be inevitable without the regulatory powers of the state, and then you're just making that claim, and then your evidence for that claim, right, which is a type of argument, like you're making an empirical claim, but you're not giving the empirical
for
data
authoritarian type of
is
people.
a hypothetical. And the hypothetical that you're giving is if someone is a dictator, they will value violence that is controlling of their people, and they will choose to work with people or use whatever power they have in order to procure violence that it goes towards the goals that they seek. And that is true. The example that you gave is true. The problem is the counterfactual of a presumed anarcho-capitalist society or a set
but
of
I'm saying
societies
that,
or 1,000 Liechtensteins is that other people will not have that value. Other people will not have the value that they want the most violence, and because they are not attempting to control and centrally plan things, they will be working under a freer market, and that freer market it necessitates that it is more productive and more efficient than the violent person that you're saying. So if we run this game over and over and over again, the person that wishes to use violence to control others is crippled by the central planning and the desire to control.
There is no central planning. There is no central planning under an Ancap society.
They're utilizing resources, and they're taking resources from their most valued means, and they're applying them to less valued means as far as the people that are under control of them. And that inefficiency would eventually break. So I would actually, based upon that argument, make the argument or the claim based off of that argument that it's actually inevitable, given enough time, that monopolies fall apart, and that free market, anarcho-capitalism, libertarianism is the inevitable end goal and conclusion of human society, because
the end goal, I see it.
It is more efficient than the statism I presume you support.
I just see like the inevitable end of Ancap society is someone literally gains a monopoly in violence and the whole system falls apart.
Yeah, that's a proof.
Like I said, he's just gonna make the same response every single time. Every
People,
argument
like
you
the
make.
person that literally gains the most profit share or the most like controlling society literally controls how society functions.
So what you're saying is this is a tactic that the left likes to use a lot. The right uses it a little bit. The left uses a lot that I like to call magic words.
I mean, can you
like, so you haven't actually made an argument, you've just said keywords. Profit share, monopoly, power. You haven't actually made an argument. You've made a claim.
Power then. It's literally whoever wields the monopoly on whoever owns the monopoly on violence gains the most power. It's just
nobody
simple,
has a monopoly on power in anarcho-capitalism.
Christopher Hitchens made a wonderful claim, and I love this, and I think it is true, which is that arguments that are or claims that are made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence, right? And I would say
the
same
thing is,
for
I do have
arguments
evidence.
that-
Capitalism leads to capitalism without regulation. Without regulation leads to inevitable monopolization.
That's not evidence.
That's not evidence. That's a claim. You still don't have evidence nor an argument. Like, I would even say
could I make
that,
an argument
that
real
an
quick?
argument that you're not even making an inductive argument, which is less powerful than a deductive argument.
If there was
saying that you're making an inductive argument by just making a claim.
If we had an alternate reality where Theodore Roosevelt didn't exist, somehow was out of existence, what do you think would happen if, like, we just let capitalism run its course without any antitrust, Sherman laws, etc.?
Things were going fine before
it would be more better. Well, actually, I can make an argument.
So do you
if
realize
you look at
that
in the real world,
that
right?
without these
in the real
antitrust laws, anti-monopolization laws, that literally monopolization would happen.
Hold on, in the United States, right?
What do you
if
think
look
Standard Oil was?
Excuse me, hold on one sec. In the United States, when you
It was
look
a
at
near monopoly.
hello, excuse
they
me.
were losing market share before Theodore Roosevelt ever did anything. That's my point.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to make my point. So
it's just that inevitably.
Okay, so
I'm
the
saying
point
that
that
the natural tendency of capital is
just go ahead. We heard your argument.
Because the money
we're trying to rebut your argument now.
You're just repeating it.
You're repeating your argument over again, and we're trying to rebut it. But every time we argument,
goes into fewer and fewer
why do you
hands,
keep
it triples
going?
up.
Why do you keep going? We heard your argument. Now we're trying to rebut it, but you're not allowing us to.
Anyone that understands how capitalism works at a very fundamental level,
we get
knows
it.
that
You
literally
get
money
it.
goes up.
We get it.
Shut up. Take a break, bro. Shut up, man.
All right, so we get it. You think capitalism leads to monopolies, but if you look at the most monopolistic industries within the United States, they are the most regulated industries. If you look at the the medical industries, it is the most regulated industry in the United States.
Oh,
he left.
Bro.
Did I hurt his feelings?
What he did last time.
I hurt his feelings.
Oh
my God.
What a guy. Like, I'm not kidding.
We
That
were
guy-
philosophical thought.
He's
a real
mad
thinker.
I'm mad he left only because he has no idea how much I know about Stanford. And I was about to. Oh, we're back.
Oh,
we're
he's back.
So I heard your live
Tell him
stream.
about
I heard.
Standard Oil.
No, I heard your live stream, and no, you didn't hurt my feelings. And I just think you can't define your ideology.
Oh, you heard
Your
me.
ideology doesn't work. Your ideology doesn't work out in the long term.
Prove it. Oh,
when he left.
Oh, did I hurt his feelings again?
Yeah, he left.
That's funny he had the live stream up for some reason.
Hey,
Why
Fabian
you listening to
Liberty,
your call?
do you want to join our Master Debaters group?
I don't know what that is.
We made a group where every single time we want to like debate, we just put a message in the chat, and then like people who want to join, and then this is like kind of how we set up these debates.
I mean, if you want to put me in some group chat or something, that's fine. But like, if I had to message somewhere every time I win a debate, then like, that's all I would do.
Hell yeah. So basically, what I do is I'd be like, I bring, I'd be like, hey guys, you guys up? And then they'd be like, yeah, and then we'd be like, all right, and then we set up a room and then we debate people like it is right now.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, if you want to put me in a group chat or something so that I can get the notifications, I might hop on or something if I'm bored. I got a
Hell
debate.
yeah.
I got a debate I got to prep for Monday. Two lawyers. So.
Yeah, we're kind of spontaneous with this. Like, it's not like a formal thing on this one, on what we do.
I don't even know who I'm debating. Who's this fucking lawyer chick, whoever that is, and some other lawyer.
What is the debate about?
What are you guys gonna debate about?
It's me and Speakeasy. Speakeasy. I don't know who that guy is either. But basically, I'm arguing that they should abolish jury trials.
Abolish what?
Jury trials.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. What are you guys up to?
What do you think about taxes?
That's what I'm up to.
That's the stupidest topic ever. Change it.
Whoa, you came into the
Did you just click
taxation
on
is theft room.
This is theft room, and then you were like, "Fucking, that's dumb."
Yeah, taxes are dumb.
This is what happens when you fucking have a cute voice on Discord as a female. You could be ugly, I don't know, but you have a cute voice, and this is the bullshit that happens. Is that you roll in and the fucking simps start fucking being like, "Oh, okay," like, nah, fuck that. We need to flame this lady until she realizes her goddamn place, whoever she is. All right?
Yeah. Yeah. Fuck feminism.
I'm so sick of these cute voice bitches hopping around and then just fucking dudes being like, "Oh, okay."
Thinking they own the place.
No, you hopped into the.
But like, why are you still talking about
theft
it?
room.
If it didn't matter, why are you gonna still like feed into it?
Feed into what? What's the it in your sentence? Are
The
you retarded?
toxicity of it all.
I love toxicity. That's why I'm feeding into it.
That's stupid. You sound like a fat 36-year-old man.
Not too far
Well,
off.
I am a fat 35-year-old man.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, with a big dick, and I'm 6'5". What about it?
That's disgusting.
Hell yeah.
What
Wait,
type of
it's
person of
disgusting
your
to
age
have a big
category
dick.
speaks with such a lack of maturity. Grow the fuck up, you little dweeb.
You little dweeb.
That wasn't me, for the record.
Anyways,
I am a loser. Why the
so
fuck am I awake at 5
so do you
o'clock?
support taxes or?
She said they're stupid.
Why are they stupid? Or what makes them stupid?
Yeah.
Because I don't want to pay them.
Based.
That's fair. That's fair. Like she doesn't need to be smart, right? She has a cute Discord voice, and she's a woman. We know.
Shut
she's
the
not
fuck
smart.
Bro, why are you such
So,
a
like-
simp, bro?
Yeah, you're like the simp out of everyone here. You need to stop.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
being
I'm
that
joking.
simp that you were talking about earlier. Oh, that's like giving her the attention in the room.
It's almost like you. Oh fuck! I forgot. You're all Ancaps, which means you're autistic, so you don't know what irony is. I got it. My bad.
Oh no!
That sounds like a you problem.
I don't.
Wait,
oh
what?
yeah.
You're a faggot.
Oh, we're live streaming on the internet. That's not cool, bro. Can't say stuff like that.
Yes, you
I
can.
tried it
I
once
just
in
said it.
college. I didn't like it.
Don't do
you know
it.
what I mean? So I'm fucking super strict.
So you tried
gonna
it in
have-
college? What does that mean?
I'm actually
It's a
super
joke.
straight.
What the fuck?
It's like the Super
You never heard
7
a joke
girls.
before? I don't know what that is. I might be too old.
No,
for
I
that.
don't know what that is.
You just made up some shit.
I'm actually super straight.
Did you guys go to college?
No.
I did a little bit,
Go
but
to
just
college or went to college.
did technically go to college.
College
but
is for
only
nerds.
because a later sentence on some gun charges. I had some gun charges when I was 17. Going to college increased greatly the likelihood that I would get my case waived down to juvenile, according to my attorneys. So I did a year at college in hopes of getting my case waived down to juvenile, and that is part of what worked. I did get it waived down to juvenile.
That's the most. I have a whole bunch of college degrees that I don't use.
Wait, Jake, tell the story where a homeless man's penis saved your life or whatever.
I have no knowledge. First of all, it didn't save my life. I have no knowledge.
Going to bed.
Yeah,
I don't know the man.
It's nice hopping in KingSithis. I was bored, and
Yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna second that because I'm getting kind of tired too. Fabian Liberty, thank you for stopping. Yeah, thanks for hopping in, man. It was cool hanging and talking with you. Yo, and I was just messing around with the prostitution thing. I don't actually believe all that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But I am gonna shoot some ketamine, so I won't be as.
I'm gonna smoke some.
All right, guys. See you guys later. Have a good night. Have a good night, guys. Everybody, I'm going to bed.